In the scenic backyard of the South Cheng Kingdom's fifth prince's mansion, a tense and public confession is underway. Princess Ning Yi looks up with eyes full of feigned devotion, declaring her love for the prince in front of the gathered crowd. The fifth prince, Xuanyu, looks down at her with nothing but cold indifference and visible disdain. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he dismisses her presence as if she were a mere nuisance. He turns his back on her completely, leaving the princess standing alone amidst a shower of falling petals. When she desperately asks if he truly feels nothing for her, he delivers a soul-crushing no. The surrounding guests watch the spectacle, whispering about how the princess simply won't stop pestering the prince despite his rejection. Suddenly, a digital beep rings out as a floating system screen confirms the task of confessing love is officially completed. The moment the act is over, Ning Yi's expression shifts to pure annoyance as she curses the system for forcing her to play the fool. Without a second thought, she abruptly announces she's going home, leaving the prince stunned by her sudden, icy change in attitude. She wastes no time, her feet moving quickly across the wooden floor as she makes a swift exit from the scene. Her rapid pace continues as she heads toward the exit, determined to distance herself from the mansion's drama. In another life, she was a dedicated doctor in modern society, exhausted from long shifts and constant work. A blinding flash of light marks the moment her modern reality shifted into a world of fiction. To her horror, she realized she had been reincarnated as a young child inside the world of a novel she once read. The system interface revealed her new identity: Ning Yi, a doomed supporting character whose family is destined to be killed by the hero. Panic sets in as she realizes she must follow the original plot or the system will take total control of her body. A new prompt appears, demanding she be disfigured by an assassin's attack in order to save the prince's life. Ning Yi screams internally, refusing to let her face be ruined for a man who treats her with such contempt. Despite her resistance, the system activates compulsory mode, forcing her feet to move against her will toward the danger. She fights back with everything she has, noticing the system's physical force starts to decrease as she struggles. Just then, the seventh prince, Xuanling, arrives on the scene with a cold and piercing gaze. Ning Yi recoils in terror, her younger self knowing exactly how dangerous this man is supposed to be. He is the heartless villain of the story, a ruthless commander who rose to power through sheer brutality and military might. The system's power surges again, physically yanking her toward the line of fire to fulfill her role as a shield. A sharp projectile whistles through the air, aimed directly at the fifth prince's head. Before the attack can land, the weapon is snapped midair by a precise and powerful strike. Xuanling stands tall, having easily neutralized the threat by casually tossing a cup to intercept the blade. He remains stoic and unmoved, his sharp profile radiating an aura of absolute authority and danger. Prince Xuanyu roughly shoves Ning Yi aside, showing her no gratitude even as she's caught in the crossfire. An assassin suddenly lunges forward with a drawn blade, triggering the system's compulsory mode to force her into the path of the sword. Desperate to avoid her disfigurement, Ning Yi lunges forward and grabs onto the seventh prince's robes to anchor herself. To her surprise, as soon as she makes physical contact with him, the system's suffocating force vanishes. She clings to him like a lifeline, begging for help in her small, panicked voice as she tries to hide behind him. Xuanling looks down at her with irritation, demanding that she release her grip on his clothing immediately. The moment she lets go, the system regains total control and sends her flying back into the path of the assassin. She is forced to lunge toward the fifth prince once more, her body acting as a human shield against her will. The wooden wheels of a carriage creak heavily against the road as it carries the injured princess away from the scene of the attack. A sudden, terrifying vision of blood blooming across her chest flashes before her eyes, a grim reminder of the price she just paid. Ning Yi bolts upright, gasping for air as she snaps back to reality from her nightmare. Her loyal maid bursts into tears of relief, overwhelmed with joy that her mistress has finally regained consciousness. The princess winces and clutches her shoulder, a sharp hiss escaping her lips as the physical pain of her wound returns. Her maid fumes with anger, cursing Prince Yu for his heartlessness in sending the injured Ning Yi home before she even woke up. Peering through the carriage curtains, they realize the vehicle has finally come to a halt at the entrance of the estate. Weak and unsteady, Ning Yi is carefully helped down to the ground by her attentive servant. A steady, comforting hand suddenly reaches out from the side to support her trembling frame. It is her elder brother, Ning Xuan, whose eyes are filled with genuine concern as he asks if she is still in pain. A stern cough echoes through the courtyard, signaling the arrival of the formidable head of the household. Despite her injuries, Ning Yi maintains her poise and offers a formal, respectful greeting to her father. Prince Ning's face is a mask of disappointment as he berates her for once again causing a scene at Prince Yu's home. He looms over her, demanding to know if she truly understands the weight of the shame she is bringing upon their family. Ning Yi lowers her gaze, her expression heavy with a silent, aggrieved burden that she cannot yet explain. Sensing her exhaustion, her father eventually softens his tone and dismisses her so she can focus on her recovery. Supported by her maid, the princess slowly makes her way toward her living quarters to rest. Once she's out of earshot, Ning Yi teases his father for being far too soft-hearted to actually punish his sister. The two men begin to bicker like children, their playful banter masking the deep affection they both hold for Ning Yi. However, the mood quickly turns somber as Prince Ning admits his growing anxiety over his daughter's dangerous obsession with Prince Yu. He sighs heavily, realizing he may have to beg the emperor for a marriage decree just to satisfy her, despite the embarrassment it brings. From the balcony, Ning Yi watches her family from a distance, realizing just how much they are willing to sacrifice for her happiness. She is struck by the warmth of their love, yet a chilling realization of the original story's tragedy begins to settle in her heart. A horrific vision of her future self, scarred and desperate, flashes through her mind as she reaches out for a mercy that never came. She sees the cold, murderous eyes of Juan Yu, the man destined to be the ruin of her entire world. Her eyes sharpen with a new, fierce resolve, swearing that she will never let her family meet the tragic end written in the book. Ning Yi calls out to Xuanling, her eyes filled with a new resolve as she realizes he is the key to disrupting the system's control. She walks through the palace grounds, clutching her chest while pondering how to uncover the secret behind his mysterious influence. Alongside her father, she approaches the royal court, suspecting the emperor's summons is tied to the recent attempt on the fifth prince's life. Emperor Xuan of South Cheng looks down from his throne, questioning Ning Yi on the status of her recovery after the traumatic event. The emperor's expression turns stern as he asks if she witnessed anything suspicious regarding Prince Ling's behavior during the assassination attempt. Standing nearby, Commander Qin Shichen urges her to speak freely, promising that his protection ensures she has nothing to fear from anyone. Suddenly, the system's blue interface blares a command, forcing Ning Yi to play her role and falsely accuse Xuanling of the crime. Desperate to break the script, she lunges forward and grabs Xuanling, catching the prince completely off guard by her sudden physical contact. She narrows her eyes in realization, confirming that the system's mental shackles only loosen when she is touching him. To test the limits of this discovery, she begins a frantic inspection of his person, wondering if touching his clothes is enough to maintain her free will. Xuanling's face twitches with suppressed irritation as he forced to tolerate her bizarre and unexpected behavior in front of the court. The surrounding officials watch in stunned silence as the princess continues her frantic and uncharacteristic prodding of the prince. Shifting her focus to his sleeve, she prepares to test if a firm grip on his attire will be enough to keep the system silent. While maintaining a tight hold on his arm, she boldly informs the emperor that she saw nothing abnormal about Prince Ling's actions. A smirk of victory crosses her face when the system remains silent, proving that her theory about his physical proximity was correct. Xuanling stares at her with a look of pure bewilderment, unable to fathom why the woman who usually favors his rival is suddenly protecting him. Sensing the situation slipping away, Qin Shichen reaches into his robes to produce a piece of fabricated evidence against the prince. Ning Yi shoots the commander a sharp, knowing glance, instantly seeing through his desperate attempt to frame Xuanling with a fake lead. She stands tall and demands a direct confrontation with the captured assassin, confident that the truth will be revealed under the emperor's gaze. Xuanling drops to one knee to support the request, his eyes fixed on Ning Yi as he tries to decipher her true intentions. The emperor grants his permission just as a guard rushes in with the grim news that the assassin has suddenly perished. Ning Yi immediately checks for a pulse, boldly declaring she can bring the man back from the brink of death. With steady hands and professional focus, she prepares a silver needle to perform a life-saving acupuncture technique. The assassin gasps back to life as Ning Yi grips him firmly, demanding to know the identity of his master. Trembling in terror, the man manages to choke out that his mysterious contact wore a thick black veil to hide their face. Ning Yi turns back to the throne, her expression grim as she confirms the assassin's testimony to the court. Exposed by the sudden turn of events, Xuan Yu can only stutter in a desperate, sweating attempt to save face. Overwhelmed by the exhausting web of lies, the emperor dismisses the court to seek a moment of silence. As they exit the palace, Xuanling stops in his tracks when he realizes Ning Yi is still clutching his sleeve to maintain her defense against the system. She quickly releases her grip, maintaining a professional distance while insisting she only wants to be his ally. Xuanling remains skeptical, questioning why a woman once obsessed with his rival is now seeking his favor. Ning Yi offers a bright smile, reminding him that the enemy of her enemy is naturally her friend. She cheerfully explains that her shared dislike for Prince Yu makes them the perfect strategic team. Xuanling's gaze turns icy as he scrutinizes her every word for a hint of hidden deception. He draws closer, his voice low and threatening as he asks if she is simply trying to sow discord between the brothers. Sensing her genuine shock, he abruptly turns away and suggests she go home to recover her strength. Ning Yi clutches her chest in relief, her heart racing from the intense pressure of his interrogation. She watches his departing figure from a distance, left wondering if her proposal for a partnership was actually accepted. High above, a shadowy figure moves with lethal speed through the palace rooftops. A loyal subordinate lands silently before the prince, reporting that their secret operation has officially begun. Xuanling's eyes narrow with suspicion as he issues a direct order to thoroughly investigate Princess Ning Yi's background. Later at the treasure collection, Ning Yi carefully examines a series of rare and exquisite paintings. The shopkeeper beams as Ning Yi skillfully identifies the work of Shen Liu, the most renowned artist in the capital. Her peaceful shopping trip is interrupted by the arrival of the entitled ninth princess and the novel's original heroine. The heroine, Ning Yi, offers a shallow courtesy while masking her blatant intent to seize the paintings for herself. Ning Yi's patience wears thin as she calls out Xuan Shuanger for her constant petty harassment. Refusing to let the system dictate her surrender, she prepares a secret vial of itching powder to turn the tables. A gloved hand sweeps aside the fabric of the entrance, signaling a sudden interruption to the chaos. Prince Xuanling steps into the fray, his presence commanding silence as he questions the absurdity of fighting over a mere painting. Seizing the opportunity to break the system's hold, Ning Yi clings to Xuanling's arm, celebrating her newfound freedom with a triumphant laugh. Xuan Shuanger sneers at the display, spewing vitriol about their lack of shame and attacking Ning Yi's family name. Before the insults can continue, a swift, stinging slap cuts through the air, silencing the room. Standing tall with Ning Yi at his side, Xuanling coldly warns the princess that her words carry consequences she isn't prepared for. Stunned and humiliated, the princess clutches her burning face, unable to believe she was actually struck. The itching powder begins its relentless work, forcing the princess into a frenzied, undignified scratching fit. Ning Yi watches the scene unfold with wide-eyed disbelief, her composure slipping at the sight of the chaos. The surrounding crowd erupts into judgmental whispers, condemning the princess for her inappropriate and shameful outburst. Ning Yi can't help but savor the moment, hiding a smug grin behind her hand while Xuanling remains an unmovable wall of support. Driven to the brink of madness by the itch and the humiliation, Xuan Shuanger screams a death threat at her rival. With a casual flick of his wrist, Xuanling sends a small projectile flying toward the hysterical princess. The impact sends her crashing to the floor in a clumsy heap, leaving her the laughingstock of the entire shop. With the competition neutralized, Ning Yi proudly presents her bag of gold to claim the disputed paintings. The shopkeeper gleefully accepts the payment, more than happy to close the deal after the dramatic spectacle. As the tension ebbs, Xuanling maintains his professional distance, calmly pulling his sleeve from Ning Yi's grasp. Ning Yi looks ahead to their next move, inviting the prince to her father's banquet as they solidify their unspoken bond. Ning Yi waits patiently in the corridor, her eyes lighting up as the person she's been waiting for finally arrives. Xuanling maintains a cold, stoic profile as he approaches, still keeping a 5-meter distance. With every steady step he takes, the distance between them shrinks to 4 meters. As he crosses the 3-meter threshold, the oppressive buzzing of the system begins to glitch and fade away. Realizing her proximity to the prince is her greatest shield, Ning Yi stands her ground as the system's constraints lose their grip. She attempts to offer him a token of gratitude, but Xuanling dismisses the gesture with a sharp flick of his sleeve. The prince turns his back on her, warning her not to cause an unnecessary scene during the upcoming festivities. Nearby, the onlookers exchange nervous glances, stunned by the cold interaction between the two. Without another word, Xuanling prepares to depart, his majestic robes trailing behind him. Ning Yi refuses to let the conversation end there, calling out to him as he strides across the garden bridge. From the shadows of the courtyard, a bitter observer watches their exchange with pure, unadulterated venom. Later at the banquet, Imperial Preceptor Lin is in high spirits, raising a toast to his guests. Ning Yi stays close to her father's side, gently advising him to pace himself with the wine. The celebration is cut short when the preceptor suddenly gasps, clutching his chest in visible agony. He collapses from his chair with a heavy thud, sending the surrounding guests into a state of total panic. Fear ripples through the room as someone screams that the preceptor has been poisoned. The guests descend into chaos, terrified that the food they've all shared might be lethal. Ning Yi immediately springs into action, stepping forward to take command of the frantic situation. With a voice like steel, she announces that she will personally examine the Imperial Preceptor's condition. Panic-stricken voices protest, demanding a professional doctor instead of a young woman. She stands firm against the mounting pressure, knowing that every second of delay is a second her father doesn't have. Xuanling steps in to silence the crowd, ordering them to let her work while the official physician is on the way. The atmosphere remains thick with tension as everyone watches the young doctor with bated breath. Ning Yi quickly identifies the symptoms, confirming that her father is suffering from acute chest distress and labored breathing. She reaches into her sleeve and produces a small, potent medicinal pill. After carefully administering the dose, she confidently declares that the preceptor will regain consciousness in 15 minutes. Watching from the side, Xuanling realizes he has vastly underestimated Ning Yi's medical expertise and resolve. Preceptor Lin finally opens his eyes, confused about how he ended up on the floor after his sudden collapse. His son quickly explains the situation, crediting Ning Yi's medical expertise for saving his life. Ning Yi gently warns her father to remain still, emphasizing that he needs a calm environment and zero emotional stress to fully recover. Among the onlookers, whispers of doubt and amazement spread as the guests question how the idiot princess suddenly became a medical genius. Prince Yu watches from a distance, his mind already calculating how to use Ning Yi's newfound talents and family status to his advantage. Sensing a predatory gaze, Ning Yi turns, but the prince has already vanished back into the shadows. Prince Ling approaches her with genuine respect, acknowledging that she has truly shocked the entire court today. Seizing the moment, Ning Yi flashes a confident smile and urges him to give her previous proposal another thought. Back at the estate, the atmosphere turns heavy as Ning Yi's father and brother stare her down with intense curiosity. Her father breaks the silence, demanding to know exactly when she acquired such sophisticated medical knowledge. Her brother's gaze is just as piercing, his suspicion growing as he realizes how professional her skills appeared during the emergency. Thinking fast, Ning Yi feigns heartbreak, claiming she studied medicine in secret just to please Prince Yu. The preceptor slams his hand onto the table in a fit of rage, furious that his noble daughter would humble herself for such an unworthy man. Ning Yi immediately goes into damage control, swearing on her mother's memory that she will never throw herself at him again. Seeing her resolve, her father and brother agree that Prince Yu is far too blind to appreciate her true worth. Her brother even offers a more violent solution, promising to break the prince's legs if he ever dares to bother her. Later that night, Ning Yi lies awake, realizing she only needs to stay within 3 meters of Xuanling to keep the system's influence at bay. She springs out of bed with a newfound determination, certain that the prince is her only hope for her family's survival. Suddenly, the system's mechanical chime echoes in her head, announcing a forced marriage plot set for the Mid-Autumn Festival. She sits back in shock, confused as to why the emperor would still arrange the marriage when her face was never ruined like in the original story. A cold notification appears, ruthlessly informing her that the system will automatically fix the plot to ensure she doesn't deviate. Overwhelmed by the system's stubbornness, Ning Yi can barely contain her frustration as she curses the invisible force controlling her life. She realizes time is running out and that she must reach Xuanling immediately before the plot traps her forever. Moving like a shadow, she attempts to slip out of the manor under the cover of darkness. Her brother's voice suddenly cuts through the night, catching her red-handed as she tries to make her escape. She quickly spins a lie about being unable to sleep, only for her brother to reveal he was just discussing a secret mission with Prince Ling. Panic sets in as Ning Yi remembers the original timeline, realizing Xuanling is heading toward a trap that will cost him his military power. Ning Yi realizes that her very survival is tied to Xuanling's life, hatching a plan to follow him and dodge the system's forced marriage. Her brother catches her mid-scheme, eyeing her sudden burst of maniacal laughter with deep suspicion. The following morning, the banner for the military enlistment registry flutters in the wind, signaling the start of her gamble. Dressed in male attire, Ning Yi stands between her family members, hiding her true intentions behind a mask of filial duty. She puts on a masterclass in acting, tearfully begging her father to let her retreat to a nunnery to heal her supposedly broken heart. Once the permission is granted, a smug grin creeps across her face as her plan to infiltrate the army falls perfectly into place. Her deception is immediately tested when a high-ranking officer in golden armor singles her out and commands her to follow. Panic surges through Ning Yi as she realizes she might have been compromised before the journey even began. The scene shifts to the sprawling military camp, where the true danger of her mission becomes a reality. Inside the commander's tent, Xuanling reviews the records, questioning the Goodman identity she has adopted. He drops a bombshell immediately, calling out Princess Ning Yi by name and rendering her disguise useless. Cornered and sweating, she tries one last desperate gamble by claiming he has mistaken her for someone else. Xuanling is completely unimpressed, staring her down with a look that sees right through her lies. He dismisses her claims and tosses his book aside, declaring that a military camp is no place for an irrelevant outsider. Realizing her logic isn't working, Ning Yi hardens her gaze, preparing to switch tactics to stay by his side. She pivots to a tragic backstory, weeping about a fake desire to avenge her mother just to gain his sympathy. Xuanling remains stoic, warning her that the front lines are far too dangerous for a high-born lady. She fires back with resolve, promising to stay out of the line of fire as long as she can remain with the unit. Desperate to prove her worth, she boasts about her superior medical skills and her ability to cure any ailment the soldiers might face. Xuanling reaches out and firmly takes her by the arms, physically halting her frantic pleading. She leans into the professional proximity, begging him to keep her presence a secret to avoid her father's wrath and a tarnished reputation. Xuanling studies her closely, deciding that the best way to handle this strange girl is to keep her under his direct supervision. He offers a compromise that leaves Ning Yi beaming with relief and ready for whatever condition he sets. He officially assigns her as his personal assistant, ensuring she stays within arm's reach for the duration of the campaign to protect her secret. Ning Yi couldn't be happier, realizing that her mission to protect her proximity anchor just got a whole lot easier. Under the silver glow of a crescent moon, the military camp falls into a heavy, watchful silence. Ning Yi cautiously pushes the tent flap aside to check on the prince, only to find him finishing his evening routine without his outer layers. Mortified by the breach of professional decorum, She instantly shields her eyes and tries to block out the sight. Xuanling remains completely unfazed, calmly donning his dark robes while questioning if his assistant is actually there to work. Scrambling for an excuse, Ning Yi points out his impressive physical stature, noting that he looks more than ready for the rigors of the campaign. She quickly retreats a step, realizing that staying too close to such a perceptive man is a dangerous game for her secret identity. Fully dressed now, Xuanling stands with his arms crossed, his stoic expression demanding an explanation for her presence. Ning Yi takes a deep breath, knowing she has to play the part of a dedicated servant if she wants to stay in his inner circle. She stammers out that as his personal assistant, she is simply there to perform the technical task of preparing his bed for the night. The prince gives a curt nod of approval, stepping back to let her handle the logistics of the tent. Ning Yi reaches for the linens, her mind racing as she considers how to maintain her unskilled disguise. To ensure she doesn't look like a refined princess, she intentionally bunches the fabric into a tangled, unorganized heap. Her clumsy act is cut short when the prince suddenly reaches out and seizes her wrist with a firm grip. Looking her dead in the eye, he sternly tells her to stop the charade and go get some rest herself. Taking the exit she was looking for, she tosses the blanket down and beats a hasty retreat before he can ask any more questions. Xuanling is left alone in the quiet tent, staring at the space where his enigmatic aide just was. By the following morning, the prince is back in his command element, leading the heavy cavalry through the sun-drenched forest. Ning Yi draws near to his side, whispering a fierce reminder that she is to be treated strictly as his advisor, Goodman, and nothing else. When the sun dips below the horizon, the weary soldiers congregate around the heat of the campfire to share rumors. Tucked away in the darkness, a figure carefully retracts from the edge of the light to avoid being spotted. Ning Yi's heart sinks as she overhears the troops mocking her small stature and questioning her fitness for the army. She realizes that gaining the prince's favor was only half the battle. Now she must find a way to prove her worth to the entire regiment. A frantic cry for help echoes through the darkened forest as a soldier brings urgent news to the camp. Hearing the commotion, Ning Yi rushes toward the gathering crowd to investigate the source of the noise. Dr. Liu kneels over the fallen men, declaring that the poisonous mushrooms they consumed have already sealed their fate. Refusing to give up, Ning Yi steps forward to intervene, even as the skeptical doctor tries to hold her back. With a gaze full of determination, she demands her medical kit and enough space to perform an emergency procedure. Dr. Liu sighs in frustration, deciding to step aside and let the stubborn youth take the lead. Moving with precision, she uses a professional tool to clear the soldier's airway and induce a recovery response. The treatment works instantly, causing the soldier to purge the lethal toxins from his system. A soldier arrives just in time, sliding her heavy medical chest across the grass for her use. Ning Yi carefully selects a slender acupuncture needle from her roll of specialized tools. She focuses all her energy on the delicate task, applying the needle with expert technique to stabilize the patient's condition. The surrounding troops watch in awe as the poisoned soldiers finally open their eyes, their respect for Goodman growing by the second. While the others celebrate, Ning Yi remembers a future plot point involving a deadly snake attack and realizes she must act now to prevent it. She hands over a specialized medicinal powder to Dr. Liu, instructing him to distribute it throughout the campsite to keep the men safe. Sudden footsteps crunch on the forest floor, signaling the arrival of someone of high rank. Prince Xuanling appears from the shadows, demanding an explanation for the gathering in the middle of the night. The doctor quickly briefs the prince, crediting the miraculous recovery of the men to advisor Goodman's medical expertise. Xuanling fixes his gaze on the disguised princess, his expression unreadable as he acknowledges her new professional title. Ning Yi offers a humble smile and waves her hands, insisting she was simply fulfilling her technical duties as a medic. The prince remains focused on her, asking if she has finally finished her medical responsibilities for the evening. She signals to the doctor that he can handle the remaining recovery steps while she attends to the prince's inquiry. Xuanling commands her to join him for a walk to discuss camp matters, leading the way as she follows behind. As they walk, Xuanling gestures toward the supplies, questioning the specific nature of the powder she distributed to the troops. Keeping her voice steady, she explains that it is a preventative, anti-venom treatment designed for the safety of the camp. The prince suddenly halts his stride, his boots clicking firmly against the forest path. Ning Yi spins a story about seeing a snake earlier, hoping her quick thinking will satisfy his suspicions about her foresight. Xuanling looks away, hiding a knowing look as he realizes how carefully she is guarding her true identity and secrets. Behind his back, Ning Yi breaks into a nervous sweat, praying that her explanation was convincing enough to maintain her cover. Xuanling warns her that they are approaching dangerous territory and tells her to stay safe, leaving her momentarily stunned by his professional concern. Feeling the weight of the conversation, the prince clears his throat and abruptly dismisses her to return to her tent. Ning Yi watches him walk off into the night, a small, triumphant smile playing on her lips as she realizes she has earned his trust. The army marches deep into a narrow, treacherous mountain valley. Ning Yi trembles, her mind racing with a chilling premonition from the original story. She recalls the text describing a sudden, violent deluge washing down these very slopes. The vision of a catastrophic mudslide burying the entire battalion haunts her. Panicked, Panicked, she abruptly yanks her horse to a halt. Xuanling pulls up, demanding to know why she's stalling the march. She warns him that the dark clouds and barren terrain spell certain disaster if it rains. The prince narrows his eyes, skeptical of her mysterious insight. Thunder suddenly cracks across the sky, echoing her warning. Heavy, gray clouds instantly swallow the mountain peak. A freezing downpour begins to drench the rocky pass. Ning Yi watches the rain, her fears manifesting in real time. Dr. Zhang Lei urges the prince to speed through the pass to seek cover. Xuanling remains stoic, weighing the conflicting advice of his experts. Zhang Lei turns on Ning Yi, mocking her supposed medical expertise. He sneers, accusing her of being a spy leading them into a trap. Ning Yi fires back, refusing to let him divide the camp with lies. Xuanling shuts the argument down, declaring his absolute trust in her. He reminds them that a spy would never have saved the poisoned troops. Ning Yi looks on, grateful for the prince's unexpected support. The rest of the medical staff rallies, pledging their lives to protect her. Trusting her gut, Xuanling orders the entire army to halt and scout ahead. A scout rushes back with grim news. A massive landslide has obliterated the path. Safe from the debris, Ning Yi offers the prince shelter under her umbrella. Xuanling commands a full retreat to a secure campsite. The battalion settles into their tents as night falls over the valley. Ning Yi works tirelessly, serving medicinal soup to ward off the cold. A grateful soldier thanks her for saving their lives yet again. The men raise their bowls high, cheering for their prince and his brilliant medic. Ning Yi beams, knowing she's finally earned the army's unwavering respect. Zhang Lei lurks in the shadows, seething over his rival's rising fame. Ning Yi enters the tent with a medicinal broth to ward off the chill. She refuses to take no for an answer, demanding he drink it for his health. Realizing the brew is bitter, she prepares to coax the stubborn prince. She promises sweets as a reward if he finishes every last drop. Xuanling finds himself strangely compelled to follow her instructions. Ning Yi cheers him on, counting down each medicinal spoonful. The bitter tonic is dutifully consumed under her watchful eye. Ning Yi suddenly feels ridiculous for treating a warrior like a toddler. Xuanling takes charge and drains the rest of the bowl himself. He questions her motives, but she deflects by citing his royal importance. The prince leans in close, testing the sincerity of her devotion. His piercing gaze searches hers for any sign of hidden deception. Overwhelmed by his sudden proximity, Ning Yi begins to lose her footing. She stumbles backward, completely losing her balance in the moment. Xuanling lunges forward to stop her from hitting the floor. His fingers narrowly miss her sleeve as she continues to tumble. An awkward silence fills the room as Ning Yi lands flat on her face. A messenger suddenly bursts through the tent flaps with dire news. He reports that a flood-triggered landslide is burying local villagers. Xuanling commands his elite squad to prepare for an immediate rescue. He bids Ning Yi stay safe while he departs for the mountain. The prince marches out, his red cape billowing in the wind. Dusk falls over the treacherous peaks as the mission begins. Back at camp, disgruntled soldiers complain about missing the glory. Zhang Lei probes for details on the high-profile rescue mission. The troops explain that only the inner circle gets the chance for promotion. Zhang Lei's resentment grows as he feels sidelined by the hierarchy. He seethes with anger, labeling the commanders as selfish and biased. Zhang Lei wears a sinister smirk, plotting to turn the soldiers' resentment against the prince. Sensing the brewing malice, Ning Yi watches him closely, determined not to let his schemes succeed. She steps forward boldly, accusing him of treason and spreading discord that could lead to his execution. Zhang Lei scoffs, dismissing her warning as nothing more than personal bias toward the commander. Ning Yi's eyes widen in disbelief at his sheer audacity and baseless claims. She narrows the gap between them, demanding to know how he could possibly judge the prince's actions from afar. With a sharp bang on the table, she asks why a man so concerned for the people didn't join the rescue himself. She doubles down, warning him that his attempt to shake the army's morale will be reported immediately. Panicked and sweating, Zhang Lei realizes he must shift the focus before he gets himself killed. He tries to play it cool, challenging her to a medical knowledge duel to settle their dispute professionally. Behind a smug grin, he celebrates how easily he's managed to distract her from his true intentions. Ning Yi remains wary, wondering if this contest is merely a cover for a more dangerous plot against the prince. Blank sheets of paper are laid out, ready to record their expertise in medicinal materials. The silence of the tent is broken only by the rhythmic scratching of their brushes as the competition begins. Both healers are locked in a battle of wits, each determined to prove their superior knowledge. Ning Yi channels her inner focus, her brush flying across the paper with incredible speed. She sets her brush down with a confident smile, finishing her list well ahead of her opponent. Zhang Lei stares in disbelief, accusing her of simply making up herb names to fill the page. A neutral doctor steps into the tent, offering to serve as an impartial judge for their contest. Realizing he has no other choice, Zhang Lei reluctantly agrees to the third party's evaluation. After reviewing the lists, the judge declares Ning Yi the undisputed winner for her perfect accuracy. Ning Yi stands tall, her victory proving that her skills are far beyond Zhang Lei's reach. She demands he admit his defeat, and a frustrated Zhang Lei finally bows his head in submission. She takes a moment to consider what favor she should claim from the man who tried to undermine her. Her thoughts immediately shift to the prince's safety as she asks the doctor if the rescue team has returned. Upon hearing he's back, she dashes off with a skip in her step to prepare a much-needed breakfast for him. Ning Yi enters the room with a warm smile, carrying a tray of steaming food for the returning prince. Xuanling remains seated, questioning if she's here to offer genuine care, or if she's simply caused more trouble in his absence. The accusation catches Ning Yi off guard, her expression shifting into a look of pure disbelief. Shifting to a more serious tone, she leans in close to whisper her suspicions regarding Zhang Lai's true loyalties. Xuanling's gaze intensifies as he asks for the reasoning behind such a heavy accusation against a medic. She meticulously places the breakfast tray onto the table to focus entirely on the conversation. Ning Yi explains that Zhang Lai's constant attempts to sabotage morale make him a prime candidate for a spy. Xuanling clears his throat, acknowledging that her tactical observation actually carries a lot of weight. With a firm nod, Ning Yi urges him to remain vigilant against any potential internal threats. However, her intense proximity makes it nearly impossible for the prince to actually start his meal. Realizing she's hovering, Ning Yi quickly backs away, telling him to enjoy the food while she handles her own business. As she disappears through the doorway, Xuanling watches her retreating figure with a sense of growing curiosity. He resolves that he must uncover the hidden truth behind Ning Yi's uncanny ability to predict danger. Thinking she's alone, Ning Yi cautiously peeks through the tent flaps to ensure no one is watching her departure. She breaks into a run across the camp, clutching a small bundle tightly against her side. Reaching the edge of the woods, she stops to scan the perimeter one last time for any tailing guards. Unbeknownst to her, Xuanling is observing from the shadows, certain that her strange behavior leads to a major secret. She finally arrives at a secluded brook, pleased to find the water clear and the location perfectly hidden. Ning Yi sets her supplies down on the grassy bank, ready to begin her personal hygiene routine. She carefully tests the temperature of the running water with her feet, enjoying the refreshing sensation. Finding the spot ideal, she begins to wash up, taking advantage of the rare moment of privacy. She meticulously rinses the dirt of the journey from her hair, maintaining a professional focus on her task. Cupping the cool water in her hands, she splashes her face to wash away the stress of the recent medical duel. A look of pure relief washes over her as she enjoys the simple luxury of the hidden stream. From his vantage point, Xuanling's eyes widen as the reality of her suspicious trip sets in. He realizes with a start that her grand secret was nothing more than a need for a secluded bath. The prince feels a sudden jolt of surprise at the unexpected innocence of the situation. In his momentary distraction, he accidentally steps on a dry branch, creating a sharp snapping sound. Ning Yi instantly freezes, splashing into the water as she frantically searches the woods for the source of the noise. A sudden movement in the nearby brush serves as a lucky distraction for the hidden observer. Xuanling quickly retreats further into the foliage, his sleeve snagging on the rough bark of a tree as he makes his escape. A wild rabbit darts through the lush undergrowth, providing the perfect excuse for the prince's clumsy retreat from the brook. Xuanling leans against a tree, his heart racing as he realizes how close he came to being caught spying on the princess. Meanwhile, Ning Yi emerges from the woods with a prize catch in hand, looking satisfied with her successful hunt. She proudly presents the rabbit to Dr. Liu, eager to break the monotony of their meager rations with a proper meal. Her expression shifts to one of medical concern as she learns the prince is suffering from internal heat and exhaustion. A mischievous grin spreads across her face when she realizes this means more delicious meat for herself while the prince recovers. Dr. Liu meticulously prepares the necessary medicine, setting out the vials for the prince's daily regimen. The doctor approaches Xuanling to tend to a fresh wound on his hand, but the prince has other ideas. Xuanling maintains a cold, distant gaze as he insists that only his young apprentice, Goodman, should be the one to treat him. Ning Yi looks up in surprise, her ears ringing at the sudden summons to attend to the prince's side. Dr. Liu gestures toward the royal tent, instructing his apprentice to take over the medical duties immediately. Panic flashes in Ning Yi's eyes as she bolts upright, her mind racing with the worst-case scenarios for the prince's injury. The doctor tries to downplay the situation, explaining that the prince merely suffered a few minor scrapes from some branches. Refusing to take any chances, Ning Yi grabs the doctor's arm and insists that even a small scratch can turn deadly if left untreated. She vanishes in a literal cloud of dust, sprinting toward the prince with an intensity that leaves the doctor speechless. The prince's hand is indeed marked with angry red gashes, a painful souvenir from his frantic escape through the brush. Ning Yi arrives on the scene with her medical kit in tow, her face a mask of professional determination and worry. She carefully begins to clean the abrasions, while the prince clears his throat, clearly embarrassed by his own carelessness. As she works, Ning Yi reminds herself that she must keep him healthy, as her own fate is tied directly to his well-being. Xuanling finds himself staring intently at his medic, struck by a sudden realization of her natural grace. Ning Yi remains completely absorbed in her task, maintaining a strictly professional focus on the bandaging. Xuanling catches himself and mentally commands his wandering thoughts to focus strictly on the medical procedure at hand. Ning Yi glances up, her sharp eyes searching for any sign of hidden pain or lingering infection. The prince adopts a serious, regal expression to mask the growing tension between them during the session. Horrified by her own wandering thoughts, Ning Yi's inner consciousness practically bounces away from the idea of finding the prince handsome. She lets out a nervous, forced laugh to break the heavy silence as she finishes applying the cooling ointment. Xuanling offers a rare, soft smile of genuine gratitude that catches her completely off guard. Her heart hammers against her ribs as a deep blush floods her cheeks, betraying her outward composure. She hastily hands over the cup of medicine, her fingers trembling slightly as she completes the treatment. Unable to handle the atmosphere for another second, she gathers her medical bag and makes a frantic, ungraceful exit. Xuanling rests deeply within the quiet confines of his private quarters. His expression remains serene as he drifts further into a deep slumber. Suddenly, he finds himself in a strange, ethereal space filled with flowing red silk and asks where he is. His eyes dart around, trying to make sense of this vivid and unexpected vision. From behind the layers of fabric, a familiar face appears with a warm, welcoming smile. He tries to say her name, but a finger is pressed to his lips to signal for silence. She leans her head against his chest, catching him completely off guard. A faint blush creeps across his face as he processes the intensity of the encounter. Suddenly, she pounces forward, causing the entire vision to blur into chaos. Xuanling jolts awake in a cold sweat, his heart racing as the dream vanishes instantly. He sits upright in his bed, looking around the empty room to ground himself in reality. Overwhelmed by the lingering memories of the dream, he covers his face in sheer embarrassment. Outside the tent, Ning Yi arrives with a tray of roasted rabbit, only to be met with a sharp command to stay back. Still reeling from his thoughts, Xuanling hides behind the curtains to avoid being seen in his flustered state. Ning Yi stands there baffled, wondering why her offer of a hot meal was met with such a cold rejection. He wipes the perspiration from his brow, relieved that he managed to maintain his privacy just in time. Seeking a way to clear his head, he reaches out to test the temperature of a nearby water basin. He stands before the large wooden tub, determined to use a cold bath to regain his composure. He begins to shed his heavy outer layers to prepare for the technical process of his evening hygiene routine. He lowers himself into the tub, focusing on the sensory shock of the water to steady his mind. A sharp shiver runs through his body as he tells himself the freezing temperature is exactly what he needs to calm down. Under the glow of the night moon, news of the prince's health begins to spread through the camp. Ning Yi is visibly stunned when she hears reports that the prince has suddenly fallen ill. She questions the guards nearby, learning that his late-night bath has resulted in a serious cold. As she rushes to check on her patient, a firm hand catches her sleeve to stop her progress. The guard explains that His Highness has issued a strict order that no one is to disturb him for the rest of the night. With the march to Taikang City looming, Ning Yi listens intently as the soldiers discuss the dangerous bandits entrenched in the nearby mountains. Determined to keep Xuanling healthy for the journey, she carefully navigates the dark camp while carrying a warm meal. She knows his pride might be his downfall, so she resolves to make sure he eats despite his stubborn refusal to see her. As she nears the supply area, a sudden, suspicious rustle from behind the tent stops her in her tracks. Ning Yi clutches the tray tightly, her eyes narrowing as she realizes someone is lurking where they shouldn't be. Moving with silent precision, she creeps closer to the shadows to get a better look at the intruder. To her horror, she spots Zhang Lei, the suspected spy, acting incredibly suspicious near the army's food stores. She watches from the darkness as he reaches into his robes and pulls out a mysterious white packet. Her suspicion turns to anger as she realizes the traitor is finally making a move to sabotage the entire unit. Realizing she is no match for him in a physical confrontation, she quickly thinks of a way to scare him off without revealing her identity. Using a disguised, authoritative voice, she shouts that the commander has sent to fetch more food, making it sound like a group is approaching. The trick works perfectly, sending a panicked Zhang Lei scurrying away and spilling his hidden powder in the process. Ning Yi watches the coward retreat into the night, satisfied that her quick thinking prevented a disaster. She reaches down to inspect the residue left behind on the supply sacks. Examining the powder, she confirms her fears. It's a potent laxative intended to drain the army's strength before the big fight. Miles away in the Crown Prince's mansion, a messenger arrives with a secret update on the ongoing sabotage mission. The Crown Prince scans the letter, his face darkening as he reads about the repeated failures to eliminate his rival. In a fit of cold fury, he slams the report down, enraged that a simple advisor has managed to protect Xuanling twice now. His subordinate bows low, trembling under the weight of the prince's murderous intent. The prince issues a chilling ultimatum. If Xuanling survives the bandits in Taikang City, he must be finished off there regardless of the cost. Stepping out onto his balcony under the crescent moon, the Crown Prince turns his attention toward his missing sister. He listens as his informant explains that Princess Ning Yi was last seen heading toward a remote nunnery weeks ago. Back at the military camp, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the forest as Ning Yi searches for the prince. She finally finds him standing alone in the moonlight, her breath coming in heavy gasps as she presents the food tray once more. Xuanling turns toward her, his piercing gaze softened only slightly by the exhaustion of his secret illness. In a brief moment of hope, Ning Yi imagines herself as a dedicated caretaker, ensuring he stays strong for the battle ahead. However, reality hits hard when Xuanling coldly pushes the tray away, refusing to accept any help from her. He stands tall and distant, using his stoic commander persona to hide the embarrassment of his condition. Ning Yi's confidence falters as she struggles to understand why he is being so incredibly difficult. Her expression shifts to one of deep concern, wondering how he expects to survive a mountain ambush in this state. She pleads with him to reconsider, her eyes searching his for any sign of the man who saved her. But Xuanling remains guarded, silently questioning if her persistence is a sign of care or a hidden attempt to uncover his military strategy. Ning Yi looks up with a glimmer of hope, offering her medical expertise to help the ailing prince. Xuanling decides to infiltrate the city as a trade caravan, ordering her to come along so he can keep a watchful eye on her. Thrilled to be useful, Ning Yi beams with a wide smile and accepts the mission immediately. Under the shroud of night, a heavy wooden door creaks open, revealing a pitch-black interior. The streets of Taikang City are eerily silent, devoid of any movement or life. Inside a dark inn, Ning Yi holds a single candle high while Xuanling scans the shadows for any sign of an ambush. Xuanling questions her sudden suspicion, wondering why she's so sure bandits have occupied the building. Internally, Ning Yi panics, realizing she can't exactly admit she knows the plot because she's read the novel. Xuanling narrows his eyes, his sharp gaze cutting through her nervous expression. Suddenly, he pulls her close and blows out the candle, plunging them into total darkness for concealment. Her heart pounds as he whispers for her to hold tight, focusing his senses on the movement nearby. Down the hall, a group of armed bandits gathers, plotting to eliminate their targets on the boss's orders. One bandit cautiously pushes a door open with his blade, ready to strike anything that moves. Xuanling's eyes flash with a lethal intensity as he prepares to neutralize the threat. Once the chaos subsides, Ning Yi looks up, shakily asking if the encounter is finally over. Xuanling offers a nod of approval, noting that her discipline in staying still allowed him to focus on the combat. An officer bursts into the room with a lantern, reporting that they have successfully apprehended the gangster boss. The bright light catches the duo mid-briefing, surprising them both. The officer's face pales as he frantically promises to keep their professional arrangement hidden from others. Jumping to a wild conclusion about their relationship, the man sprints away in a cloud of dust. Ning Yi is left frozen in shock, her eyes wide at the massive misunderstanding. She reaches out a hand, desperate to clear the air before the rumors spread. She screams for him to return, begging for a chance to explain the innocent reality of the situation. Watching her frantic reaction, Xuanling struggles to hold back his amusement at the chaotic turn of events. Ning Yi sighs in defeat, worried that the deputy commander's honesty will lead to a total misunderstanding of their teamwork. Xuanling maintains his composure, suggesting they move on and interrogate the captured leader. Resigned to the situation, Ning Yi picks up the lantern and follows him out into the hallway. Inside the dimly lit room, Xuanling and Ning Yi tower over their bound captive, preparing for a high-stakes interrogation. Xuanling's gaze is like ice as he demands to know if the bandit boss has anything left to say for himself. Defiant even in chains, the captive leader Wang Biao admits his defeat, but warns that no amount of threats will break his silence. Ning Yi loses her patience and delivers a swift blow to the captive's head, forcing him into a submissive kowtow. The bandit erupts in fury, accusing Ning Yi of only acting tough because she has her powerful protector backing her up. Shocked by the sudden and awkward romantic rumor, Ning Yi can only stare in disbelief at the bandit's wild misunderstanding. Ignoring the petty gossip, Xuanling's expression hardens as he orders the criminal to spill everything he knows about the bandit factions. Ning Yi takes a fearful step back, witnessing the terrifying ruthlessness Xuanling displays when dealing with his enemies. Bleeding and broken, Wang Biao finally cracks, revealing the power struggle between the rival bandit leaders, Jiang Wudao and Zhang Shuang. Xuanling stands tall, realizing they must move quickly before the enemy realizes their position has been compromised. With a final, cold warning, Xuanling prepares to depart, leaving a message of certain doom for the bandit leader's associates. As they exit the room, Ning Yi glances back at the defeated man, the weight of the coming conflict settling over them. Back at the command center, Xuanling meticulously reviews the intelligence reports, realizing the bandit threat is far more complex than anticipated. Ning Yi enters the strategy room with a focused expression, ready to offer a potential technical breakthrough for their mission. She reaches out to grab a specific set of records, her sharp eyes having spotted a crucial detail hidden in the logistics. Pointing to the ledger, she explains that the unusual gifts for women and children could be the key to finding the enemy's weakness. Xuanling listens intently as Ning Yi suggests that these hidden family members might be the breakthrough they desperately need. Internally, Ning Yi relies on her knowledge of the original plot to steer the investigation toward the bandit leader's secret life. Taking immediate action, Xuanling orders his soldiers to scour the nearby villages for any sign of Jiang Wudao's hidden wife and son. Ning Yi leans in to examine the maps, insisting that she join the search efforts to ensure no vital clues are overlooked. Misinterpreting her eagerness, Xuanling asks if she is simply homesick and offers to send her back to the capital for the upcoming festival. Ning Yi is internally horrified by the suggestion, knowing she must avoid the capital's social traps at all costs. She declares her absolute commitment to the professional mission, refusing to leave until the bandits are brought to justice. Xuanling gazes at Ning Yi, genuinely impressed by her unwavering commitment to the mission over her own comfort. Taken aback by his sudden praise, Ning Yi can only offer a flustered reaction as she tries to keep her composure. The prince leans back, questioning if her refusal to leave is driven by a hidden fear of facing her past at the capital. Under the cold glow of a crescent moon, an urgent shout from a soldier breaks the silence of the night camp. The soldiers march forward, presenting their high-value prizes. The wife and young son of the bandit leader, Jiang Wudao. Ning Yi stands silently beside Xuanling, observing the dignified woman who has just been brought into their custody. Identifying herself as Chen Lian, the woman keeps her head held high, demanding they deal with her directly rather than her child. Xuanling maintains a cool professional demeanor, ordering his men to ensure the prisoners are treated with proper respect. Though puzzled by the order to treat bandits with kindness, the deputy commander promptly salutes and carries out his duty. Ning Yi watches the prince's tactical decisions, realizing that beneath his stern exterior lies a man who refuses to harm the innocent. Miles away at the bandit stronghold, Jiang Wudao slams his blade down in a fit of rage after learning of his family's capture. Seeing an opportunity, a scarred subordinate leans in with a sinister grin, ready to whisper a devious strategy into his boss's ear. He suggests a daring trade, targeting the prince's close companion as the perfect leverage to get the family back. With a dark, knowing look, the bandit plots their next move, certain that his plan will cripple the prince's resolve. Back at the camp, Ning Yi focuses all her medical expertise on the bandit's son, who has suddenly collapsed. Chen Lian watches with a heart full of dread, her eyes fixed on her frail child as he fights for every breath. Placing a reassuring hand on the mother's arm, Ning Yi confirms that the boy's condition has been stabilized for the moment. Stepping away from the medical tent, the young doctor prepares to deliver the grim news to the waiting prince. Xuanling meets her outside, his face hardening as he learns the boy suffers from a chronic, incurable heart defect. The prince's frustration boils over as he demands to know why the boy's health took such a sudden, violent turn. Emerging from the shadows of the tent, Chen Lian appears weary, the weight of her family's sins finally taking their toll. Intrigued by the woman's grace, Ning Yi asks the burning question of how someone so refined ended up married to a criminal. Sensing the weight of the topic, Ning Yi quickly offers the woman a chance to keep her secrets if the memory is too painful. Chen Lian's mind drifts back to a simpler time when her husband was just a kind woodcutter dreaming of a peaceful life. But the harsh reality of crushing taxes and a failing father soon pushed the desperate man to his breaking point. The final straw snapped when corrupt officials tried to drag Chen Lian away, forcing Jiang to draw blood to protect his home. With no other choice left to them, the couple fled into the mountains, trading their honest lives for the path of the outlaw. Over the years, the man she loved transformed into a monster, his bitterness driving a wedge between him and his wife. A faint, tragic smile touches Chen Lian's lips as she finishes recounting the downfall of the man she once knew. Ning Yi looks on with deep empathy, understanding that even the most feared dragons were often once victims of the world's cruelty. Desperate to save her son's future, Chen Lian pleads for mercy, offering to go to the mountain and convince her husband to end the war. Recognizing the sincerity in her request, Xuanling gives his word, agreeing to this final chance for a peaceful resolution. Chen Lian bows her head in profound gratitude, begging Ning Yi to spare no effort in saving her son's life. Looking down at her sleeping child, Chen Lian knows she must finally force her husband to face the harsh reality of their situation. Back at the Ping Mountain stronghold, a stunned Jiang Wudao can't believe his wife has actually returned from the prince's clutches. Chen Lian keeps her composure, requesting a private moment to speak with her husband alone. She begins to gently comb his hair, reminiscing about the simple life they haven't shared in far too long. As the comb slides through his hair, she pleads with him to abandon his life as a bandit for the sake of their family. Jiang Wudao's suspicion flares up, accusing Xuanling of using their son as a hostage to force this negotiation. Chen Lian speaks of their son's dreams for a peaceful future, her voice filled with a heartbreaking sense of finality. Hidden within the folds of her sleeve, she tightly grips a sharp dagger, ready to end their suffering. In a sudden, violent embrace, she plunges the blade into her husband, determined to stop him before he loses everything. The couple collapses to the floor together, their blood pooling as the cycle of violence finally comes to a halt. Gasping her final breaths, Chen Lian cradles his head, promising him that they will face the afterlife together. Outside the royal tent, a soldier arrives with urgent news regarding the fate of the bandit stronghold. The messenger reports to Prince Xuanling that Jiang Wudao and his wife have committed suicide, effectively ending the rebellion. Ning Yi stares off into the distance, mourning the woman who chose death alongside her husband over a life of dishonor. Xuanling remains stoic, acknowledging that the tragic path they took was ultimately Chen Lian's own choice. Trying to lighten the heavy mood, the prince jokes that Ning Yi's reputation among the troops is starting to rival his own. His His expression turns serious as he warns her that her rising influence has made her a target for those who envy her. Ning Yi immediately realizes that Zhang Lei is the one poisoning the camp with his malicious rumors. Fueled by righteous indignation, she storms out of the tent to confront the slanderer head-on. She follows the sound of rowdy laughter to a group of soldiers gossiping about her private affairs. Zhang Lei stands at the center of the crowd, smugly fanning the flames of his latest lie. Ning Yi makes a dramatic entrance, catching the coward right in the middle of his shameful performance. Caught off guard, Zhang Lei tries to act nonchalant, waving off his insults as if they were a mere joke. Ning Yi doesn't back down, stepping into his space to remind him that he still owes her for a previous wager. The smug look vanishes from Zhang Lei's face, replaced by a cold sweat as he realizes he's trapped. With a chillingly sweet smile, Ning Yi orders him to spend the next 10 days cleaning the camp's waste to settle his debt. The surrounding soldiers erupt in mocking laughter, thoroughly enjoying the sight of the arrogant Zhang Lei being humbled. Trembling with rage, Zhang Lei tries to deflect the humiliation by hurling more desperate insults at her character. Ning Yi takes another bold step forward, challenging him to uphold his word like an honest man or admit he's a fraud. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, Zhang Lei is forced to accept the disgusting punishment. She gives him one final, piercing glare, letting him know that she will be watching his every move from now on. Raising her voice for all to hear, she warns the camp that any further rumors will result in her refusing to treat them. As night falls over the quiet camp, the atmosphere remains tense despite the day's small victory. Ning Yi confesses to Xuanling that while Zhang Lei is clearly a snake, she lacks the solid proof needed to remove him. Xuanling watches her with an amused glint in his eye, finding her clever way of handling the situation quite entertaining. Ning Yi gives a playful, confident salute, assuring the prince that she has the situation under complete control. Soldiers arrive with a steaming tub of water, informing Ning Yi that the prince has personally arranged for her comfort. Overwhelmed by this rare show of kindness, the young medic sheds tears of gratitude and swears her undying loyalty to the prince. She bids the men farewell as they exit the tent, finally having a moment peace to herself. Later, Xuanling lays out the tactical map, explaining that while one bandit camp is down, the threat at Taiguang Mountain still looms. A confident smirk plays on the prince's lips as he reveals his plan to use a passing caravan as bait. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues as the trap is set. An unsuspecting merchant caravan wins its way through the narrow mountain pass. High above in the dense brush, a pair of predatory eyes watches their every move. The bandits ignore the warnings of recent military crackdowns, fueled by greed and the promise of easy gold. With a blood-curdling roar, the outlaws charge down the slope to ambush their prey. Steel rings out as the bandits surround the wagons, trapping the terrified travelers in a circle of blades. The bandit leader boasts of his easy victory, laughing at the perceived helplessness of his victims. The merchants collapse in terror, begging for their lives as cold steel is pressed against their throats. In a flash of motion, a hidden warrior erupts from the carriage, his blade clashing against the leader's weapon with a violent spark. The bandits reel back in total shock as their easy targets reveal themselves to be elite soldiers. Xuanling's gaze is razor-sharp, his trap having been sprung with lethal precision. Hidden troops burst from their cover, swarming the battlefield to overwhelm the outlaws. The tables are completely turned as spears hem the bandits in, leaving them no room for escape. Standing over the kneeling leader, the prince coldly reminds him that deception is the heart of warfare. Ning Yi steps forward to deliver a verbal lashing, mocking the bandits for their cowardice. She points an accusing finger, stripping away the leader's pride by branding him a common loser. Watching her fire back at the criminals, Xuanling finds himself increasingly intrigued by her unladylike but fierce spirit. He watches her stand her ground, silently acknowledging that her bold personality is quite endearing. Grateful for the rescue, the merchants immediately offer a generous donation to support the prince's campaign. Maintaining a strictly professional focus, the prince declines the payment, insisting his only goal is regional security. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yi proposes a high-stakes wager of 1,000 gold taels on the prince's eventual victory. The merchants agree to the bet, setting the stage for a massive payout if the army succeeds. Internally, Ning Yi celebrates the easy money she'll use to stock up on rare and expensive medicinal herbs. She encourages the prince with a bright smile, assuring him that taking down the remaining bandits will be effortless for him. Despite himself, the prince is visibly flustered by her praise, clearing his throat to hide his satisfaction. As the conversation shifts, Ning Yi excitedly mentions the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival and her plans to celebrate. Xuanling masks his interest by turning away, claiming his military duties leave no room for such festivities. Inside the Grand Imperial Palace, a prince presents a magnificent painting to the emperor to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Though he appreciates the art, the emperor's mind wanders to the south, worrying about Xuanling's safety during this time of family togetherness. Suddenly, a messenger bursts into the hall with urgent news, announcing that Prince Ning has successfully crushed the bandits of Ping Mountain. Beaming with pride, the emperor declares that his son's bravery must be shared with everyone in the capital. However, in the shadows of the court, a rival prince seethes with rage, realizing his pawn Zhang Lai failed while Xuanling stole the spotlight. Scanning the report further, the Emperor's curiosity is piqued by the mention of a mysterious figure named Mr. Goodman. An official clarifies that this advisor is actually a miracle-working doctor who was vital to Xuanling's success. Impressed by the doctor's skills, another official suggests that the Emperor should grant him a prestigious title within the Imperial medical staff. The Emperor lets out a hearty laugh, deciding he will let the gifted doctor choose his own reward once he returns to the capital. Watching the celebration, the jealous prince narrows his eyes, coldly plotting to ensure this new advisor never survives the journey home. Meanwhile, at the Taiguang Mountain stronghold, the bandit leader Zhang Hu is absolutely livid that his subordinate Hong was foolish enough to get captured. Slamming his fist down, Zhang Hu realizes the prince is far more dangerous than expected and orders his men to hold their position at the bluff. He commands his scouts to stop all outside activities and focus entirely on guarding their mountain defenses to prevent any further losses. Despite his orders, a cold sweat breaks across Zhang Hu's face as a deep sense of dread washes over him. Back at the military camp, Xuanling dons his golden armor, determined to scout the mountain bluff alone, to find a way through the enemy's terrain. His loyal soldiers immediately object, fearing for their commander's life on such a risky solo reconnaissance mission. Ning Yi interjects with even more urgency, knowing from the original story that Xuanling is walking straight into a fatal trap. Xuanling stops and looks at her with confusion, wondering why his advisor is suddenly so panicked about his plan. Struggling to hide her knowledge of the future, Ning Yi claims that their previous disguises make a solo mission too dangerous for him to handle alone. Xuanling confidently pulls out a set of forged documents, explaining he has already prepared a perfect cover story to bypass any guards. Refusing to let him go unprotected, Ning Yi argues that her expert knowledge of medicines and toxins is essential for the mission's success. Realizing he can't sway her, Xuanling agrees to let her come along, provided she stays strictly by his side at all times. He then orders his general to find a body double to maintain the illusion that the prince is still present in the camp. The stealth mission takes a literal turn for the worse when the pair loses their footing and goes tumbling down a steep, grassy slope. After they finally stop rolling, Xuanling immediately checks on Ning Yi to ensure she hasn't been injured in the fall. Ning Yi looks up, embarrassed by her clumsiness and worried that her mistake has slowed down their vital mission. Unbeknownst to them, two bandit scouts are watching from the thicket, debating whether to jump out and rob the two travelers. One bandit stops his partner, noting that since these two men are so handsome, they should capture them for their female boss instead. The other bandit chuckles in agreement, thinking that bringing back such high-quality captives will surely earn them a massive reward. Surrounded by ruthless bandits, Xuanling puts on a desperate act, begging for mercy to maintain their cover. He shoots a sharp, meaningful glance at Ning Yi, signaling her to follow his lead in this dangerous charade. The bandits scoff at the meager 10 taels of silver they find, mocking the duo's apparent poverty. One thug laughs, taunting the pair by suggesting their only value lies in using their handsome faces to seduce rich ladies. Xuanling suddenly erupts with dramatic passion, shouting about a scholar's pride and independence to further sell his role. The bandit reacts with visible annoyance, shouting back at the supposedly defiant student to stay in his place. Ning Yi watches the performance in total awe, stunned by how convincingly Xuanling is playing his part. The atmosphere shifts as Zhang Xian, the daughter of the bandit chief, makes a bold and confident entrance. Xuanling looks up, warily assessing the new threat as she approaches them with an air of authority. Xian walks right up to Xuanling, bluntly appraising his appearance and declaring him quite handsome. Xuanling keeps his composure, maintaining his disguise while the bandit leader's daughter scrutinizes him. She then turns her attention to Ning Yi, noting that while the boy looks decent, he appears a bit too frail. With a triumphant grin, Xian announces that she will hold a wedding ceremony for them this very day. Ning Yi is left speechless, realizing with a start that the bandit girl intends to take both of them. The situation escalates when the bandit chief, Zhang Lai, arrives to scold his daughter for her impulsive behavior. Zhang Lai fixes the pair with an intense, piercing stare, demanding to know their true origins. Xuanling quickly presents their official travel documents, pleading that they are merely students on their way to an exam. The chief examines the papers closely, though his deep-seated suspicion remains clearly visible on his face. Without warning, he tears the documents to pieces, deciding that they won't be leaving the mountain anytime soon. Zhang Lei's focus then shifts to Ning Yi, sensing that something is not quite right with the student in blue. He leans in with a focused sniff, using his sharp senses to investigate the truth behind the disguise. The chief exposes Ning Yi's true identity as a woman, leaving her stunned and vulnerable before the crowd. Thinking fast, Ning Yi weaves a tragic tale of fulfilling her late father's wish by living as a son. Zhang Lai isn't bothered by the deception, instead boasting that she will make a perfect wife for himself. The entire bandit camp erupts into a raucous celebration over the sudden double wedding announcement. As night falls, the quiet of the forest masks the tension brewing within the bandit stronghold. Inside the room, Xian expects the student to comply with the evening's tradition, unaware of the prince's true capabilities. In a split second, Xuanling strikes a precise pressure point on her neck to neutralize the threat. He catches her falling form, his scholarly facade vanishing as his true, commanding aura returns. With Jian out of the way, Xuanling turns his gaze toward the exit, his mind solely focused on rescuing Ning Yi. In the other room, Zhang Lei approaches the door with anticipation, ready to face his new bride. Ning Yi springs into action the moment he enters, using her veil as a tactical distraction to gain the upper hand. The bandit chief hits the floor with a heavy thud, completely neutralized. Ning Yi delivers a final kick for good measure, mocking the man's delusional hopes of marrying her. A sudden creak at the door catches her off guard, signaling an unexpected visitor. She clenches her fists, prepared to strike down anyone who dares to interfere with their escape. As the door swings open, Ning Yi lunges forward with all her strength to catch the intruder by surprise. Her wrist is caught in a firm, unbreakable grip before she can land a single blow. Xuanling pulls her into a protective hold, signaling for her to remain silent as he reveals himself as her rescuer. He releases his grip and warns her to lower her voice to avoid alerting the guards outside. Drawing near, the prince admits he couldn't leave her to face the dangerous bandit chief alone. Ning Yi gazes at him with wide, appreciative eyes, touched by his genuine concern for her safety. Suddenly, a secret guard appears to report that the knockout drug has successfully neutralized the entire bandit camp. Xuanling commands his hidden forces at the mountain's base to move in and secure the area immediately. Ning Yi is left completely stunned, struggling to process the scale of the prince's secret preparations. He explains that his strategic placement of these troops began 5 long years ago. She is awestruck by his foresight, realizing just how calculated and formidable her ally truly is. Xuanling wears a faint, confident smile as he asks her to compare his prowess to that of his rival. She enthusiastically praises him, claiming his rival is mere dust compared to the prince's brilliant light. Shifting to a more serious tone, she affirms her dedication to helping him secure the throne. Xuanling tests the limits of their alliance, asking if she is willing to take the life of his rival personally. He watches her closely, searching for any lingering hesitation or hidden feelings for his enemy. Ning Yi explains her tactical approach, promising to strike a fatal blow when the target is most vulnerable. The prince stares at her with an intense, searching look, questioning if she is truly committed to such a dark task. Seeing her resolve, he breaks into a triumphant grin, satisfied with her answer. Ning Yi offers a cheerful, innocent smile, relieved that their official partnership is finally solidified. By the next day, Xuanling calmly oversees the transport of the captured bandits while enjoying a cup of tea. Hidden behind the curtains, a pair of vengeful hands tighten around a sharp dagger. The assassin watches the prince from the shadows, waiting for the perfect opening to strike. Driven by desperation to save her father, the rogue bandit prepares for a suicide mission. She draws a hidden blade from her boot, her focus narrowing on her target. With a scream of pure rage, she charges out of the shadows with her weapon raised high. Ning Yi spots the glint of the blade and cries out in shock at the sudden ambush. A hand reaches out in a frantic attempt to pull the intended victim away from the strike. The blade clatters against the floor as Ning Yi rushes forward into the middle of the chaotic fray. Fresh blood begins to drip onto the floorboards, marking a successful hit from the assassin. Xuanling's strength fails him as he collapses, leaving Ning Yi to scream his name in absolute terror. Ning Yi catches the falling Xuanling, her face etched with panic as he collapses into her arms. Soldiers rush forward in a frenzy, shouting in alarm at the sight of their fallen prince. Ning Yi takes command of the chaos, barking orders for medical supplies and immediate transport to a room. The guards scramble to carry Xuanling away, moving with frantic speed to save his life. Zhang Lei sneers with malicious delight, mocking the prince's misfortune despite his own capture. Ning Yi fires back with a piercing, icy glare that demands silence from the gloating bandit. Silenced by her intensity, Zhang Lei can only watch as the group disappears into the distance. Inside the infirmary, Xuanling lies motionless as blood continues to soak through his dark robes. Ning Yi takes a deep, steadying breath, gripping her medical tools as she prepares for the critical procedure. She carefully sterilizes her equipment over a flickering candle flame, focusing her mind on the task. Ning Yi is frozen in shock when Xuanling suddenly grabs her hand, revealing he is far more alert than he appeared. He offers a faint, knowing smile, downplaying the severity of the wound to ease her worry. Placing a finger to his lips, Xuanling whispers that his near-death state is a calculated deception for his enemies. Understanding the weight of his gamble, Ning Yi looks at him with newfound respect for his sheer willpower. Stepping outside with a look of feigned despair, she tells the gathered crowd that his condition is critical and beyond her help. The soldiers are gripped by fear, realizing they must immediately return to the capital for imperial treatment. The military doctor watches from the shadows, his expression unreadable as he plots his next move. He approaches the tent entrance, insisting on performing his own examination of the wounded prince. Ning Yi blocks his path, maintaining a stern professional front to protect the secret of Xuanling's true condition. The doctor tries to manipulate her with feigned concern, claiming he only wants to ensure the prince's well-being. Relenting slightly to maintain the ruse, Ning Yi allows him inside but warns him to remain silent. The doctor leans over the bed, scrutinizing the blood-stained bandages to confirm if the prince is truly incapacitated. He reaches out to check Xuanling's pulse, searching for any sign that the injury is a fabrication. Once he finishes, Ning Yi immediately grabs his arm and hauls him out of the room to prevent further intrusion. Left alone outside, Ning Yi fumes at the suspicious doctor as he walks away with a dismissive grunt. Believing he has the upper hand, the doctor releases a messenger pigeon to inform the rival prince of successful assassination. The bird takes flight across the landscape, carrying a message that will set the next stage of their deadly game into motion. In the dead of night, a loyal soldier strikes with lethal precision, bringing down a fleeing traitor in the dense woods. The cold steel of the blade flashes with a final, decisive gleam, ending the life of the spy who knew too much. With the immediate threat neutralized, the guard prepares to send a message back, launching a carrier pigeon into the night sky to signal their success. High atop a moonlit balcony, the unsuspecting rival prince receives the intercepted bird. His eyes widen with sinister glee as he reads the false report. Believing Xuanling is finally at death's door, he immediately consigns the evidence to the flames, watching the paper curl and blacken over a candle to hide his tracks. A dark grin spreads across his face as he prepares to order a final assassination during the target's journey back to the capital. Back at the camp, the secret guards kneel before Xuanling, reporting that 14 spies have been successfully purged from their ranks. Xuanling's gaze remains sharp and analytical, questioning the persistence of those seeking to dismantle his power. He decides to flip the script, tasking his guards with feeding the remaining enemy networks a steady diet of misinformation while keeping their true identities hidden. The cold moon watches over the silent camp as the hidden war for information intensifies. Under the pale glow of a crescent moon, Ning Yi sits alone by the water, sighing over the weight of her uncertain future. She frets over the system and wonders if the emperor will force her into a marriage she never asked for once she returns home. Her train of thought is suddenly shattered when a familiar voice calls out her title, startling her in the darkness. She finds Xuanling standing right behind her, and she immediately panics, worried that his presence might alert any lingering spies and ruin their plan. Her anxiety melts into a comical relief the moment he confirms that the traitor Zhang Lai has finally been dealt with. However, the atmosphere shifts back to a serious tone as Xuanling steps closer, demanding to know what is truly troubling her. Ning Yi desperately tries to deflect the pressure, reminding him that he needs to prioritize resting his minor wounds over her worries. Xuanling isn't fooled for a second, his expression showing he knows exactly when she's trying to change the subject. He stands over her, questioning how a mere princess could possess such mysterious, prophetic abilities that saved his entire army multiple times. She turns away, offering the weak excuse that she's simply a light sleeper who happens to be observant. With a nervous laugh, she tries to flatter him, hoping to steer the conversation away from the secrets of her past. Xuanling offers a rare, genuine smile, admitting he's fascinated by her and doesn't require her unconditional obedience. The two stand in a tense standoff amidst the silent trees, the air thick with unspoken truths. Ning Yi realizes there's no more running. She has to give him something real if she wants to keep his professional trust. She takes a serious tone, explaining that she originally approached him because she needed a powerful ally to survive the assassination attempts at the mansion. Xuanling listens in contemplative silence, absorbing her confession as the stars twinkle above. To her immense relief, he stops the interrogation there, allowing her a momentary breath of safety from his prying questions. The peace is short-lived as Xuanling drops a bombshell. The emperor has already moved to pair her with Xuan Yu as a couple. Ning Yi's composure completely breaks, her face twisting into a mask of pure frustration and shock at the news. He quickly adds that her father has temporarily blocked the decree, though the emperor hasn't given up on the idea yet. She lets out a massive, visible sigh of relief, feeling like she just dodged a lethal political arrow. Sensing an opportunity, she leans in and asks if he'll protect her from this fate, since she's now serving as his official army advisor. Xuanling gazes at her under the moonlight, acknowledging her help and promising to return the favor now that she's in trouble. The sun begins to set over the dense forest, casting long, ominous shadows across the narrow path. Below, a royal carriage travels under heavy guard, unaware of the lethal eyes watching from the thick brush. Suddenly, a cold blade catches the fading light, signaling the start of a deadly ambush. A projectile strikes the roof of the carriage with a violent crack, sending the horses into a panicked frenzy. Inside the cabin, Xuanling reacts with lightning speed, shielding Ning Yi as a sword pierces through the wooden wall. The forest erupts into absolute chaos as masked assassins swarm the procession, clashing with the prince's elite guards. One assassin lunges forward with a lethal swing, desperate to claim the prince's head in the fray. Xuanling stares down his enemies with cold fury, commanding his men to show no mercy and wipe out every last attacker. Seeing the tide turn against them, the lead assassin realizes they are outmatched and shouts for a desperate retreat. Xuanling barely flinches as he effortlessly evades a final, frantic strike from a fleeing enemy. The carriage frame groans under the pressure as another weapon sinks deep into its structural support. Ning Yi is tossed around the cabin, realizing the plot of this world is far more dangerous than she ever imagined. In a moment of sheer panic, She begins praying to every deity she can think of to spare her life. Xuanling pulls back the curtain, finding his medic trembling in the corner of the wrecked cabin. A playful smirk crosses his face as he teases her for her dramatic and loud display of fear. Ning Yi peers outside, her heart racing as she sees the sheer scale of the destruction left behind. She shouts for him to run, terrified that his proximity to her will lead to his eventual undoing. He remains entirely unfazed, his expression softening as he decides to stand his ground firmly by her side. Frustration boils over as Ning Yi reminds him that his survival is the only way to stop her forced marriage to Xuanyu. A sharp, sickening crack echoes through the air as the damaged carriage finally begins to give way. Ning Yi freezes in shock, realizing they are only seconds away from the entire structure collapsing. The carriage lurches to a final, heavy stop, and Xuanling struggles to maintain his footing amidst the debris. Ning Yi watches him breathlessly, her worry for the prince's safety growing by the second. He manages to step out onto the grass, though his movements are visibly stiff and labored. A sharp grunt of pain escapes his lips as the adrenaline of the battle finally begins to wear off. He leans heavily against the side of the carriage, the physical toll of protecting her becoming visible. Despite his state, he manages a weak joke about the promise she made to worship whoever saved her. Tears well in Ning Yi's eyes as she blames herself for becoming a burden to the man protecting her. Xuanling reaches out to comfort her, insisting that the assassins were coming for his head regardless of her presence. Ning Yi listens intently as he begins to reveal the true, dark motivations of his brother. He explains that this ambush was a calculated move meant to strip him of his military influence and power. He offers a reassuring look, reminding her that they are allies bound together by a common goal. Determined to repay his kindness, Ning Yi supports him as they walk, swearing to use all her medical knowledge to heal his wounds. Inside the medical tent, Ning Yi meticulously bandages Xuanling's leg, warning him that without proper care, he risks losing the limb entirely. Her face beams with a bright, chibi-style smile when he tells her he has absolute faith in her skills. Sensing the tension needs breaking, she tells him to wait because she has prepared a special surprise. With a quick motion, she begins to pull back a dark cloth to reveal her latest invention. She proudly presents a custom-built, luxurious wheelchair designed to keep the prince mobile during his recovery. She demonstrates a hidden mechanism under the armrest, explaining it can fire poisonous mini-arrows if he ever finds himself in danger. Xuanling is genuinely impressed by the craftsmanship, asking if she designed the complex machine all by herself. She sheepishly admits she just remembered the design from some old drawings she saw a long time ago. Xuanling realizes the immense value of the invention, noting it would be perfect for anyone suffering from leg injuries. Ning Yi's eyes instantly turn into sparkling gold coins as she imagines the massive profit she could make by selling the design. He chuckles at her sharp business sense, patting her head and mentioning a friend who could use one, promising to think over the business proposal. The peaceful moment is shattered when a soldier frantically bursts into the tent, shouting that a plague has struck the battalion. Both Ning Yi and Xuanling are frozen in shock as the gravity of the situation sinks in. The soldier kneels, explaining that many men who seem to have simple colds are now suffering from high fevers. Ning Yi immediately takes charge, her expression hardening as she orders the immediate disinfection of the entire camp. She instructs the deputy general to round up everyone with symptoms into a single quarantine tent to prevent the spread. Xuanling looks on with deep concern, urging her to be careful, while she reassures him she knows how to protect herself. Masked up and ready for battle, Ning Yi follows the soldier toward the quarantine zone. Outside the tents, a riot is brewing as frightened soldiers scream and demand to be released, fearing they will be burned alive. Ning Yi calmly walks into the heart of the infected ward, trying to soothe the panicked men. The soldiers lash out in anger, accusing the officers of living in luxury, while leaving the common troops to die like animals. Behind her medical mask, Ning Yi realizes that she must find a way to calm their spirits before she can treat their bodies. Suddenly, the sound of rolling wheels breaks the tension as Xuanling enters the tent on his new wheelchair, announcing he will stay with them until the plague is gone. Ning Yi is stunned, her eyes wide as she witnesses the prince's reckless but powerful act of solidarity. The sick men are speechless, unable to believe that a member of the royal family would risk his life to share their quarantine. Xuanling stares them down with fierce determination, making it clear that their lives are just as valuable as his. Ning Yi softens her gaze, telling him not to overstress and to simply trust her to do her best work. She manages a small joke, teasing him that his love for walking on the edge of danger makes him a perfect candidate for the circus. He responds with a confident, knowing smile, placing his life once again in her capable hands. Turning back to the crowd, Ning Yi kneels down and makes a solemn vow to save every single one of them. The medicinal bowl clatters across the floor, spilling its useless contents as another attempt ends in failure. Ning Yi clutches her head in sheer frustration, surrounded by a mountain of medical texts that offer no answers. Driven to her breaking point, she slams her fists onto the table, desperate to find a way to save the camp before time runs out. A steady hand reaches down to retrieve the discarded porcelain from the ground. Xuanling holds the bowl with practiced calm, his composure serving as an anchor in the middle of her storm. From his wheelchair, the prince dryly remarks that she'll have to ask the guards to clean up if she keeps throwing things. Ning Yi rushes to him and grasps his arm, her voice thick with worry that he might succumb to the infection while helping her. She quickly wipes the exhaustion from her face, determined to stay focused on the monumental task ahead. Xuanling looks at her with unwavering confidence, noting that the soldier's symptoms haven't reached a lethal stage yet. The observation causes Ning Yi to pause as she realizes the strange behavior of this particular outbreak. The prince points out that historical records describe much faster fatalities, suggesting something is different here. A sudden epiphany strikes Ning Yi as she realizes her medical theories were right, but the source of the illness was wrong. She turns back to the prince, her mind racing to connect the dots between the soldiers' habits and their symptoms. Xuanling delivers the chilling conclusion: the plague didn't come from the air, but from the water. Ning Yi immediately demands to inspect the nearby water source, certain she can neutralize the threat if she identifies the toxin. Xuanling claps his hands, summoning his most trusted operatives to facilitate her mission. In a blur of movement, a squad of secret guards appears and bows, ready to follow the princess into danger. The prince pulls out a specialized ringing bamboo device, offering it to her as a lifeline in case of an ambush. Ning Yi accepts the tool with a grateful nod, feeling the weight of the prince's protection as she heads out. Reaching the edge of the pond, she tentatively tests the water, searching for any sign of contamination. One of the guards drags a heavy, foul-smelling sack out from the shadows of the surrounding trees. The bag is sliced open to reveal a gruesome collection of rotting, blackened rat carcasses. Ning Yi covers her nose and pokes at the remains with a stick, confirming the bodies were intentionally soaked in poison. Her eyes narrow as she realizes this was a calculated act of biological warfare designed to mimic a natural plague. She orders the guards to transport the evidence back to the camp so she can begin synthesizing a targeted cure. As night falls over the valley, a bright full moon illuminates the silent struggle for survival. Ning Yi works deep into the night, carefully monitoring a bubbling cauldron of medicinal herbs. Outside the tent, a guard updates the prince on her progress, noting she hasn't stopped for even a moment of rest. Finally, a wary hand pushes aside the tent flap, signaling the end of the long wait. Ning Yi steps out into the cool night air, triumphantly holding the very first batch of the completed antidote. Before she can even offer a word of caution, a hand reaches out and takes the bowl from her. Xuanling drains the medicine in a single, fearless gulp to test its efficacy himself. Ning Yi watches in absolute shock, her heart skipping a beat at the prince's reckless display of trust. The guard solemnly reveals that the prince was already infected, but kept it a secret to avoid distracting her. A faint smile plays on Xuanling's lips as the medicine takes hold, proving his faith in her skills was well placed. As dawn breaks, the news of the prince's recovery and the miracle doctor's success revitalizes the entire camp. Inside the camp, Ning Yi is stunned to find the prince out of bed, insisting that his duties take priority over his recovery. The news that they'll reach the capital in a mere 3 days sends Ning Yi's world spinning as she realizes how little time she has left. Xuanling gazes at her intently, demanding to know what her next move will be now that the crisis is averted. She suddenly remembers her cover story at the nunnery and realizes she needs to return there immediately to maintain the facade. Without a second thought, she decides to pack her belongings and slip away before the political storm begins. However, the prince warns her that her name has already reached the imperial court, and the emperor is expecting her. Ning Yi lets out a frustrated sigh, finding that her own medical brilliance has become a heavy burden on her freedom. Xuanling clears his throat, acknowledging that while she doesn't care for fame, she must consider the weight of his offer. He watches her closely, hoping his words will convince her to stay by his side in the capital. Ning Yi raises a hand to stop him, firmly stating that she prefers exploring the world over the stifling life of a government official. A final, lingering look passes between the two as they prepare to head toward their separate destinies. As she departs, the entire army gathers to give a thunderous farewell to the mysterious Mr. Goodman who saved them all. Back in the quiet of his tent, Xuanling sets his book aside, the weight of the silence reflecting his internal conflict. He stares at the empty space she occupied, knowing she is already making her way back to her true identity. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he summons his most trusted hidden assets from the shadows. 2 elite guards materialize instantly in the room, awaiting their master's secret instructions. He commands his operative, 9, to follow the princess in secret and ensure her journey home is strictly protected. Under the silver glow of the moon, Ning Yi finally manages to sneak back to the outskirts of her family estate. Her maid is caught completely off guard, nearly crying out in shock at her lady's sudden reappearance. Ning Yi quickly presses a finger to her lips, desperate to keep her arrival a secret from the rest of the household. The maid's eyes well up with tears as she explains how difficult it was to maintain the ruse while she was gone. Ning Yi offers a playful, comforting gesture, promising her loyal servant a reward of the finest food for her help. The maid leads her inside, fussing over her and worrying about the dangers she must have faced in the wild. As the night progresses, the maid helps Ning Yi change back into her noble attire, preparing for the transition back to high society. The two try to slip through the courtyard under the cover of night, hoping to avoid any late-night patrols. Their hearts drop as they are suddenly intercepted by a familiar figure, leaving the maid trembling in fear. Her father stands tall and stern under the moonlight, questioning why she is returning home at such a suspicious hour. Ning Yi immediately switches to a charming daughter persona, giving her father a gentle shoulder massage to distract him. She hugs him tightly, playing up her childish side to mask the fact that she's been on a dangerous mission. Her father's stern expression softens as he pats her head, telling her to eat and get some rest before morning. Ning Yi watches her father walk away with his guards, relieved that her secret remains safe for another night. Meanwhile, at the massive city gates, the guards stand ready as the capital prepares for the arrival of the returning army. Prince Ning makes a somber entrance into the capital, confined to a wheelchair while flanked by his loyal guard. Crowds gather to whisper about his tactical genius and the tragic possibility of him losing a limb. A senior official stands ready to deliver the emperor's formal welcome to the returning hero. Ling maintains a composed, respectful demeanor as he acknowledges the high-ranking envoy. He takes the opportunity to request that the official's daughter use her medical expertise to treat his injury. As the prince is wheeled away, a masked figure watches him with cold, calculating intent. The observer promises that Ling's return marks the start of a new, waking nightmare. Inside the mansion, Ning Yi learns that Ling has been stripped of his military command despite his victory. She finds it suspicious that a man of his stature would surrender his power so easily. Her father interrupts her thoughts, warning her to stay far away from the disgraced prince. He looks relieved when Ning Yi insists she has absolutely no interest in the man. Still, she can't help but ask about the legal consequences facing the fallen royal. Her father's gaze sharpens, instantly wary of her uncharacteristic line of questioning. Ning Yi puts on a clumsy, innocent act to hide her true intentions from him. From the shadows, Nine observes her closely, sensing that the lady is hiding a secret. Late that night, a dark silhouette expertly scales the perimeter of the prince's estate. Ning Yi stumbles through the landing as her guard catches her to prevent a loud crash. She looks back at the massive wall, admitting the height was more daunting than she expected. She moves quietly across the courtyard, heading toward a meeting she can't afford to miss. She finds the prince waiting alone, his figure illuminated by the pale moonlight. Ning Yi breaks the silence by teasing him for looking like an elderly man with his thermos. Ling watches her, privately noting how her bizarre vocabulary never ceases to confuse him. She explains the technical benefits of heat retention for maintaining one's health. Without further delay, she prepares the specialized tools needed for his leg's acupuncture. She informs him that this medical regimen requires a strict, nightly commitment to work. The prince bows his head slightly, showing his genuine appreciation for her professional care. He reveals that her father had actually made excuses to prevent her from coming. Ning Yi is stunned, realizing her father intentionally kept her in the dark. Ling assumes the patriarch is simply distancing himself from a man who lost his status. She stands up tall, declaring that she remains his steadfast ally regardless of politics. A rare, gentle smile crosses Ling's face as he accepts her continued support. Ning Yi gives a playful salute, reminding him that they are a team until the end. Under a crescent moon, the silent grounds of Prince Ning's mansion hold a secret meeting. Ning Yi breathes a sigh of relief while questioning Nine about his stealth skills. Their conversation is cut short by the ominous silhouettes of her father and brother. Her father rushes forward, demanding to know her business with Prince Ling. He fumes with rage, insulted that Ling would summon his daughter so boldly. Ning Yi desperately claims it was a professional medical job for pay. Her brother remains skeptical, warning that secret visits look like illicit dates. She retorts that her father left her no choice by rejecting the prince first. Softening his tone, her father admits he only fears for her safety. Ning Yi stands dazed by the sudden shift in the interrogation. Her frantic cries for understanding echo through the dark estate. Inside, she recounts the full story of Ling's injuries to her seated father. He closes his eyes, deeply disappointed by her reckless secrecy. Ning Yi looks on with regret, hoping to mend the tension. He questions why she would gamble her life, despite their family's protection. She offers a sincere apology, clinging to his arm for forgiveness. He sentences her to copy 1,000 scriptures as a strict lesson. Her brother steps into the light, ready to weigh in on the penalty. The patriarch asks for a more suitable punishment for his daughter. He gives a thumbs up, secretly hoping for a lighter alternative. Coldly, the brother suggests grounding her for an entire month. Ning Yi fumes internally, realizing her medical missions are now compromised. Her father cheerfully accepts the idea, forcing her to fake a grateful smile. She walks away defeated, vowing to be more discreet next time. The men laugh together, proud of the reputation Ning Yi is building. They share a jovial moment, finally at peace with the situation. The next morning, Ning Yi confirms her father's departure with her maid. A devious grin spreads across her face as she plots her escape. Her name is suddenly called out, breaking her focus. Her best friend, Shenrong, arrives with an explosion of energy. Ning Yi winces at the memory of their notorious reputation as the dumb sisters. Shen greets her with an overwhelming display of sisterly affection. She immediately begins teasing Ning Yi about her supposed heartbreak. Ning Yi firmly declares she has moved on from her past infatuation. Shenrong scolds her friend, insisting that Ning Yi is far too beautiful to be pestering anyone and should be the one pursued instead. Shenrong brings up an upcoming poetry salon hosted by the Qin family, though she hesitates when mentioning that Zuan Yu will be in attendance. Realizing Shenrong is worried she'll hide away, Ning Yi firmly declares she won't go unless they go together. Ning Yi embraces her best friend, secretly thrilled that this event provides the perfect loophole to escape her grounding. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the imposing, traditional architecture of Prince Ning's mansion. Inside, a stern official confirms that he has been investigating Ning Yi's mysterious activities within the army. The official bows his head in apology for the oversight, while the prince calmly sets down his tea to listen. He demands to know why the truth about her involvement was kept from him for so long. Xuanling's gaze sharpens as he remembers her vow to personally seek justice for her mother. Back at the estate, a maid rushes in with urgent news that the master of the house has finally returned. Ning Yi and Shenrong quickly interrogate the girl, desperate to know if her father is in a good mood. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yi asks Shenrong to be the one to pitch the poetry salon idea to her father to ensure permission. Shenrong freezes in terror at the thought of facing the legendary, blood-soaked general. Despite her fear, Shenrong steels her resolve, determined to help her friend gain her freedom for the day. The sun shines over the quiet rooftops as the fateful meeting with the general begins. Trembling with nerves, Shenrong stammers out the request to take Ning Yi to the Qin family's gathering. To her surprise, the general agrees, expressing relief that Ning Yi will be in safe company during the outing. Shenrong begins to relax, thinking the old warrior isn't nearly as scary as the rumors suggested. That relief vanishes instantly when he leans in with a terrifying glare, ordering her to report anyone who dares to bully his daughter. Overwhelmed by his intense, protective aura, Shenrong bolts from the room as fast as her legs can carry her. The general sits back in confusion, wondering if his appearance is truly that frightening to the younger generation. Later, at the Qin family garden, Shenrong is floored by Ning Yi's stunning transformation. Ning Yi stands tall in an elegant green gown, looking every bit like a highborn lady of grace and poise. Shenrong teases her about the new look, but Ning Yi playfully reminds her that she is still a dedicated medical student at heart. The peaceful moment is shattered by a group of noblewomen who mock Ning Yi for daring to call herself talented. The refined Gufei offers a shallow courtesy, trying to mask the blatant disrespect of her companion's remarks. Ning Yi remains unfazed, flashing a brilliant smile as she claims she is far too broad-minded to take offense. Princess Xuanger bristles with rage, realizing she's being patronized by Ning Yi's fake kindness. Ning Yi continues her act of innocent confusion, further agitating the hot-headed princess with her calm demeanor. Shenrong can't help but burst into laughter at the sight of the snobbish girls being completely outmaneuvered. The tension breaks when Prince Yu arrives, prompting the princess to rush to his side and act like a child. Gufei watches the interaction with a polished, calculating smile, maintaining her perfect social mask amidst the arrival of royalty. Flattery fills the air as a guest suggests that Gufei and brother Yu are a match made in heaven, leaving the girl visibly flustered. Prince Yu wears a knowing smirk, teasingly agreeing that the matchmaking suggestion actually carries quite a bit of weight. Gufei stamps her foot in a playful huff, begging the prince not to indulge in such nonsensical gossip. Observing the social drama from the sidelines, Ning Yi notes the undeniable chemistry, while staying strictly focused on her own tactical goals. Seeking to elevate the mood, a noblewoman announces a new game where guests must compose a poem wherever the floating wine cup comes to a halt. Unimpressed by the slow-paced scholarly games, Ning Yi struggles to hide her boredom as the ceremony begins. The cup drifts lazily along the stream, until it finally settles directly in front of an unexpected target. Ning Yi is suddenly jolted back to reality as her companion frantically points out that the cup has stopped right before her. Caught off guard, Ning Yi attempts to bow out by claiming she possesses no talent for spontaneous poetry. Xuanger seizes the opportunity to mock her, questioning why she even showed up if she was going to be such a buzzkill. The host maintains a graceful demeanor, encouraging Ning Yi to simply give it a try for the sake of the gathering's rules. Pivoting her strategy, Ning Yi claims she will recite a masterpiece bestowed upon her by a mysterious genius in a dream. Xuanger issues a high-stakes challenge, demanding Ning Yi publicly call herself an idiot if any guest recognizes the verse. With absolute confidence in her secret source, Ning Yi accepts the wager without a hint of hesitation. Standing tall and commanding the room's attention, she begins to recite the powerful verses of Swordsman's Legend. The scene shifts to the grand architecture of the Imperial Palace, where the echoes of her literary success have already reached the highest ears. Inside the solemn imperial study, a servant announces the arrival of Princess Ning Yi and General Qin Sichin for their formal audience. The pair enters the chamber with practiced grace, offering their respectful greetings to the seated sovereign. The emperor smiles warmly, admitting that he found the poem Ning Yi recited at the salon to be truly exceptional. Remaining humble, Ning Yi reiterates that the credit belongs to the visionary poet she encountered in her dreams. Taking a bold step forward, General Kinsichin interrupts to present a formal request to the emperor. The general explains that his sister is desperate to meet this legendary poet and asks Ning Yi to facilitate an introduction. The emperor looks on with curiosity, asking Ning Yi directly if she has any way to contact this elusive genius. Internally, Ning Yi sweats over the fact that she knows the poet's work well, even if the poet himself doesn't exist in this world. Frustrated by what he perceives as a lie, the general accuses her of showing disrespect by hiding the genius behind an absurd excuse. Ning Yi stands her ground, promising to transcribe the entire book of poems the genius left her to prove her honesty. Pleased by her dedication to sharing such wisdom, the emperor commends her for being so thoughtful. Seizing the moment to further her standing, Ning Yi recollects a specific, auspicious word the dream poet shared with her. She reveals the single, powerful word that the genius supposedly emphasized: prosperous. The room erupts in celebratory gestures as the officials immediately offer their congratulations to the sovereign. Ning Yi clarifies that the genius was specifically foretelling an era of unprecedented growth during the emperor's current reign. While maintaining her poker face, Ning Yi internally hopes the real poet will forgive her for using their work to charm the emperor. The emperor extends his hand generously, offering Ning Yi any reward her heart desires for her prophetic verses. Ning Yi's eyes sparkle with anticipation as she realizes this is her chance to secure a truly massive prize. However, the emperor catches her off guard by suggesting a marriage to his son, Prince Yu. The proposal hits Ning Yi like a physical blow, as she realizes being tied to the prince would be nothing short of absolute torture. Suddenly, a cold system notification flashes before her eyes, forcing her into a new mission to accept this unwanted engagement. Overwhelmed by the system's interference, Ning Yi collapses to her knees in a dramatic display of submission. She forces out a word of thanks to His Majesty while silently cursing the meddling system for ruining her plans. Desperate for a way out, she immediately seeks out Prince Ning, knowing this situation has become a dire emergency. Finding him in his study, Ning Yi begs the prince to use his influence to help her break the engagement before it's too late. Prince Ning looks at her with genuine surprise, noting how quickly she's turned against the man she once claimed to adore. She desperately insists that her previous feelings for Yu were a complete lie, pleading for the prince to trust her motives. Panic sets in as she reminds him they are allies, warning that this marriage would be the death of her. The prince studies her intently, his sharp gaze weighing her sincerity, before asking exactly what she expects him to do. Ning Yi suggests a drastic move to eliminate Yu, but the prince calmly explains how such a scandal would tarnish her family's reputation. Realizing that won't work, she contemplates faking her own demise just to escape the royal bloodline. Prince Ling dismisses the idea of a fake death, looking deep in thought as he tries to navigate this political minefield. She swears a dramatic oath that marrying into the royal family would lead to her eternal misfortune. A realization dawns on the prince as he understands her true fear is simply being bound to the throne. He finally gives her his word, promising to handle the engagement and free her from the emperor's decree. Overcome with relief, Ning Yi lunges forward and wraps the prince in a grateful embrace for his assistance. Taken aback by her sudden warmth, Prince Ling remains still, accepting the gesture with a stoic expression. The moment is shattered when Ning Yi's brother bursts in, his face pale with shock at the sight before him. He demands an explanation for their intimacy, his eyes darting between the two in disbelief. Ning Yi quickly leaps back, trying to maintain a professional distance while asking what brought him there so late. Her brother strides into the room, convinced he has caught them in the middle of planning a secret elopement. Ning Yi stares at him in utter disbelief, her jaw dropping at his wild and incorrect assumptions. She tries to clear the air, but her brother insists he will support her secret plans no matter what. Drowning in frustration, Ning Yi realizes her brother has completely tuned out the truth in favor of his own fantasy. Determined to protect his sister, her brother vows to beg the emperor to cancel the engagement and save her from an unhappy life. He wastes no time taking her by the arm, insisting they leave the scene and head home immediately. Ning Yi flashes a bright, grateful smile as she waves a final goodbye to Prince Ling. Ling stands perfectly still, his intense gaze following her as she disappears from sight. A rare, subtle softening of his expression suggests he is deeper in thought than he lets on. Meanwhile, at the Qin family home, the siblings question why the emperor would ever pair Prince Yu with someone like Ning Yi. The sister wonders if Ning Yi's medical talents are enough to make the prince actually fall for her. Her brother laughs off her insecurities, reminding her that her own elegance puts her in a completely different league. She remains worried, noting that Ning Yi inherited the legendary beauty and strong background of her mother. He offers a confident smirk, telling her she shouldn't be bothered by a rival whose mother is no longer around. A sharp realization hits her as she begins to understand the strategy her brother is hinting at. The two share a chilling, synchronized smile, confident in their plan to maintain their status. As night falls, the cold moonlight settles over the quiet rooftops of the estate. Deep inside his private quarters, Prince Ling remains awake, unable to find peace. He turns to his aide, Seven, asking for the true meaning behind Ning Yi's enthusiastic waving. Suddenly, he clutches his chest, wondering if he has developed a serious heart condition. Seven quickly moves to check the prince's pulse, searching for any sign of physical ailment. The aide looks on with a serious expression, carefully analyzing the prince's steady rhythm. Ling describes the sensation of his heart racing and his inability to calm his nerves. Seven asks for more precision, wanting to know exactly when these strange symptoms occur. The prince admits the palpitations only seem to happen when a specific person is near him. Seven looks up in surprise, asking the prince directly if that person is a woman. The aide stands back and explains the situation, revealing that the prince isn't sick at all. He describes how a man in love will experience a fast heartbeat and intense jealousy whenever his lady is near. Ling sits in stunned silence, realizing he possesses every single symptom his aide just described. Outside, the winter chill has transformed the grand pavilion into a frozen landscape. Ning Yi walks through the snow, fuming that she was forced to leave her warm home to watch a lake freeze with Prince Yu. Her maid tries to soothe her, offering a hand warmer to make the miserable outing more tolerable. Prince Yu finally appears on the path, but he is accompanied by the kin sister and her entourage. Ning Yi's expression sours instantly, knowing the other woman is only there to cause trouble. The groups meet and exchange stiff, formal courtesies, though the tension is thick enough to cut. Yu observes Ning Yi with interest, noting that she has surprisingly learned to restrain her temper in his presence. The kin sister wastes no time, moving in close to the prince to show off their supposed intimacy. Watching them walk away together, Ning Yi decides it's better to stay far away from their drama to avoid any future headaches. Ning Yi leans against the cold stone railing, her expression clouded with pure boredom as she waits for the tedious day to end. A single, delicate snowflake drifts through the winter air, landing softly in the center of her open palm. Her eyes light up with a rare moment of genuine joy as she realizes the first snow of the season has finally arrived. Watching her from a distance, Xuanyu finds himself momentarily captivated by her radiant beauty under the darkening sky. Sensing his wandering attention, Gufei immediately begins a series of dramatic, forced cuffs to pull his focus back to her. Panicked by her sudden show of distress, Xuanyu rushes to Gufei's side to check on her health. Gufei maintains her fragile act, claiming the biting cold is simply too much for her delicate constitution to handle. Xuanger seizes the opportunity to play hero, pressuring Xuanyu to hand over his warm coat to protect the shivering Gufei. Ever the gentleman, Xuanyu drapes his heavy cloak over Gufei's shoulders, leaving himself completely exposed to the elements. Xuanger shoots a smug, taunting look at Ning Yi, gloating over the blatant display of affection she just orchestrated. To her absolute frustration, Ning Yi responds with a blank, disinterested stare, claiming she didn't even hear the insult. Fury erupts across Xuanger's face as she realizes her psychological games have completely failed to provoke her rival. Masking their malice with fake smiles, the two sisters approach Ning Yi for a deceptive toast to celebrate their fated meeting. In a calculated move, a foot suddenly slips against the floor, triggering a frantic, staged stumble toward the edge of the pavilion. Xuanger uses the momentum to deliver a forceful shove, sending Ning Yi tumbling backward toward the freezing lake. Ning Yi's fingers graze the air in a desperate attempt to catch the railing, but the momentum is too great. A massive plume of icy water erupts as Ning Yi crashes into the lake, leaving the onlookers in a state of sudden shock. Submerged in the freezing depths, Ning Yi gasps for air and realizes with horror that she has no way of swimming back to the surface. While the maid screams for someone to save her mistress, Xuanger tries to hold Xuanyu back from intervening. Xuanyu hesitates for a split second, his face a mask of indecision as he weighs the consequences of jumping in. Finally snapping into action, the prince prepares to dive, shouting for the drowning girl to hang on as he discards his outer layers. The tranquil winter landscape stands in stark contrast to the life-or-death struggle unfolding in the dark waters below. Suddenly, a dark shadow cuts through the air, diving headfirst into the lake from the opposite shore with incredible speed. Beneath the surface, the masked stranger moves with surgical precision, his eyes locked onto the sinking girl. He reaches Ning Yi just in time, pulling her limp body toward him as the bubbles rise around them. In a critical act of emergency resuscitation, he provides the life-saving oxygen she desperately needs to survive the drowning. Ning Yi's consciousness flickers as she catches a hazy glimpse of her mysterious savior through the sun-drenched water. Back on the dock, Xuanyu focuses entirely on Gufei's recovery, seemingly distracted from the woman who actually fell in. Xuanger spits venomous words at the panicked maid, claiming Ning Yi doesn't deserve a single ounce of the prince's help. Horrified by the cruelty, The loyal maid stands her ground and defends her lady against the heartless slander. Enraged by the servant's defiance, Shuang'er delivers a stinging slap that echoes across the silent, snowy lake. Ning Yi catches the incoming hand with lightning-fast reflexes. She delivers a swift, double-handed retort that sends a clear message of defiance. A stunned Shuang'er can barely process the physical retaliation as she clutches her face. Standing tall despite her soaked clothes, Ning Yi refuses to back down an inch. She shields her maid and demands to know how they dare act so boldly in her presence. Her eyes narrow as she promises to bring their murderous actions before the emperor and her father. The weight of the threat leaves the siblings trembling with visible fear. Ning Yi makes it clear that they will be held fully accountable for the day's events. Xuan Yu tries to assert his authority, clearly agitated by her refusal to submit. She brushes off his anger with a dismissive, cold look of pure annoyance. He attempts to physically block her path, refusing to let her leave the scene. With a sharp glare, she threatens to expose his heartlessness to the entire world if he doesn't move. The prince stands frozen, completely silenced by her unwavering and fierce resolve. A mysterious figure suddenly appears on the walkway, breaking the tense standoff. He politely offers to escort Ning Yi away from the toxic environment of the lake. She pauses her exit, curious about the identity of this timely ally. As he speaks, she can't shake the feeling that his voice is strangely familiar to her. The man introduces himself as Liu Wuling, claiming to be from Peach Manor. She studies his calm demeanor, wondering if her suspicions of his identity were just a mistake. In a gesture of professional thanks, she offers to host a grand feast in his honor. He humbly declines the offer, attributing his rescue to simple martial arts proficiency. Night falls over the grand gates of Prince Ning's mansion as the day's drama continues. Inside, Ning Yi's father erupts in a rage, demanding an immediate end to the engagement. Xuan Yu desperately pleads his case, citing the weight of the emperor's original decree. The father slams his hand down on the table in a display of absolute parental authority. He stands up abruptly, his patience for the prince's excuses completely exhausted. Without another word, he orders the humiliated prince to leave his sight immediately. Inside the private quarters, a warm coal fire crackles to ward off the winter chill. Ning Yi huddles near the heat, coughing and cursing Xuan Yu for his blatant betrayal. Her loyal maid arrives with a steaming bowl of carefully prepared medicinal soup. Ning Yi hesitates, concerned about the potential bitterness of the herbal remedy. She downs the medicine in a single, determined gulp to restore her strength. She checks with her maid to confirm that the unwelcome prince has finally departed. A small smirk appears as she realizes her father truly took a stand to protect her. Suddenly, a servant bursts into the room with an expression of pure panic. The messenger reports that Prince Ling is suffering from a sudden and life-threatening relapse. Wasting no time, Ning Yi springs into action, focused entirely on her medical duty. She finds Prince Ling in his chambers, struggling against a wave of intense and visible agony. Dark, necrotic veins crawl up the prince's leg like a curse, revealing the true extent of his hidden agony. Ning Yi stares in horror, realizing that just a few more minutes of delay would have cost him the limb forever. Wasting no time, she barks orders to the staff to prepare a heated medicinal bath immediately. Xuan Ling grits his teeth, his face turning pale and slick with cold sweat as he endures the grueling treatment. Exhausted but satisfied with her work, Ning Yi allows a small smile to form, knowing she's pulled him back from the brink. The prince slowly opens his eyes to find Ning Yi by his side, her presence acting as a steady anchor in his blurred vision. She breathes a sigh of relief, but immediately questions why his condition flared up so violently without warning. He admits the sudden chill in the air must have allowed the cold poison to invade his body and trigger the relapse. As she looks at him, a jarring thought crosses her mind. Xuan Ling's aura feels suspiciously identical to the mysterious Liu Wuling. Shaking off the confusion, she tucks the heavy blankets around him to shield his legs from the draft. She transitions into full physician mode, sternly lecturing him on the dangers of ignoring the freezing weather. Satisfied with his recovery for now, she stands up to personally verify the temperature of the medicinal water. Suddenly, the room begins to spin as the sheer exhaustion of the night finally catches up to her. Her knees buckle and she pitches forward, collapsing directly against the prince's chest. In her daze, her fingers instinctively clutch at his robes to steady her falling weight. Resting against his firm frame, a sense of profound security washes over her, drowning out her fatigue. Before she can even apologize for the stumble, her eyes flutter shut, and she drifts into a deep, dreamless sleep. Xuanling gazes down at her peacefully sleeping form, silently vowing to dismantle her forced engagement once and for all. The next morning, a wandering monk stands before the mansion gates, loudly proclaiming that fire and water cannot coexist. Hearing the commotion, Ning Yi and her father emerge from the manor to confront the strange messenger. The monk claims a divine red light warned him that someone in this house is destined for a mismatched union. Ning Yi plays along, looking shocked as she links the monk's warning to her upcoming marriage with Prince Yu. Turning to her father, she insists they must respect the heavens and call off the engagement immediately. Internally, she celebrates Xuanling's genius for using local superstition to manipulate the political landscape. News of the omen travels fast as Shuang'er storms into the imperial study. Desperate to secure her own interests, the emperor looks up from his scrolls, Visibly annoyed by the princess' lack of decorum and sudden intrusion, she frantically recounts the monk's prophecy, arguing that the marriage is doomed by the laws of nature. Unimpressed, the emperor scoffs at the idea of overturning an imperial edict based on a beggar's ramblings. Xuan'er doubles down, claiming that Ning Yi is a harbinger of misfortune who will ruin anyone she marries. A porcelain cup shatters against the floor, punctuating the emperor's rising temper. He stands in a rage, demanding to know where she learned such absurd and disrespectful superstitions. Xuan'er lashes out in jealousy, accusing her father of always favoring Ning Yi over his own flesh and blood. The emperor points a trembling finger at his daughter, stunned by her blatant defiance and lack of respect. An official rushes in with an anxious expression, bearing urgent news for the throne. The emperor listens in shock as he learns Prince Yu has suffered an injury while dismounting his horse. Princess Xuan'er immediately erupts in fury, blaming Ning Yi for every misfortune that befalls the prince. She begs her father to dissolve the engagement for the prince's safety, but the emperor warns her to stop her nonsense. Left with his thoughts, the emperor begins to wonder if the heavens truly have not sanctioned this union. The scene shifts to the grand entrance of Prince Ning's mansion. Prince Ning confronts Ning Yi directly, demanding to know the truth behind Xuanling's sudden accident. Ning Yi attempts to retreat into her thoughts, but the arrival of Miss Shen interrupts her focus. Shen Yiking leaps forward in an overly enthusiastic greeting, nearly knocking the wind out of her friend. Panting from the sudden exertion, the two young women try to regain their composure. Yiking beams with excitement as she suggests they enjoy the upcoming festivities of the Dragon Boat Festival. However, Yiking senses a hidden motive and refuses to go unless Ning Yi reveals her true intentions. While Ning Yi is dead serious about visiting the Fate Tree, Yiking finds the idea of prayer ropes quite dull. Ning Yi offers a charming plea, hoping to convince her stubborn friend to join the excursion. Yiking finally gives in with a cheerful shout, happy to see this spirited side of her companion. The following day, they arrive at the majestic State Clear Temple, a place of spiritual significance. Yiking ignores the warnings of ice and charges up the steep stone steps. Disaster strikes as a boot loses traction on the slick, frozen surface of the stairs. Ning Yi gasps in terror as she begins a dangerous tumble backward. A firm hand reaches out with lightning-fast reflexes to stabilize her descent. Prince Yu appears just in time, catching Ning Yi in a strictly protective and professional manner. The prince looks down with a calm, analytical gaze, ensuring his charge is unharmed. Ning Yi narrows her eyes, questioning why the prince always seems to be exactly where she is. Princess Xuan'er arrives on the scene and immediately accuses Ning Yi of stalking the prince. Suddenly, a digital system warning flashes red, ordering Ning Yi to maintain her specific persona or face the consequences. Trapped by the system's rules, Ning Yi is forced to put on a fake, giggling facade despite her inner rage. She maintains her professional cover, claiming she only came to the temple to pray for the prince's swift recovery. Xuan'er continues her verbal assault, mocking the idea that such a mismatched pair could ever find favor with Buddha. Overwhelmed by the constant hostility, Ning Yi covers her ears to shut out the princess's bitter words. Yiking stands her ground, boldly defending Ning Yi and calling out the princess for her out-of-line behavior. Unable to win the argument, Xuan'er turns on her heel and strides away in a cloud of frustration. Yiking checks on her friend, worried that the encounter might have rattled her. Behind her calm mask, Ning Yi is seething with a silent, intense frustration toward her rival. The two eventually reach the legendary Fate Tree, its branches heavy with hundreds of red prayer ropes. Ning Yi clenches a red wooden tag, her mind focused on the ritual at hand. Her eyes go wide in total shock when she realizes she subconsciously wrote Xuanling's name on her tag. Ning Yi hides her tag, claiming secrets keep prayers valid. Xuan'er suggests hanging it high for the gods to see. Ning Yi hooks the charm onto the branch. She claims she doesn't believe in the ritual herself. Ning Yi feels relieved her lie was successful. She notices a familiar figure watching her nearby. She walks into the secluded bamboo garden. Xuanling waits for her in his wheelchair. He asks her what she was praying for. Ning Yi claims she just wanted to avoid public trouble. Xuanling offers a rare, subtle smile. The two share a quiet moment in the grove. He promises her the marriage will end soon. Ning Yi beams with genuine joy. She presents a protective amulet to the prince. He promises to keep the gift with him. They walk together through the temple grounds. Wooden barrels come crashing down the stairs. A worker shouts for everyone to move. The group stands frozen in the barrel's path. Xuan'er shoves the prince out of the way. The barrels hit the wall with a bang. The prince collapses onto the dirty ground. Ning Yi asks if he is all right. He tells her to go get help. Xuan'er begins to cry hysterically. He snaps at her to stop crying. She stares back in total shock. He glares, clearly annoyed by her behavior. The heavy atmosphere of Prince Yu's mansion looms as his entire future hangs in the balance. Inside the chamber, a high-ranking abbot offers prayers while the medical staff desperately tends to the fallen prince. The abbot bows low, taking full responsibility for the disaster that occurred on temple grounds. Xuanling struggles to maintain his composure, telling the abbot not to dwell on the accident caused by the young disciple. He masks his true intentions with a calm face, but internally he vows to rain down vengeance once he seizes the throne. Turning his attention back to his physical state, the prince demands an honest update on his condition. The physician's face pales as he delivers the crushing news. The prince's legs are so badly damaged he may never stand again. Pure shock turns to white-knuckled rage as Xuanling's hand clamps onto the silk bedding. He slams his fist down in a violent outburst, refusing to accept the death sentence of his mobility. Hearing the commotion, his lead advisor, Hu Jingming, rushes into the room to manage the crisis. Jingming leans in close, whispering a warning to contain the information before rivals catch wind of his weakness. They discuss Ning Yi, questioning if the medic who saved his life can truly be trusted in this delicate situation. The advisor urges the prince to remain level-headed and use the emperor's marriage decree to keep Ning Yi close for his recovery. Grudgingly, Xuanling nods, realizing he must fake a pleasant demeanor to secure the medical help he needs. Meanwhile, Ning Yi is in a total frenzy, tossing the imperial scroll aside in a blatant act of defiance against the emperor's orders. Her father sighs, preparing to inform the palace that his daughter is officially refusing the royal summons. Suddenly, a digital system warning flares red, threatening to hijack her body if she dares to deviate from the script. Before her father can leave, she lunges forward and snatches the decree back with a forced smile. She grits her teeth, pretending to be a dedicated doctor while internally plotting how to make his recovery as painful as possible. Ning Yi arrives at the mansion gates, finding the entrance barred and the atmosphere cold. The doorkeeper delivers a calculated insult, telling the princess she isn't worthy of the front door and must enter through the side. Her maid is instantly on the offensive, fuming at the blatant lack of respect shown to her mistress. The servant cowers, insisting he is merely a pawn following the strict orders of his master. Refusing to be humiliated, Ning Yi turns on her heel, ready to let the prince rot without her help. The heavy doors suddenly grown open, halting her exit at the very last second. Advisor who steps out to personally escort her inside, smoothing over the doorkeeper's clumsy mistake. Entering the sick room, Ning Yi maintains a cold, professional distance as she acknowledges the prince's injuries. Xuanling watches her every move, suspicious of the sudden change in her cooperative attitude. Without a word of comfort, she draws a long, sharp acupuncture needle from her medical kit. She drives the needle into his leg with clinical precision, testing his remaining nerve responses. With a flick of her wrist, she twists the needle deeper, ensuring the prince feels every bit of her expert care. A sharp cry of agony erupts from the prince, echoing through the silent courtyard outside. Ning Yi looks down at him with a mask of pure innocence, claiming she's just checking for hidden nerve damage. She outlines a rigorous treatment plan involving needles and specialized baths to repair shattered frame. When he dares to doubt her methods, she begins packing her tools, inviting him to find a better doctor if he can. She turns away with a look of pure boredom, completely unimpressed by the prince's desperate attempt to maintain his ego. Ning Yi meticulously scribbles down a complex medical prescription to ensure the recovery process remains on track. She hands the detailed instructions to the advisor, outlining a rigorous schedule of daily acupuncture and medicated baths. Before she can make her exit, Xuanling calls out from his bed, demanding her further attention. The prince insists she remain at the mansion around the clock to oversee his care, a request that leaves Ning Yi visibly outraged. Her refusal is instantly cut short by a digital warning as the system threatens her very existence if she fails to comply. Under a cold night sky, the moon hangs high over the silent, tense mansion while tending to the boiling medicine. Ning Yi's maid questions why she would agree to stay in such a place. Looking completely drained, the princess can only admit that her hand was forced by circumstances beyond her control. She stops her maid from reporting the situation to the king, confident that she has her own ways to make Xuanling regret his demands. Reaching into her supply drawer, she prepares to add a special, secret ingredient to the medicinal brew. With a mischievous smirk, she dumps in a heavy dose of berberine, intending to make the medicine as bitter and agonizing as possible for the prince. Xuanling stares down at the pitch-black concoction, sensing something is horribly wrong with the pungent odor. The attendant assures him that Ning Yi personally prepared the mixture and insists he must consume every single drop for his health. The prince's face pales in disgust as the steam hits his nose, making him hesitate to even take a sip of the foul liquid. He finally forces himself to gulp it down, but the overwhelming bitterness immediately triggers a violent gag reflex. The attendant refuses to let him stop, shoving the bowl back to his lips to ensure not a single drop of the precious medicine is wasted. Drenched in a cold sweat and gasping for air, Xuanling collapses back against his pillows, feeling more dead than alive from the treatment. Outside his door, Ning Yi is doubled over in laughter, absolutely delighted by the success of her petty revenge. Suddenly, a dark shadow swoops down from the roof under the cover of the night. Ning Yi jumps back in surprise as her secret guard, Nine, appears out of thin air right in front of her. He informs her that his master has a plan to get her away from the mansion, dismissing the local guards as mere trash. A knock at the gate brings a formal announcement that the king requires her presence to treat Prince Ling's legs. Realizing this is her perfect escape route, Ning Yi immediately prepares to leave the premises. She breathes a deep sigh of relief, finally able to turn her back on the prince's suffocating residence. Out in the winter air, a figure moves through the falling snow with practiced grace. Prince Ling stands waiting in the courtyard, his presence commanding even amidst the biting cold. Ning Yi rushes toward him, concerned that he would risk his health by standing out in such weather. Without a word, he extends a hand, offering her a delicate branch of blooming red plum blossoms. He offers a faint, calm smile, suggesting they move the conversation indoors to escape the chill. Clutching the flowers to her chest, Ning Yi follows him, her previous frustration beginning to melt away. The prince pauses, looking at her with a serene and composed expression as the snowflakes continue to drift around them. He slowly reaches out toward her, his movements steady and deliberate. With a gentle touch, he brushes the stray snowflakes from her hair, acting with unexpected consideration. They stand together in the quiet night, the contrast of the red blossoms against the white snow framing the moment. Feeling a bit flustered by the sudden attention, Ning Yi laughs nervously and adjusts her hair. Prince Ling simply watches her with a look of quiet satisfaction, his goals for the evening clearly met. Prince Ling brings the group to a halt in the snowy courtyard, offering a humble apology for summoning Ning Yi to his residence on such short notice. Ning Yi immediately shifts into professional mode to ask about his leg injury, only for the prince to admit the ailment was a clever pretext to secure her company. Undeterred by his charm, she insists on performing a medical checkup now that she has officially arrived. Ling offers a gentle shake of his head, prioritizing her need for rest over his own immediate treatment. She stands in the cold night air, watching as an attendant begins to wheel the prince toward his private quarters. Holding her flowers close, Ning Yi breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that the prince acted as a perfect ally to extract her from Xuanling's grasp. The peaceful moment is shattered when the wheelchair stops abruptly, forced by a sharp gasp of pain from the prince. His attendant panics and offers to fetch the princess back, but Ling sternly forbids it to ensure she isn't disturbed. The aide pleads with him, arguing that Ning Yi would be devastated if she knew he was suffering in silence. Despite the visible agony etched on his face, Ling remains resolute that she must never find out about his condition. The attendant stares in realization, finally seeing that the prince's dedication to her comfort stems from genuine affection. Miles away, a porcelain teacup is smashed into 1,000 shards, marking the peak of a royal tantrum. Xuanling sees with venomous rage, cursing the fact that he was outmaneuvered by his rival's appeal to the king. He kicks at the broken porcelain on the floor, unable to stomach the loss of his medic to Prince Ling. A calm advisor interjects, reminding the prince that a man of his stature must maintain absolute emotional control. The strategist explains that while Ling seems victorious, the move has actually isolated him and placed him in a much more dangerous position. He hints at a calculated revenge, suggesting that Ling's interference with the princess will soon bring about his own downfall. Xuanling takes a deep breath and bows his head, accepting the lecture and refocusing his malice. Back at the Ning household, her father paces back and forth in a frantic blur of parental worry. Her brother remains completely relaxed, lounging with a book while his father rants about the imperial doctor's incompetence. The old man frets that Ning Yi is walking straight into another trap, but the brother remains confident in Prince Ling's honorable intentions. The father explodes at the suggestion that the prince is nice, his protective instincts morphing into pure jealousy. He barks at his son to stop talking nonsense, refusing to accept that his daughter might be safer elsewhere. The front door opens and Ning Yi finally returns, sending her father into an over-the-top display of affection as he claims she looks far too thin. She stares back with a look of pure bewilderment, reminded of the fact that she was only gone for a single day. Embracing the chaos, she gives her father a reassuring hug and promises that she is more than capable of handling the princes. The brother can't help but stir the pot, teasing his father about how he almost stormed the prince's manor in a blind panic. A heavy silence falls over the room as Ning Yi and her father share a look of mutual annoyance at the brother's big mouth. The brother smiles triumphantly, clearly enjoying the way he's managed to needle both of them. The father finally reaches his limit, lunging toward his son to teach him a lesson about respect. As the family bickering continues inside, the quiet exterior of the manor masks the storm of political intrigue still brewing in the capital. Ning Yi stands her ground against her father, insisting that as a doctor, she cannot ignore Prince Ling's life-threatening injuries. She reminds him that the prince bled for their country on the battlefield, making her duty as a healer even more vital. Softening his gaze, Father Ning agrees to let her treat him on one condition. Her engagement to the treacherous Prince Xuan Yu must be terminated immediately. Her brother, Ning Xuan, wastes no time in agreeing to the plan. Without a second to lose, the two men march toward the palace to confront the emperor. Left alone and realizing she hasn't eaten all day, Ni's appetite finally catches up with her. Suddenly, a lavish spread of steaming, gourmet dishes is laid out before her. She finds herself seated across from Prince Ling, warmly inviting the stoic man to share the meal with her. Her stomach lets out a thunderous rumble, betraying her hunger. Blushing furiously, she clutches her midsection in a vain attempt to hide the sound. Casting her pride aside, she begins to gorge on the delicious feast with wide-eyed wonder. Prince Ling watches her with a subtle intensity, offering to make the chef her personal servant for life. He gently places a choice morsel into her bowl, maintaining a strictly professional focus on her nutrition. Overwhelmed by his kindness, Ning Yi nods her head in grateful acceptance. From the shadows, the prince's subordinates observe the scene with knowing looks. They whisper about how the prince went to extreme lengths to find this specific chef just to please her, yet remains too reserved to admit his efforts. As night falls over the city, a heavy atmosphere descends upon the Ning estate. Brother Ning returns with a grim expression, revealing that the emperor refused to cancel the marriage, and their father has fallen ill from the shock. The news hits Ning Yi like a physical blow, her hand slamming against the table in disbelief. Panicked and desperate, she demands to return home immediately to treat her father's failing health. Her brother blocks her path, insisting she fulfill her duty to Prince Ling while he manages their father's condition. However, Prince Ling emerges in his wheelchair, selflessly ordering Ning Yi to go and prioritize her family's safety. Brother Ning stares in surprise, moved by the prince's unexpected compassion. With a final, lingering look of gratitude, Ning Yi rushes out the door to save her father. She finds Father Ning pale and bedridden, whispering apologies for failing to protect her future. Ning Yi tenderly grasps his hand, offering silent comfort to the man who fought so hard for her. Her eyes sharpen with medical focus as she assesses his deteriorating state. She questions her brother about the failed imperial medicine, realizing the situation is more complex than a simple illness. Confirming a high fever, she deduces that the previous doctors provided the wrong treatment entirely. Her brother watches her with bated breath, desperate for a glimmer of hope for their father's recovery. Ning Yi declares she has the cure, but requires a rare ingredient that isn't found in any standard pharmacy. Under the veil of darkness, they arrive at a mysterious location known as the Lucky Die House. Guards pound on the heavy wooden doors, demanding entry into the silent workshop. Ning Yi gazes at the building with unwavering confidence, knowing that the specific medicinal dye ingredient she needs is hidden right inside. The dye house mistress swings the door open, visibly irritated by the late-night interruption. She flatly denies having any Izatis root, telling Ning Yi to take her business elsewhere. Ning Yi refuses to back down, pointing out the clear evidence of the medicinal plants used in their blue dye. Before the woman can shove her away, a guard intervenes with force, sending her reeling in shock. Ning Yi offers a cold comfort, telling the trembling woman she has no intention of hurting her if she cooperates. Sensing the situation has escalated, the master of the house is out to personally fulfill the medicinal order. He claps his hands with a forced, oily smile, signaling his staff to jump into action. The man presents the requested ingredients with suspicious eagerness, hoping to satisfy the princess and send her on her way. Ning Yi remains on high alert, sensing a dark secret hidden behind their sudden shift in hospitality. She decides to stay and investigate the premises, claiming she's far too hungry to leave the dye house just yet. The master's face tightens as he realizes he must maintain the charade to avoid further suspicion. He reluctantly agrees to serve a meal, while Ning Yi plays the part of a demanding and entitled guest. As the dishes arrive, Ning Yi's medical expertise allows her to instantly detect the scent of a powerful sedative hidden in the food. She carefully examines the fish, confirming that every bite has been laced with a knockout drug. She takes a calculated bite, putting her plan to uncover their true business into motion. Feigning the effects of the sedative, she lets her head slam onto the table in a mock stupor. Rapid footsteps rush toward her the moment she collapses, confirming the staff was waiting for her to pass out. The master drops his polite mask entirely, ordering his men to tie her up and throw her into the rear wing. Awakening in a dark, hidden cell, Ning Yi is met by another captive who tells her to simply accept her fate as goods. She looks around the dim room to see a group of terrified women held against their will. The horrifying realization hits her. The Lucky Die House is a front for a massive human trafficking ring. Ning Yi stands up, her resolve hardening as she observes the victims surrounding her. She immediately tends to a small child in the corner who is suffering from a dangerously high fever. She discreetly passes a signal to her hidden guards, preparing to launch a coordinated counterstrike. While the traffickers remain unaware, she prepares a rapid medical treatment to stabilize the sick girl. One of the guards outside senses something is wrong, but he is far too late to stop the coming storm. Ning Yi's guard bursts into the room, landing a devastating punch on the first criminal in his path. The door is kicked off its hinges as the full rescue team floods the secret facility. With the traffickers neutralized, the lead guard asks for instructions on how to handle the survivors. Ning Yi carefully examines the records found on site, ensuring every piece of evidence is secured. She keeps a protective hand on the child, prioritizing the safety of the victims as the ordeal finally comes to an end. Ning Yi breathes a sigh of relief, thankful her medical needles can keep the child's fever at bay for now. Suddenly, the young boy clings to her, his delirious mumble of "Mom," catching the princess completely off guard. Staring into space, Ning Yi is left speechless by the weight of being called a mother in such a dire situation. When an attendant reaches out to take the boy, she gently dismisses him, choosing to personally ensure the child's safety. Stepping out into the moonlit night, she makes her way toward the waiting carriage to transport the survivors. As they reach the gate, the city guards demand an immediate inspection of the vehicle. Ning pulls back the curtain, her regal presence instantly silencing the aggressive demands of the soldiers. Terrified of their mistake, the guards bow low and beg for forgiveness as the princess graciously grants them passage. As she departs, the sentries whisper in disbelief that the rumors of her being a willful and stupid woman couldn't be further from the truth. Later, she informs a concerned official that the missing young master, Ping'an, has finally been located. She explains how she stumbled upon the trafficking ring at the dye house and has already dispatched her guards to the judicial office with evidence. The official is left reeling, unable to process that the princess personally dismantled a criminal syndicate. Waving her hand dismissively, Ning Yi remains humble about her heroic intervention. Back at the manor, her brother explodes in a fit of protective rage over the danger she put herself in. He continues to scold her for her impulsiveness, while she can only offer a sheepish apology. She clings to his arm, pleading for him to stop being angry now that she's returned home safe and sound. With a final huff, he warns her never to pull a stunt like that again, though she cheekily promises to let him lead the next raid. Her father looks on from his bed, his voice full of warmth, as he urges his daughter to get some well-deserved rest. Ning Yi beams with joy, seeing the life returning to her father's face as he recovers. Her brother quickly ruins the moment, telling their father that she was far too energetic to be tired after catching human traffickers. The atmosphere shifts instantly as her father demands to know the full truth of the night's events. Fearing his disapproval, she softly admits that she did it all to secure his safety. To her surprise, he erupts into a proud laugh, praising her for being a brave and decisive daughter. Ning Yi and her brother share a bewildered glance at their father's unexpected reaction. Across town at the State Duke's residence, young Ping tosses in his bed, crying out in the grip of a burning fever. A servant rushes in with more medicine, desperately trying to stabilize the boy's condition. The State Duke's wife is a wreck of nerves, mourning the suffering her poor son has had to endure. Just as hope seems to fade, a frantic announcement rings out that the miracle doctor has finally arrived. The doctor recoils in pure terror as he identifies the unmistakable signs of smallpox on the young patient. He flatly refuses to help, demanding the boy be isolated immediately to prevent a total catastrophe. Ms. Liu is paralyzed by the grim reality that this disease is a near-certain death sentence. In her darkest moment, she realizes only Ning Yi possesses the medical brilliance to save her son. Unaware of the brewing crisis, Ning Yi enjoys a quiet, snow-covered morning at the mansion. She playfully decides to craft a snowman as a gift for Xuanling. Her peaceful morning is cut short when a desperate messenger collapses at her feet. The servant frantically begs for her assistance, revealing that Mr. Jiang has contracted the plague. Her brother tries to intervene, terrified that his sister will be lost to the incurable infection. Ning Yi remains calm, shocking everyone by declaring she has a functional cure for smallpox. She immediately takes charge, ordering a secluded courtyard to be prepared for a strict quarantine. Her father steps in with an icy glare, forbidding her from entering the infected house. The messenger is forced to retreat, leaving without the help he so desperately sought. Ning Yi pleads with her father, insisting that her knowledge is the only way to prevent an outbreak. Refusing to risk his daughter's life, the father orders her confined to her room until the danger passes. Guards lead her away while she fruitlessly begs him to reconsider the stakes. Trapped inside, she fumes at the thought of a life-saving treatment being wasted. Knowing time is running out, she resolves to scale the walls and escape in secret. She arrives at the Duke's mansion, ready to initiate her medical protocol. For her own safety, she carefully dons a protective mask before approaching the patient. With a deep breath, she pushes open the doors to the infected chamber. Ms. Liu attempts to embrace her, but Ning Yi maintains a professional distance to ensure proper safety. She issues sharp, technical commands to evacuate all non-essential personnel from the area. The mansion erupts into focused activity as carriages are loaded for the emergency relocation. Ning Yi produces a specialized pill designed to stabilize the boy's volatile symptoms. Ms. Liu looks on with immense relief, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for her child. Focused entirely on the procedure, Ning Yi dismisses the gratitude to keep her attention on the task. She strictly advises the mother to rest, ensuring the medical environment remains controlled. Word of her escape reaches her father, who is now consumed with fear for her well-being. He falls to his knees in the ancestral hall, praying fervently for his daughter's safe return. Rumors of a deadly outbreak spread like wildfire through the city as commoners gather to discuss the grim news. One man whispers about the tragedy unfolding at the Duke's mansion, noting how Princess Ning Yi has bravely risked everything to help. He holds onto a sliver of hope, praying her legendary medical skills can overcome the odds. However, his companion is far more cynical, arguing that smallpox is a divine punishment that no mortal doctor can cure. Suddenly, Ning Yi herself steps into the conversation, catching them off guard with a sharp question. The men reel back in sheer terror, screaming for their lives as they point at her marked face and flee. Left standing alone in the deserted alleyway, Ning Yi is completely baffled by their panicked retreat. She quickly reaches into her satchel and retrieves a small hand mirror to investigate the cause of their fear. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes her face is covered in dark, unsightly spots that weren't there before. Under the cover of night, a tense confrontation unfolds at the royal residence between a master and his subordinate. A loyal guard blocks the exit, desperate to prevent the prince from venturing into the infected zone. Prince Ling's expression hardens into a mask of cold authority, demanding to know if the guard has forgotten his place. The guard pleads with him, insisting that the princess is already lost to the incurable disease, and that his safety is paramount. Refusing to let anything stand in his way, the prince delivers a swift, decisive strike to end the argument. Moments later, the guard is left bound and helpless as Ling prepares to depart for the mansion alone. Back at the Duke's estate, the moon hangs high as a soft voice carries through the quiet, quarantined halls. Masked for safety, Ning Yi finishes a thrilling chapter of a legend to keep her young patient's spirits high. Little Ping'an looks up with wide, captivated eyes, begging for the princess to tell him more. Gently checking his temperature, Ning Yi assures him that his fever is gone, and that a good night's rest is the only way to finish the fight. She gives final instructions to Ms. Liu, entrusting her with the boy's care for the remainder of the night. Stepping out into the cool courtyard air, the immense weight of the day's labor finally begins to take its toll. She stretches her aching limbs, letting out a weary sigh as she dreams of a few hours of sleep. Her sharp instincts suddenly flare as she detects a subtle presence lurking in the shadows behind her. Without a moment's hesitation, she draws a concealed needle, ready to strike down any potential threat. She spins around with lethal precision, launching an attack toward the mysterious intruder. Her strike is effortlessly parried as a powerful figure catches her in a firm, protective embrace. The stranger's hand clamps down on her wrist, completely neutralizing her attempt at self-defense. Fuming with rage, Ning Yi demands to know who dares to accost her in the middle of the night. Her anger evaporates instantly when she realizes it is Prince Ling standing before her, with a sheepish apology for the scare. Startled and confused, she quickly creates distance between them, questioning what could have possibly brought him to such a dangerous place. Ling offers a faint, relieved smile, noting that she looks far more energetic than the deathbed rumors suggested. Ning Yi scoffs at the ridiculous gossip, explaining that she has been perfectly fine while stabilizing the boy's condition. The prince's gaze drifts as he asks if her extreme dedication is born from a special affection for the child. A playful thought crosses her mind as she wonders if the mighty prince could actually be feeling a hint of jealousy. Ning Yi laughs off the situation, playfully claiming she isn't a superficial person who cares only for outward appearances. Prince Ling remains skeptical, sensing a hidden agenda behind the sudden explosion of rumors throughout the capital. Seeing a golden opportunity, Ning Yi claps her hands in delight, hoping the scandal will finally lead to the annulment of their engagement. Ling agrees to assist her with the plan, but only if she promises to reveal the full truth once the dust settles. Without a second thought, Ning Yi beams with joy and officially accepts the deal. Meanwhile, the atmosphere shifts drastically as the scene moves to the somber halls of the Weeping Dew Hall. A frantic messenger bursts through the doors, desperate to deliver a report on the unfolding crisis. The Empress sits in regal silence, her focus seemingly entirely on the cat resting in her lap. The young woman gasps out the news that Ning Yi is infected with smallpox and that Prince Ning is scouring the land for a cure. She pokes at her surroundings in a fit of pique, clearly irritated by the growing public sympathy for her rival. With a sharp stomp of her foot, she complains that the city's residents are praising Ning Yi as a selfless hero. The girl frets that if a doctor is found, Ning Yi's reputation and wealth will soar to untouchable heights. Unfazed, the Empress continues to stroke her cat, dismissing Ning Yi's newfound fame as nothing more than a fragile bubble reputation. The young noblewoman bites her lip, frustrated that the Empress won't take direct action against her enemy. She lets out a sharp humph and turns her back, unable to hide her annoyance any longer. A chilling smirk crosses the Empress's face as she pinches the cat's ear, showing a hint of her true nature. The feline reacts with a sharp scrape, struggling against the cold grip of its mistress. As the cat escapes her grasp, the Empress cryptically muses that even a beast can have a keen sense of smell for opportunity. Another lady enters the room with a weary gait, announcing that she is overcome with exhaustion. The Empress looks her dead in the eye, instantly calling out her facet of fatigue as a sign of mental disturbance. The woman tries to maintain her cover, claiming her long practice session with the gusheng has drained her energy. Seeing right through the lie, the Empress asks if her real concern is actually the status of the marriage engagement. The lady looks away, worried that the minister's requests for annulment have yet to receive a formal reply from the Emperor. The Empress rises from her seat, confident that the Emperor's loyalty to the prince will prevent him from breaking the pact. Despite the reassurance, the younger woman trembles with uncertainty, wondering how to proceed with her scheme. She fears that even if Ning Yi survives the illness, the permanent scars of smallpox will make her unfit for the royal family. A dark sneer forms on the Empress's lips as she realizes they can weaponize these rumors for their own gain. Back at the mansion, a suspicious figure slips through the shadows of the courtyard. Ning Yi, protected by a surgical mask, watches closely as a maid carries a tray toward the kitchen at an odd hour. From her vantage point, she catches the maid red-handed as she surreptitiously switches 2 bowls of food. Stepping out into the open, Ning Yi demands to know why the girl is tampering with her and Ping'an's meals. She reaches out and seizes the evidence, her professional focus never wavering as she uncovers the sabotage. Ning Yi inspects the concoction, her eyes narrowing behind her medical mask as she questions the contents of the bowl. A frantic servant tries to intercept her, claiming the medicine is for Ms. Liu. But Ning Yi remains undeterred as she moves to investigate further. The maid breaks into a cold sweat, her face contorting with visible panic as the situation spirals out of her control. Before the girl can escape, a guard's leg snaps out to block the doorway, cutting off her only path of retreat. Ms. Liu points an accusatory finger, demanding to know who ordered the maid to weaponize smallpox against their savior. The servant hangs her head in shame as her mistress reminds her of the years of loyalty she has just thrown away. Ms. Li's voice rises with intensity, desperate to understand why someone she trusted would try to destroy them all. Desperately, the maid cries out that she never intended to hurt her mistress, insisting her heart remains loyal to her lady. Ms. Liu delivers a crushing ultimatum, threatening to have the girl's entire family imprisoned if she doesn't confess immediately. With a piercing gaze, the noblewoman commands her to stop the lies and speak nothing but the truth. Her spirit broken, the servant collapses limply onto the floor and finally agrees to reveal the conspiracy. She begins her confession, recounting a letter from her parents regarding her brother's dangerous run-in with a powerful official. We see her in the dead of night, trembling as she reads the letter and weighs the life of her brother against her duty. A sudden, ominous knock at the door interrupts her thoughts, signaling the arrival of a dark temptation. A masked stranger presents a heavy bag of gold, promising her brother's freedom if she successfully infects Ning Yi. Overwhelmed by the pressure and the promise of wealth, the maid makes the fateful decision to accept the deal. Back in the present, she admits to the treacherous plan of swapping the bowls and chopsticks to ensure the infection spread. She begs for mercy on her knees, pleading that her family be spared, because this was her first transgression. Ms. Leah's expression hardens into a mask of disappointment, noting that the maid chose greed over simply asking for help. Standing tall, the mistress declares that while the family is safe, the maid must face justice at the Central Judicial Office. The guards show no mercy as they drag the wailing traitor away to face the consequences of her actions. The weight of the betrayal sinks in as Ms. Liu drops to her knees, blaming her own soft leadership for the danger Ning Yi faced. Ning Yi reaches out a comforting hand, assuring the distraught woman that she doesn't hold her responsible for the maid's choices. Professional and focused, the princess explains that her only priority now is the treatment and the cooperation of her patients. As night falls, the toll of the day becomes clear when Ning Yi begins to wobble unsteadily under the moonlight. Her strength finally fails her, and her foot catches on the floor as her balance gives way. The world tilts as the princess tumbles forward, unable to brace herself for the impact. Just before she hits the ground, a pair of strong arms catches her in a protective embrace. Her rescuer looks down in alarm, realizing Ning Yi is burning up with a dangerous fever as she loses consciousness. Prince Ling scoops the burning hot Ning Yi into his arms, his face etched with panic as he demands immediate medical supplies. The prince rushes her toward the bed while his subordinate, 9, sprints to fulfill the urgent command. Ms. Liu bursts into the room, her eyes widening at the sight of the high-ranking prince personally tending to the fallen medic. Horror washes over Ms. Liu as she identifies the unmistakable marks of smallpox beginning to surface on Ning Yi's skin. Even through her hazy consciousness, Ning Yi is baffled as to how she could be infected after taking every possible precaution. Ms. Liu's expression hardens as she realizes the treacherous maid must have committed a second, hidden act of sabotage. The world goes dark for Ning Yi once more as she slips back into a deep, fever-induced unconsciousness, trapped in a terrifying nightmare. Ning Yi finds herself suspended like a helpless puppet in a void of shadows. A spectral blade pierces through her dream self, symbolizing the cruel fate the world expects her to suffer. She looks down at her tattered robes, feeling the weight of being a mere pawn in a dangerous game of power. In the depths of her despair, her eyes snap open with a desperate inner will to survive against the odds. A single, flickering candle flame suddenly illuminates the suffocating darkness of her mind. Reaching out into the gloom, Ning Yi searches for any shred of hope to pull her back to reality. Xuanling appears before her in the vision, extending his hand as a literal beacon of safety in her darkest hour. Their hands lock together in a tight grip, anchoring her soul back to the living world. Ling gazes down at her with a look of profound protection, wordlessly promising she won't face this trial alone. Back in the waking world, Ms. Liu notes the impropriety of Ning Yi clutching the prince's hand so tightly. Ling raises a finger to his lips, demanding absolute silence so as not to disturb the resting patient. He reassures Ms. Liu that as the Imperial Guard commander, he is simply fulfilling his duty to safeguard her. Watching them, Ms. Liu senses a deep, unspoken bond between the two that goes far beyond professional obligation. She quietly steps out of the room, closing the door to leave the pair in peace. Still lost in her fever, Ning Yi softly murmurs the prince's name under her breath. Ling leans in close, gently stroking her hand to soothe her through the agonizing heat of the virus. Outside, the manor falls into a tense silence under the cover of the moonlit night. Ms. Liu confronts the captured maid, demanding the full truth about the infection. The maid erupts into a fit of maniacal laughter, reveling in the chaos she has unleashed. She spits out her resentment, claiming this is the price Ms. Liu must pay for her perceived heartlessness. Ms. Liu stares at the girl with cold disgust, finally seeing the true depth of her calculating malice. The maid glares back with eyes full of spite, cursing the unfairness of those born into high status. Ms. Liu delivers a chilling reminder that the maid's entire family will be the ones to pay for her treason. The traitorous maid remains defiant, claiming that sacrificing her life to save her family is a trade she's more than willing to make. Guards immediately close in on the girl as Ms. Liu coldly orders them to get to work. Terrified of the impending punishment, the maid begins to scream, begging for the mercy of a quick death instead. Ms. Liu stands resolute and unmoved as the traitor is dragged away to face a fate far worse than a simple execution. Back in the quiet of the sick room, Ning Yi finally stirs, her eyes fluttering open as she wakes from her feverish haze. She is stunned to find Prince Ling resting his head right beside her, realizing he hasn't left her side for a second. Ling wakes up the moment she moves, his face softening with a look of pure relief. Caught off guard by his presence, Ning Yi asks when he arrived, her voice filled with genuine concern for his health. The realization sinks in that he truly stayed through the night, just to ensure she pulled through. Panicking for his safety, she frantically urges him to leave before he contracts the smallpox virus himself. She clutches her head in guilt, blaming herself for putting the prince and everyone else in the palace at such high risk. Ling meets her gaze firmly, telling her that her only mistake was neglecting her own well-being. He offers a rare, gentle smile, simply glad that she managed to survive the worst of the infection. Ning Yi can only stare back at him, her heart racing as she processes the depth of his dedication. A faint blush colors her cheeks while she struggles to find the right words to say. She quickly pushes past the awkwardness, playfully insisting that she's completely recovered and ready to work. Reaching into her robes, she pulls out a small, handcrafted item she prepared earlier. She presents him with a medicinal sachet, explaining that it's designed to ward off the virus and keep him protected. Ling looks at the gift with a hint of surprise, touched by her sudden concern for his safety. He accepts the sachet with a smirk, admitting that he needs to stay healthy since she'd be lost without his help. Ning Yi immediately tries to climb out of bed, determined to head back to the lab and finish the antidote. Ling catches her arm with a firm grip, insisting that she hasn't rested nearly enough to be on her feet. Their debate is cut short by a sudden, rhythmic knocking on the chamber doors. The two compose themselves as they prepare to receive whoever is calling for the princess. A group of loyal servants stands outside, offering their full support and thanking her for treating them with such kindness. Ning Yi is visibly moved by their display of loyalty, her resolve to save them strengthening. The staff cheers in unison, ready to follow her lead and fight back against the epidemic. With renewed energy, the medical team begins precisely measuring out the ingredients for the final cure. Ms. Liu watches the progress closely, noting that they only need 2 more hours of waiting to see if the potion holds. Ning Yi remains focused at her desk, meticulously documenting the prescriptions for the entire palace. Ling keeps a watchful eye on her, noting how the exhaustion of the past few days is finally starting to show. As the 2-hour mark passes, they sit together in the quiet room, waiting for the results of her experiment. Ling asks if she's feeling nervous about the outcome, knowing everything hinges on this one recipe. Ning Yi confidently rolls up her sleeve, showing him that her skin is clear and the treatment was a total success. A triumphant smile breaks across Ling's face as he realizes her hard work has finally paid off. Overjoyed by the breakthrough, he pulls her into a spirited embrace to celebrate their victory over the plague. The morning sky clears as a joyful shout of sibling affection echoes through the courtyard. Prince Ling clings to Ning Yi in a dramatic embrace, though she's clearly reaching her limit with his suffocating antics. Suddenly, a swift, heavy strike sends the prince reeling across the room, ending the unwelcome hug instantly. Ning Yi watches with a smirk as her father laughs at the disgraced prince scrambling to find his footing on the floor. Turning back to the mission at hand, she asks her father to draft a formal memorial to share her medical breakthroughs with the throne. She reveals that her plan goes far beyond a simple cure. She has successfully developed a preventative vaccination. Her father pauses, his expression clouding with genuine confusion over this unfamiliar medical term. Ning Yi begins to break down the complex science into a strategic explanation he can easily understand. Meanwhile, at the Weeping Dew Hall, the atmosphere is far from celebratory. The Empress slams her hand against the table in a fit of pure rage upon hearing that her rival survived. She seethes with jealousy, realizing that Ning Yi's rising fame as a savior makes her a lethal political threat. An official reports that the new medicine was only tested on rats, providing the Empress with the perfect fuel for a smear campaign. Her eyes narrow as she prepares to frame this medical miracle as a reckless gamble with innocent human lives. Outside the estate, a heavy projectile is hurled through the air with violent intent. The object strikes the heavy wooden gates with a resounding boom, signaling the start of a public uprising. A massive, angry mob gathers at the entrance, shouting their refusal to be treated like laboratory animals. Ning Yi listens from inside, stunned that her confidential medical plans were leaked to the public so quickly. Guards take their positions at the door, bracing for the inevitable confrontation with the frantic citizens. Her father and brother step out into the light, ready to shield Ning Yi from the public's misplaced fury. Ning Yi watches in shock as her family prepares to face the entire crowd on her behalf. The general orders Xuan to maintain a defensive posture, strictly forbidding any assault on the unarmed civilians. He stares down the mob with the steely, unwavering gaze of a seasoned commander. Sitting down firmly before the gates, he dares anyone to try and lay a hand on his daughter. The villagers shout back, accusing the military family of abusing their power to force a dangerous experiment on the poor. Refusing to hide behind her family, Ning Yi steps forward to face the accusations head-on. Her father and brother turn in surprise, deeply worried she is putting herself in harm's way. She commands the attention of the rowdy crowd, her voice remaining calm and authoritative despite the tension. She cites the staggering death toll of smallpox, forcing the protesters to face the grim reality of the disease they fear. She explains the natural phenomenon where survivors of the plague gain a lifelong shield against the virus. The angry murmurs die down as the undeniable logic of her words begins to sink in. Using a military metaphor, She describes how the body needs a numerical advantage to win the internal war against infection. She clarifies that smallpox is only deadly because the body's defenses are often caught off guard. Her father catches on quickly, realizing that the goal is to fortify the body's defenses before the enemy ever strikes. Ning Yi gives him a confident thumbs up, confirming he has grasped the revolutionary essence of immunization. Seeing her unwavering conviction, the crowd's hostility begins to transform into hope and curiosity. She presents herself as living proof of the cure, standing healthy after her own successful battle with the infection. Her father beams with pride, now fully convinced by his daughter's brilliant medical strategy. He takes a resolute step forward, ready to lead his people by example. Standing tall before the citizens, the general boldly declares that he will be the very first person to be immunized. The carriage rolls through the bustling capital as Ning enjoys the fruits of her hard-earned success. Her maid, Yue, excitedly reveals that a grateful patient has gifted them vast herb gardens spanning 3 mountains. Hearing that her new property is so massive sends Ning Yi into a state of pure, glittering joy. She eagerly reviews the records, marveling at the immense wealth her medical skills have finally secured. Without a second thought, she orders the driver to take an immediate detour to inspect her new estate. The carriage wheels spin rapidly as the driver makes a sharp U-turn in the middle of the street. Suddenly, the vehicle jerks to a violent, screeching halt, nearly tossing the women from their seats. Princess Xuanger blocks their path on horseback, demanding a formal greeting from the woman she despises. The petty princess stares at the carriage, secretly hoping that smallpox has left Ning Yi's face permanently disfigured. Ning Yi sighs with pure exhaustion, frustrated to have her day interrupted by such a predictable nuisance. She instructs Yue to close the curtains, deciding that a professional silence is her best defense against the drama. Xuanger grows furious at being ignored and demands to know what could possibly be more important than her presence. She mocks the hidden princess, loudly claiming that Ning Yi is only hiding because she is ashamed of her revolting, scarred face. A new pair of riders approaches, cutting through the standoff with an air of cold authority. Prince Yu makes his entrance, sternly commanding his sister to apologize for her blatant lack of manners. Xuanger is left speechless as her own brother turns against her in front of a growing crowd. She pouts and remains stubborn, refusing to acknowledge that her insults were out of line. Inside the carriage, Ning Yi and Yue whisper about how strangely the prince is behaving today. Ning Yi quickly realizes that the prince is only acting this way to ride the coattails of her current popularity. He approaches the carriage to offer a hollow apology, attempting to maintain his image as her dutiful fiancé. Fed up with the technicalities of the engagement, Ning Yi tells her maid to head straight to Prince Ling's residence instead. Safely at the manor, she discusses her concerns about being legally tied to such a manipulative man. She quickly dismisses any talk of permanent removal, looking for a more clever way to handle her predicament. Prince Ling listens intently as she explains that she merely wants to make the prince's daily life an absolute nightmare. She reaches into her robes to pull out a small, mysterious packet of medicinal powder. The prince smiles knowingly, guessing that his clever companion is about to deploy more of her signature itching powder. She laughs and clarifies that this new invention is far more sophisticated and punishing than her previous work. This specific formula causes the victim to emit an inescapable, foul stench for 7 straight days. Ling gazes at the packet, intrigued by the unique tactical advantage this 7 days in hell provides. With a devious smirk, Ning Yi prepares to deliver a lesson in humility that the prince will never forget. The morning sun beats down on the quiet halls of Emperor Xuan's private study. Prince Yu steps forward with a smug grin, eager to claim credit for the recent vaccine success. He confidently proposes taking charge of the immunization awareness campaign to secure his father's favor. But the emperor suddenly recoils in absolute horror, nearly choking on a wave of putrid air. Yu catches a whiff of his own breath and immediately begins to retch from the unbearable stench. He tries to apologize through his heving, but the foul odor only grows more intense with every word. Disgusted, the emperor waves him off, demanding he leave the room before the air becomes toxic. Yu is forced into a humiliating retreat, still gagging as he stumbles out of the royal presence. The emperor doesn't waste a second, ordering his servants to fumigate the entire study with medicinal herbs. Left alone in the corridor, Yu is left reeling from the sudden and inexplicable turn of events. He curses his wretched luck, completely unaware that Ning Yi's 7 days in hell powder is just getting started. Meanwhile, the atmosphere is far more pleasant at the bustling entrance of the prince's mansion. Distinguished guests arrive in style, stepping onto the stone path for the day's festivities. A cheerful attendant greets the arriving guests, noting that the banquet is perfectly on schedule. Ning Yi makes a graceful entrance, her face partially obscured by a delicate, professional veil. Before she can even settle in, young Pingan comes charging toward her with pure excitement. Ning Yi catches the boy in a warm embrace, playfully noting that he's certainly been eating well lately. The child looks up with wide eyes, eagerly asking to hear more of her famous travel stories. She offers a gentle smile, happy to indulge her young friend's curiosity. The rhythmic whirring of wooden wheels signals the arrival of a very important guest. Prince Ling rolls into the garden, his presence immediately commanding the attention of everyone nearby. His expression remains a mask of cold stoicism, hiding whatever thoughts are racing through his mind. Sensing the child's hesitation, Ning Yi quickly introduces Ling as a trusted and close ally. Pingan puts her on the spot, innocently asking asking which of them she prefers spending time with. The boy explains his dilemma, fearing that his honest answer might hurt the prince's feelings. Ling's gaze remains fixed on Ning Yi, silently waiting to hear how she handles the tricky question. She explains with total sincerity that Ling is a vital partner she simply cannot afford to lose. Ning Yi lets out a bright laugh, reassuring the boy that there's no need to worry about her safety. Ling reveals a rare, subtle smirk, reminding her that his martial arts training gives him exceptionally sharp hearing. The group continues their stroll through the picturesque courtyard, enjoying the serene environment. However, a group of judgmental socialites watches from the pavilion, their eyes filled with envy. They begin whispering cruel rumors, wondering if the veil is actually hiding some hideous facial deformity. Their petty gossip is cut short by a sharp reprimand, reminding them to maintain their dignity at such a high-profile event. Ms. Liu offers a shallow apology, claiming she only meant to invite the princess to join their group in the gazebo. But Ning Yi sees right through the act, identifying this woman as a master of the fake nice facade. These manipulators are the most dangerous, masking their true intentions behind a wall of pleasantries to catch their prey off guard. Prince Ling isn't buying the performance either, coolly reminding the crowd that Ning Yi is his personal guest and deserves respect. The atmosphere turns incredibly awkward as the socialites realize their petty games won't work while the prince is watching. Princess Xuanger loses her cool, stepping forward and demanding that Ning Yi get out of her way immediately. Ning Yi refuses to budge an inch, standing her ground firmly in the middle of the garden path. Rage flickers in Xuanger's eyes as she prepares to escalate the confrontation to a breaking point. "How dare you disrespect me?" The princess screams, feeling insulted by Ning Yi's calm and silent defiance. She lunges forward with a wild, aggressive swing, but Ning Yi effortlessly dodges the clumsy attack, maintaining her perfect composure. Ning Yi suggests they simply move on rather than sinking to such a petty level of behavior. In a desperate move to humiliate her rival, Xuanger reaches out and violently tears the veil from Ning Yi's face. The fabric falls away, revealing Ning Yi's flawless, radiant skin to the entire stunned crowd. Xuanger's jaw drops in pure shock as she realizes her rival isn't disfigured by smallpox at all. Ning Yi fixes the girl with a sharp, cold glare, calling out her blatant lack of manners in front of the nobility. The discarded veil drifts through the air like a fallen leaf, no longer needed to hide the truth. It settles softly onto the stone floor, marking the permanent end of Ning Yi's secret identity. Prince Ling steps forward, his commanding presence instantly shifting the focus of everyone in the courtyard. The surrounding nobles can only stare in stunned silence as the dramatic reveal of Ning Yi's beauty sinks in. Whispers erupt among the guests as they realize Ning Yi must be a legendary healer to have cured her own scars so perfectly. Ms. Liu takes charge of the situation, warning Xuanger that any further insults will be reported to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. With the bullies finally silenced, the group prepares to make their grand, victorious exit from the garden. Ms. Liu gently guides Ning Yi away from the drama, focusing on getting her seated for the start of the banquet. They leave the fuming princess behind, moving toward the main festivities with their heads held high and their status secured. Nearby, another socialite sees with jealousy, wondering what Ning Yi did to earn such powerful and loyal allies. The party moves to the scenic Lotus Pond, where the evening's formal banquet is officially set to begin. A woman approaches Ning Yi with a carefully crafted sob story, begging for a cure for her cousin's devastating smallpox scars. Ning Yi finds herself instantly surrounded by prying eyes, all waiting to see how the miracle healer responds to the plea. The woman plays the role of the grieving relative perfectly, putting Ning Yi on the spot in front of the entire court. Ning Yi narrows her eyes, realizing she's been walked right into a social trap where any answer will lead to a new backlash. Ning Yi grumbles to herself, realizing that navigating these high-society social traps is proving to be a massive headache. Prince Yu steps in to reassure Miss Qin that the princess is a kind soul who will surely help her with her ailment. Miss Qin expresses her heartfelt gratitude, clearly moved by the prince's unexpected support and recommendation. Seeing the perfect opening to turn a profit, Ning Yi turns to the prince and bluntly demands payment for the medical services he just volunteered her for. She begins listing off the rare and expensive ingredients required to craft a top-tier healing ointment. With a confident gesture, she holds up 5 fingers and declares the total cost to be a staggering 5,000 taels. While Yu is visibly stunned by the price, Ning Yi mocks the idea of a high-ranking prince offering a cheap, reputation-damaging gift to a lady. She maintains a strictly professional demeanor, insisting that her high prices are simply the market rate for a miracle cure. Cornered by his own royal status and public image, Prince Yu reluctantly agrees to the steep price. Miss Qin attempts to protest the arrangement, feeling that she should be the one responsible for the bill. Ning Yi quickly shuts down the objection, framing the payment as a noble act of romantic kindness from the prince that cannot be refused. A flustered and confused Miss Qin looks to the prince for confirmation of this supposed grand gesture. With a heavy heart and a significantly lighter wallet, Prince Yu begrudgingly pulls out a thick stack of bills. Ning Yi can barely contain her glee as she fans herself with her newly acquired fortune, proud of her successful hustle. Miss Qin is left bewildered, wondering exactly what kind of influence the princess holds over Prince Yu. As Ning Yi moves along the walkway, she spots Prince Ling observing the festivities from the edge of the lotus pond. Ling watches the social dynamics unfold with a sharp, calculating gaze while maintaining his composed posture. The two of them stand together by the rail, immediately drawing the suspicious whispers of the surrounding guests. Princess Xuan'er watches the pair from the sidelines, her eyes narrowed with pure, unadulterated resentment. Ling remains stoic and unimpressed, his cold expression enough to chill the air around them. Ning Yi refuses to back down from the tension, confronting Xuan'er's obvious hostility with a defiant stance. She points out that Xuan'er is the only one making an unseemly scene and ruining the atmosphere of the party. Completely losing her composure, Xuan'er screams out wild, baseless accusations of secret trysts and infidelity. Ning Yi points a finger back in disbelief, outraged that such scandalous lies are being shouted in a public forum. Ling remains entirely unfazed by the tantrum, coolly daring Xuan'er to take her petty complaints to the emperor. Ning Yi delivers a final verbal blow, noting that only negative people go looking for filth in every innocent interaction. The surrounding crowd erupts into mocking laughter at Xuan'er's expense, finding the princess' outburst pathetic. Xuan'er's face contorts with visible rage as she realizes she has become the laughingstock of the entire banquet. She desperately turns to Prince Yu to defend her honor, but he looks absolutely exhausted by her antics. Prince Yu finally reaches his breaking point, reprimanding Xuan'er for her embarrassing behavior and disrespectful insults. Xuan'er huffs in the background, her pride wounded while the others maintain their composure after the public spat. Prince Yu attempts to salvage the mood, inviting Ning Yi to join him for a private stroll to see the blooming flowers. Prince Ling cuts him off instantly, his gaze sharp and his tone icy as he blocks the request. Yu recoils in shock, unable to believe Ling would be so direct and territorial in his refusal. Ling doubles down, making it clear that Ning Yi is far too busy to waste her time on Yu's distractions. Ning Yi watches the exchange with a smirk, silently agreeing that Yu has become an insufferable pest. Later that evening, the scene shifts to the quiet safety of the Ning estate as the carriage arrives. Ning Yi pushes open the door to her quarters, finally seeking a moment of peace after the day's drama. She lets out a heavy sigh of relief, thankful that the chaotic social gathering is finally over. However, Ling is already waiting inside, professionally requesting a follow-up examination for his legs. Always dedicated to her craft, Ning Yi agrees to finish the treatment session she promised. She steps toward the prince to begin a technical assessment of his physical recovery. Suddenly, Ning Yi loses her footing and lurches forward, nearly colliding with her patient in a clumsy accident. Ling catches her with practiced reflexes, though the unexpected contact leaves him visibly stunned. Caught in the sudden momentum, Ning Yi finds herself momentarily frozen by the intensity of the close encounter. She notes the steady strength of his support, realizing how much his physical condition has improved. Ling battles a wave of internal fluster, struggling to maintain his professional stoicism despite the awkwardness. Ning Yi quickly pushes herself back, stammering a frantic apology for the unintended trip. Ling clears his throat and looks away, trying to regain his composure after the breach of protocol. Feeling the pressure, Ning Yi hurriedly gathers her medical scrolls to get the session back on track. Her face burns with embarrassment as she prepares to assist him with the necessary clothing adjustments for the exam. Ling insists on managing the task himself, his own face flushing a deep crimson as he declines her help. A nearby observer laments Ling's overly polite nature, wishing the prince were a bit more assertive. Setting the awkwardness aside, Ling rolls up his pant leg to allow for a proper medical inspection. Ning Yi locks into her professional zone, focusing her entire attention on the healing process. She begins the physical examination, ensuring every movement is precise and medically sound. Ning Yi carefully palpates the area, asking for feedback on any lingering pain or sensitivity. She gently pulls back to examine the joint's range of motion with expert care. Once the checkup is complete, she helps cover the area, satisfied with the rapid healing progress. Ling looks at her with genuine gratitude, offering to handle tomorrow's official meetings so she can rest. He advises her to prioritize her own health, suggesting a delay in their upcoming engagement for her sake. His gaze softens as he expresses a deep, sincere sense of responsibility toward her well-being. Leaning in, Ling reaffirms his commitment to their alliance, leaving Ning Yi momentarily breathless. Ling offers Ning Yi a masterfully crafted dagger, explaining it's for her own protection against the coming storm. Ning Yi accepts the weapon with genuine gratitude, admiring its balance and sharp edge. The two allies sit together in the quiet room, mentally preparing for the fierce competition that awaits them at court. Dawn breaks the next day as the Grand Imperial meeting is officially called to order. The emperor addresses his son first, inquiring about the progress of his leg recovery. Ling stands tall with unwavering confidence, assuring the throne that he is fully prepared to resume his duties. Prince Yu watches from the sidelines, his eyes wide with shock at the sight of Ling walking without a single hint of pain. Pleased by his son's resilience, the emperor entrusts Ling with the tiger amulet and the command of a new army. Sensing his influence slipping away, Yu desperately tries to convince the emperor that Ling still needs time to heal. The emperor rises from his throne, declaring his decision final and refusing to hear any further arguments. The court disperses as the heavy sound of footsteps echoes through the hall. As they cross paths, Ling delivers a cold warning warning to Yu, telling him to keep his nose out of business where it doesn't belong. Ling strides away with the aura of a true commander, leaving his rival in the dust. Yu stares at the departing prince, his face twisting into a mask of pure, murderous resentment. Back at his private residence, Yu slams a table in a fit of uncontrollable rage. His advisor remains calm, warning the prince that losing his temper will only lead to his downfall. Yu vents his frustrations, noting how Ling has already begun purging corrupt officials from the military ranks. The advisor suggests that Ling's bold moves are likely being sanctioned by the emperor himself. Yu struggles to understand why his father would suddenly favor the brother he once cast aside. The strategist explains that the emperor is likely acting out of a sense of guilt for stripping Ling's powers in the past. A shadow of worry crosses Yu's face as he realizes his standing within the palace is under serious threat. The advisor narrows his eyes, suggesting that if Ling's old injury were to flare up, he would be permanently removed from the board. Yu takes the hint, his expression hardening as he decides on a lethal course of action. The silent palace grounds are bathed in moonlight as a hidden threat begins to stir in the shadows. A door to the prince's chambers creaks open, signaling the arrival of unwelcome guests in the dead of night. Ling's eyes snap open instantly, his warrior instincts alerting him to the presence of killers. The group of masked intruders stalls in shock as their target reacts with lightning speed. Ling stands in the center of the room, radiating a terrifying killing intent as he prepares to defend his life. He draws his blade with a lethal shimmer, ready to show the invaders why he was once the Empire's greatest general. The sounds of battle fill the room as Ling carves through the group of masked men with surgical precision. Standing over a pile of defeated foes, Ling demands the leader show themselves and face their judgment. The final survivor panics, turning to flee as the assassination mission descends into a complete disaster. Ling is faster, blocking the exit and placing his cold steel against the coward's throat. He looms over the terrified man, demanding to know exactly who sent him to do this dirty work. Across the palace, a ceramic cup slips from Yu's hand and shatters into pieces on the floor. Yu stares at the mess, gripped by a sudden and overwhelming sense of impending doom. A panicked messenger bursts into the room, shouting desperately for Prince Yu's attention. The man is completely out of breath, sweating profusely as he struggles to deliver his report. He collapses at the prince's feet, gasping out the grim fate of the rest of his missing squad. Suddenly, a wave of corrosive black liquid erupts from the man's mouth, splashing directly onto Yu's outstretched hand. Yu recoils in sheer agony as the poison begins to sizzle and eat through his skin like acid. Realizing Prince Ling sent the man back as a biological trap, Yu violently kicks the dying messenger away. He clutches his mangled limb, his face contorted in a mixture of intense pain and burning hatred. The chemical reaction intensifies, producing a thick white smoke as it continues to dissolve his flesh. Overwhelmed by rage and torment, the prince smashes his tea set against the floor in a shower of porcelain. He bellows for assistance, his body trembling from the excruciating sensation of the spreading rot. The imperial physicians deliver a grim prognosis to an attendant, warning that the damage to the hand may require an immediate amputation. A subordinate barks out a death threat, demanding the doctors save the prince's hand or face the execution of their entire families. A chilling scream of pure torment echoes across the silent, moonlit palace grounds as the procedure begins. High above the courtyard, a messenger pigeon arrives at a window to deliver urgent news to a waiting contact. Ning Yi takes the bird and reads the message, noting that Prince Yu is finally paying a heavy price for his failed assassination attempt. Prince Ling maintains a cold, professional focus, ordering his operative to stay on mission and push their rival into a total dead end. He watches his secret correspondence burn, ready to systematically dismantle whoever stands in the way of his military purge. News of the tragedy spreads fast as a young woman frantically searches the corridors for her elder, Aunt Lan. She reports the news of Yu's horrific injury to the lady, who receives the update with a mask of icy composure. The noblewoman's gaze sharpens, refusing to let this setback ruin Yu standing in the line of succession. She ponders the upcoming wedding, realizing that Ning Yi's marriage could permanently shift the balance of power against them. A calculated fire burns in her eyes as she decides it is time to sway the emperor's perspective on the matter. Her resolve hardens, knowing she must protect her family's honor through strategic manipulation of the court. In the shadows of the garden, a bribe is quietly exchanged between servants to ensure the palace staff remains loyal to her cause. An official carries a heavy tray toward the emperor's private study to provide the daily reports. The emperor listens intently as his attendant confirms that Prince Yu is finally out of medical danger. The attendant subtly steers the conversation, pointing out the string of bad luck and misfortune following both the prince and Ning Yi. He mentions an old prophecy from a southern monk, painting Ning Yi as a potential jinx to the royal bloodline. The emperor strokes his beard in deep thought, worried that this union might bring a curse upon the entire empire. With a sharp gesture of his hand, he commands his guards to bring his son before him immediately. Prince Yu enters the study with his hand heavily bandaged, maintaining a humble and respectful stance before his father. The emperor questions him about the wedding, offering to cancel the match if Yu fears the bad omens surrounding his bride-to-be. Yu puts on a masterclass of deception, swearing his absolute loyalty to the crown and his desire to proceed with the marriage despite the rumors. Beneath the surface of the conversation, a professional medical needle is applied to a pressure point to manage the prince's lingering pain. Gufei sits in solitude, her expression clouded clouded with a growing sense of unease. The court is shaken when a messenger announces Prince Yu's shocking intent to spend his life with Princess Yi. Gufei's heart sinks as she reels from the news, unable to believe the man she loves would betray her so easily. Driven by desperation, she rushes out to find Yu and demand the truth about the promise he once made her. Far from the palace drama, a medical station hums with activity as commoners gather for their life-saving treatments. Ning Yi works tirelessly, handing out herbal supplements and clear instructions to the grateful citizens. The local people look upon her with reverence, calling her efforts nothing short of a miracle for their community. From the shadows, Prince Ling watches the scene unfold, his presence casting a long, imposing shadow. When his subordinate praises Ning Yi's natural charisma, Ling quickly shuts down the idle chatter with a sharp command. Ling's focus shifts to his rival, inquiring if Yu has made any moves regarding the upcoming nuptials. His brow furrows in irritation upon learning that Yu has doubled down on the marriage despite the emperor's doubts. Noticing his arrival, Ning Yi breaks into a bright smile and waves the prince over to join her. Ling maintains a professional air, claiming he only came to ensure the public is accepting the new vaccines. He reaches out to steady the young medic as they prepare to move through the crowded camp. Together, they walk through the medical site as Ling offers to oversee the day's progress personally. Meanwhile, a brooding Gufei sits by the palace pond, her mind trapped in a cycle of jealousy and fear. She stares into the distance, wondering if she has truly become worthless in the eyes of the ambitious prince. Her grip tightens on her robes as she refuses to let her future slip away without a fight. A dark resolve flickers in her eyes, fueling a desperate plan to reclaim her place by Yu's side. A sudden, violent splash breaks the silence of the garden as she plunges into the freezing water. Chaos erupts across the grounds as guards dive in to rescue the drowning noblewoman. Hearing the news, Prince Yu sprints into the medical wing, his face a mask of concern for his ally. Aunt Lan plays her part perfectly, tearfully claiming her talk of the wedding caused Gufei to lose her footing. Slowly, Gufei flutters her eyes open, her weak gaze searching for the prince in the crowded room. Yu moves to the bedside, allowing her to lean on him as she regains her composure after the ordeal. He gently chides her for her lack of caution, reminding her that his marriage is purely a strategic move for power. His expression hardens with hidden frustration, annoyed that such a distraction occurred within the palace walls. Trembling, Gufei confesses that the rumors of his devotion to Ning Yi had driven her to the brink of despair. Yu takes a seat and grasps her hands firmly, questioning how she could ever doubt his true intentions. Despite his own injuries, he wipes away her tears, explaining that Ning Yi is merely a tool he must control. He gazes into her eyes with a calculated intensity, insisting that every cold move he makes is for their shared future. Reassured by his words, Gufei clings to him, her manipulative scheme having successfully pulled him back. She tries to capitalize on the moment, suggesting a romantic outing to see the blossoms on the hillside. Yu's face instantly shifts to a cold neutrality as he dismisses her request, citing urgent official business. The rejection stings, leaving Gufei to realize that his heart may still be tied to the woman he claims to use. Without another word, the prince stands and walks away, leaving her alone in the cold silence of the room. Gufei watches in silence as Prince Yu's cold silhouette fades into the distance, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Aunt Lan suddenly appears, demanding to know if Gufei's desperate gambit actually worked to reclaim Yu's heart. Staring blankly at her medicine, Gufei insists that every risk she takes is for the preservation of her family's future. The elder woman snaps at her, pointing out how reckless it was to jump into the lake just to gain a moment of attention. She warns Gufei that a tragic end wouldn't have earned Yu's pity, but rather his ultimate contempt for her perceived immaturity. Gufei looks up, her eyes wide with the realization that her life is merely a pawn in a much larger political game. Aunt Lan leans in close, reminding her that personal feelings are irrelevant compared to the power of securing the throne. A dark resolve settles over Gufei as she vows to become the Queen of Southern Chang or perish in the attempt. The scene shifts to a bustling outpost where Prince Ling stands guard over the community's progress. Ning Yi approaches him with a bright smile, offering a sweet treat gifted to her by a local child. Prince Ling takes a bite, his sharp gaze softening as he experiences a rare moment of peace during the mission. The two share a lighthearted exchange, momentarily forgetting the political storm brewing around them. Ning Yi teases the stoic commander, surprised to find that even a hardened warrior has a hidden sweet tooth. Grateful villagers suddenly swarm the pair, bringing baskets of fresh produce to thank their medical savior. Overwhelmed by the sudden display of public affection, Ning Yi tries to humbly decline the generous offering. Prince Ling steps in, encouraging her to accept the people's gratitude as a rightful tribute to her life-saving skill. Stepping forward with authority, Ning Yi asks the crowd to help her spread word of the vaccine to every corner of the land. The atmosphere turns electric as the people cheer for Princess Yi, cementing her status as their newfound beacon of hope. Elsewhere, the heavy doors of a prestigious tailor shop stand as a front for Prince Yu's latest strategic scheme. Prince Yu enters with an air of cold arrogance, demanding to see the masterpiece he commissioned for his next move. He peers at the craftsmanship with a smug smile, confident that his plan is proceeding perfectly. The tailors present a stunning purple gown, handled with the utmost care to ensure its professional perfection. Yu orders the shopkeeper to deliver the dress to Prince Ling's mansion, ensuring a specific invitation is tucked inside. Back at the estate, Ning Yi is blindsided by the arrival of the unexpected and lavish package. The tailor unveils the purple's aura gown, boasting of its rare oriental pearls and immense technical value. Ning Yi immediately puts her foot down, ordering the man to take the extravagant garment back to its sender. She reasons with the messenger, explaining that such a costly gift is entirely inappropriate for her to keep. When the tailor insists it is a symbol of commitment from Prince Yu, Ning Yi's frustration begins to boil over. The man drops to the floor in a desperate plea, terrified of the punishment he'll face if the delivery is rejected. Exasperated and wanting to end the public scene, Ning Yi finally instructs her maid to take the dress inside. Yue carefully lifts the heavy silk, preparing to store the controversial gift away from prying eyes. As the fabric shifts, a hidden red envelope slips from the folds of the dress and falls to the floor. Ning Yi catches sight of the invitation, her eyes narrowing as she realizes the depth of Yu's persistence. Reading the note, she discovers Yu's demand for a meeting at the Lantern Festival, a trap she fully intends to avoid. Her plans for refusal are instantly shattered as a system prompt blares a loud beep, forcing her into a mandatory date night quest. Ning Yi slams the letter down in frustration, cursing the forced invitation she can't escape. The next morning, she arrives at the Sanguine River docks with a full escort of guards in tow. Taking no chances, Ning Yi frantically stuffs her robes with every defensive tool and medicine she possesses. The vessel cuts through the churning water as the high-stakes meeting officially begins. Prince Yu stands on the deck amidst a sea of blossoms, greeting her with a calculated, charming smile. Ning Yi can't hide her immediate revulsion at the sight of the man who cornered her into this date. Yu immediately commands her guards to stay back, insisting on a strictly private audience. Ning Yi tries to use her father's orders as a shield, but Yu dismisses the threat with arrogant ease. Realizing she is trapped on the water, a wave of regret and the urge to flee washes over her. The boat drifts away from the pier, leaving the security of her guards behind on the shore. Ning Yi stares at the retreating land, a heavy sense of impending doom settling in her gut. The sun dips below the horizon, casting an ominous orange glow across the turbulent river. Yu looms over her as a sudden, massive explosion of fireworks illuminates the night sky. For a fleeting second, the sheer scale of the expensive display catches Ning Yi off guard. Taking advantage of her distraction, Yu begs for forgiveness and swears his eternal devotion to her. Ning Yi recoils instantly, making it clear she wants nothing to do with his hollow promises. Yu hides his mounting irritation behind a mask of feigned sincerity and soft, manipulative words. With cold determination, Ning Yi declares she will never waste another second on someone so unworthy. The prince's face pales as his attempts at winning her over fall completely flat. Desperate to maintain control, Yu doubles down and insists that his feelings are genuine despite her rejection. Suddenly, the world begins to tilt as Ning Yi feels a strange, overwhelming weakness take hold of her body. She quickly downs a hidden neutralizing agent, hoping to counter the mysterious incense in the air. Yu lets out a chilling laugh, revealing that her standard medicine is useless against his secret tribal recipe. Her face flushes with heat as the debilitating effects of the toxin cloud her mind. A sinister grin spreads across Yu's face as he prepares to finalize his trap. Trembling and losing her strength, Ning Yi struggles to maintain her composure against the rising dizziness. Yu closes the distance, attempting to seize her as she stumbles on the deck. Panic flares in her eyes as she realizes how vulnerable her physical state has become. He corners her against the ship's railing, using their political engagement as a cruel justification for his behavior. Using every ounce of her remaining strength, Ning Yi fights back against his unwanted advance. Her hand darts toward her belt, finally grasping the hilt of a concealed blade. With a sharp, desperate movement, she shreds the fabric of her sleeve to break free from his grip. Ning Yi glares at him with eyes full of fire, vowing to perish before ever giving him what he wants. Prince Yu's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as he realizes the lengths Ning Yi will go to for her freedom. With her last ounce of strength, she shoves herself away from her captor with desperate force. Her vision blurs as she stumbles back, the edge of the ship looming dangerously close behind her. Yu screams her name in a panic as her body tips over the railing and falls toward the dark water below. Suddenly, a gloved hand snatches her from the air, preventing a fatal drop into the river. The masked warrior Liu Wuling holds her securely, delivering a cold warning to the prince that his luck has officially run out. You can only watch from the balcony in shock as his prize is snatched away before his very eyes. Wuling gently sets the drugged medic down, advising her to avert her eyes from the necessary violence to follow. He draws his blade with lethal intent, focused entirely on making the prince pay for his treachery. Yu demands to know the stranger's identity, but Wuling makes it clear that his motives are none of the prince's concern. The masked man strikes like a bolt of lightning, his speed far exceeding the prince's frantic reflexes. The impact is devastating, sending Yu flying across the deck like a ragdoll. Yu gasps for air, desperately trying to scramble away from the approaching threat on all fours. He tries to hide behind his royal title, threatening Wuling with a death sentence for even touching him. Wuling towers over him with absolute disdain, looking down at the royal as if he were a disgusting blister. The prince lets out a pathetic, high-pitched scream as he is decisively struck down. Wuling mocks the prince's cowardice, telling him to stop acting like such a sissy in the face of defeat. With a sharp smack, Wuling forces the royal to his knees, demanding silence from the arrogant snowflake. He slowly pulls his blade out with a chilling squelch, the sound of steel against flesh filling the quiet night. Broken and humbled, Prince Yu collapses into a shivering, pathetic heap on the floor. Wuling inspects his sword with a look of pure revulsion. Disgusted by the filthy blood staining the steel, he tosses the bloodied weapon aside without a second thought, his focus returning to the woman he came to save. Ning Yi looks up at her savior, her voice a mere whisper as she tries to express her gratitude. Her strength finally fails, and she drifts into unconsciousness safely against Wuling's chest. Cradling her carefully to ensure her safety, the warrior leaps from the ship and vanishes into the moonlit night. Nearby, local patrols drift past the ship, making lighthearted jokes about the prince's supposedly romantic evening. However, the mood shifts instantly when a guard catches the heavy, metallic scent of iron lingering in the air. Realizing the stench is human blood, the men alert their crew to board the vessel immediately. Their boots thud heavily against the wooden deck as they prepare for a potential crime scene. They announce their presence with forced politeness, hoping the prince is simply occupied elsewhere. They are met with a suffocating silence that suggests no one is left in a condition to answer. Fearing the worst, the guards charge toward the upper deck to locate their lord. They stumble upon a grisly scene, finding a body sprawled out motionless in the shadows. Upon realizing the prince is still breathing, they bark orders to get him back to his residence for urgent medical care. One guard looks around frantically, noting that the firework display was meant for a guest who is now missing. Panic sets in among the crew as they realize Princess Yi has completely disappeared from the ship. Ning Yi slowly opens her eyes in an unfamiliar, lavish room, wondering how she ended up in such a place. She attempts to sit up, but immediately winces as the sharp pain from her stab wound radiates through her body. Two mysterious women wearing matching masks suddenly appear, urging her to stay still and prioritize her recovery. They introduce themselves as Ning and Ning Yi, helpers of the Peach Manor owned by her savior, Liu Wuling. Memory floods back to Ning Yi as she realizes that Wuling's face was the very last thing she saw before blacking out. Desperate to show her gratitude, she asks where the master of the house is so she can thank him in person. Ning continues to expertly dress Ning Yi's wounds, explaining that Mr. Liu is currently away on an urgent errand. Observing their unique appearance, Ning Yi curiously asks if wearing masks is a mandatory rule for everyone at the manor. Ning Yi clarifies the hierarchy, noting that masks are strictly required for those serving in the inner hall. The younger sister begins to explain that Mr. Liu is quite rigid and always keeps his own face hidden. Ning playfully nudges her sister, jokingly calling her a total buzzkill for being so serious. Ning Yi can't help but let out a soft laugh at the lighthearted bickering between the two attendants. Ning Yi is immediately struck by her guest's beauty, noting that Ning Yi has a radiant smile and eyes that truly sparkle. The helper insists that the only person who could possibly compare to such beauty is Mr. Liu, who earned the nickname Mr. Zhuo Hua. Ning Yi is left momentarily speechless, baffled by the intense level of compliment etiquette practiced in this household. She questions if his reputation for good looks is truly that legendary throughout the region of southern Cheng. While the girls gush, Ning Yi finds herself deep in thought, wondering what kind of man really resides behind that golden mask. Suddenly, Ning gasps in realization, realizing she almost let the prepared meal go cold. Ning Yi's face lights up with genuine joy when she sees that they've brought her favorite dish. Ning reveals a crucial detail. The meal was prepared specifically according to Mr. Liu's personal instructions. Before any more secrets can be revealed, the older sister quickly interrupts to keep the conversation professional. Ning Yi offers a polite smile, expressing her sincere thanks for their dedicated care. As the helpers depart, she finds herself becoming more and more intrigued by the man of mystery who rescued her. Later that day, the silence of the room is broken by the gentle creak of the doors being pushed open. Ning returns with an update, informing Ning Yi that the master has returned and is ready for their meeting. A sharp, resonant note rings out as a steady hand plucks the strings of a traditional guzheng. Ning Yi enters the courtyard to find Liu Wuling seated elegantly, lost in the music of his instrument. Peering through his ornate mask, Wuling gives a calm command to allow the visitor to approach. Ning Yi walks forward with a slight, painful limp, noting that this marks the second time he has intervened to save her. Wuling snaps his folding fan shut with a flourish, impressed that the princess has such a keen memory. He maintains a professional distance, gesturing toward a seat so she doesn't strain her unhealed injuries. Leaning in with a sharp, calculating gaze, he asks her directly how she intends to repay the life debt she owes him. Ning Yi meets his gaze firmly, offering her entire fortune of 20,000 taels to settle the score. Wuling smirks behind his mask, unimpressed by the mention of wealth and claiming that coins don't pique his interest. Desperate to clear her debt, Ning Yi leans in to offer her expert medical services and high-quality potions. Wuling remains unmoved, casually gesturing that he has no use for any healing substances. Instead, the master of the manor proposes a simpler task. He wants to be read to, questioning if the princess even knows how to read. The request sends Ning Yi into a spiral of suspicion, as she recalls a certain someone once asking for the exact same favor. Shaking off the thought, she confidently boasts her skills as a storyteller and asks which legend he desires to hear. She lists the great classics, her eyes lighting up as she offers tales of romance and grand history. Wuling makes his choice, fanning himself while selecting the tragic dream of the Red Chamber. Before she begins, Ning Yi cautiously asks for permission to remain at the manor until she is fully recovered. With a nonchalant flick of his fan, Wuling grants her request, telling her she can stay as long as she finds the place agreeable. Meanwhile, at Prince Ning's mansion, the defeated and wheelchair-bound Yu receives a grim report from his subordinates. An elder stands with his back turned, gripping a spear as his patience for the young prince wears thin. Clenching his fist, Yu makes a solemn vow to get revenge for whatever happened to Ning Yi. The elder snaps, swinging his weapon with lethal precision to demand that Yu leave his sight immediately. The sheer intensity in the old man's eyes makes it clear that he isn't bluffing about his murderous intent. He commands his guards to escort the unwanted guests out of the mansion gates for good. As he is wheeled away, Yu's face contorts with rage as he plots to tear the mysterious masked man to pieces. Back at the tranquil Peach Manor, Ning Yi begins the narration, bringing the ancient characters to life. The masked attendant listens in, enchanted by the names and hoping for a fairy tale ending. Wuling listens intently, his expression unreadable behind the golden mask as the story unfolds. Ning Yi describes the fated sorrow of the lovers, explaining how they must eventually go their separate ways. The sudden twist of the tragic love story leaves the young attendant in a state of shock. Wuling counters the sadness with his own philosophy, suggesting that the journey of love is worth it regardless of the end. Ning Yi smiles, genuinely impressed by the depth and uniqueness of the master's perspective. As she relaxes on the swing, Wuling boldly claims that when he commits to someone, he loves with everything he has. Night falls over the serene gardens, bathing the manor in a calm, moonlit glow. Beneath the moonlight, Wuling sits alone at a stone table, focused on a private task. He works with meticulous care, using a fine tool to engrave a mysterious object. Lantern in hand, Ning Yi steps out into the night to find him, her presence illuminating the dark courtyard. Wuling quickly hides his work, his eyes narrowing as he questions Ning Yi's presence late at night. Ning Yi stands her ground, demanding to know the latest news from the capital regarding Prince Ning and Prince Yu. With a stern gaze, Wuling reveals that Prince Ning is desperate to find her, while Prince Yu has been crippled by the Emperor's wrath. Relieved yet worried, Ning Yi asks if Wuling can deliver a secret message to her father to let him know she is safe. Wuling points toward his desk, inviting her to use his writing materials to compose the letter immediately. Ning Yi settles into write, grateful for the chance to finally put her father's mind at ease. Meanwhile, a heavy downpour drenches Prince Ning's mansion, mirroring the gloom within the halls. Prince Ning stands alone in the rain, consumed by guilt and fearing for his daughter's life. He strikes out in frustration, cursing the day he agreed to the Emperor's arranged marriage for the sake of status. A sudden bolt of lightning tears across the sky, illuminating the dark courtyard for a split second. High above on the roof, a mysterious masked figure crouches in the rain, prepared to execute his mission. Sensing a presence, the prince spins around and demands to know who is lurking in the shadows. A command arrow thuds into the wood nearby, carrying a note from the silent visitor. The prince's eyes widen as he recognizes the terribly messy handwriting that could only belong to his daughter. He breathes a massive sigh of relief, offering a prayer of thanks that she is alive and well. The silent messenger leaps across the rooftops, disappearing into the rainy night as quickly as he arrived. Back at Peach Manor, the mood is light as Ning Yi reads a classic tale to the household. She acts out the characters with such enthusiasm that the maids are doubled over in hysterics. Wuling watches from behind his fan, noting that despite her antics, her spirit is refreshingly genuine. A sudden noise from the courtyard interrupts them, and though Wuling dismisses it as a cat, Ning Yi's curiosity is piqued. She creeps toward the door on tiptoe, determined to find the source of the sound. To her surprise, a tiny, stray kitten is sitting alone in the middle of the courtyard. Her heart melts instantly as she scoops the wet little creature into her arms. She cuddles the kitten close, her face lighting up with pure, innocent joy. Wuling watches with amusement as she announces her plan to take the kitten inside before it catches a cold. He watches her walk away, his expression unreadable behind the mask as he remains in the doorway. A hidden guard emerges from the shadows, bowing low and seeking punishment for his careless laughter. Wuling dismisses the apology, focused instead on confirming that the message reached Prince Ning safely. The guard peers through the window, keeping a silent, protective watch over the princess. He grits his teeth, swearing to never let his guard down again after being shown such mercy. The storm passes, leaving the manor bathed in the soft light of a sunny afternoon. Wuling moves with lethal grace, his blade cutting through the air with professional precision. He executes a perfect sequence of strikes amidst a flurry of falling peach blossoms. Pausing his training, he looks up at the sky, noting the beauty of the petal rain. Ning Yi watches from a distance, mesmerized by the sheer elegance and grace of his movements. She steps forward to praise his skills, and Wuling turns to greet her with his usual calm composure. Wuling offers a smirk, challenging Ning Yi to master the very skills she just admired. Caught off guard, Ning Yi points to herself in disbelief, Doubting she has the coordination for such a feat, she can't help but visualize herself as a legendary warrior, realizing that being a skilled fighter would prevent any more injuries. Determined to improve her survival chances, she stands tall and officially accepts his rigorous offer. Before they begin, she checks one last time to ensure her father safely received her secret correspondence. Wuling offers a reassuring look, confirming that her father is finally resting easy thanks to her letter. The lesson begins with a sharp, lightning-fast thrust as Wuling demonstrates the power behind his blade during the initial drill. Ning Yi loses her balance and nearly topples over, only to be caught by the Manor Master's steady hand. Maintaining a strictly professional focus, Wuling stands behind her to guide her arms through the complex mist strike technique. Ning Yi follows his lead, swinging her practice sword in a wide, defensive arc across the training grounds. They move through the forms together, with Wuling ensuring every step of her sequence is technically perfect. He holds her wrist firmly, correcting the angle of her grip to maximize the effectiveness of the defensive strike. Thrilled by her own progress, Ning Yi boasts that she has already memorized every intricate move he showed her. Wuling gives a small nod of acknowledgement. Impressed by how quickly his new student is picking up the basics, she dives back into the training with renewed energy, determined to show off her natural talent for swordplay. Overwhelmed by her own perceived genius, she lets out a triumphant laugh at how easy she's making it look. However, her overconfidence leads to a literal slip-up as her foot slides across the smooth ground. She crashes directly into Wuling, her momentum stopped dead by his unyielding, disciplined posture. Nursing her forehead, she realizes with a shock just how solid and physically conditioned his body really is. Without breaking his stoic composure, Wuling informs her that her reward for the stumble is 2 more hours of intense practice. Ning Yi tries to plead for a quick nap to recover, but the instructor remains firm in his refusal. Resigned to her fate, she grits her teeth and prepares to endure the exhausting physical labor ahead. Exhausted and drenched in sweat after the 2 hours pass, she calls out to her teacher to see if she's finally done. She notices Wuling has drifted off into a light sleep, his mask still hiding his true features from the world. A mischievous idea takes hold of her as she creeps toward him, intent on discovering the face behind the gold. Holding her breath, she reaches out a steady finger, inches away from lifting the mask and ending the mystery. Before she can make contact, Wuling's hand snaps upward and seizes her wrist with predatory speed. The sudden counter-move sends Ning Yi into a panic, her heart racing as she realizes she's been caught red-handed. Mortified by her failed attempt, she pulls away and sprints toward the safety of her quarters. Wuling watches her frantic retreat with a calm gaze, clearly amused by her rebellious spirit. Safe inside her room, Ning Yi clutches her chest, trying to calm her thumping heart after the close call. She scolds herself for her lack of composure, frustrated that a simple training mishap left her so rattled. As the adrenaline fades, a startling theory begins to form in her mind. Liu Wuling's presence feels exactly like Ling. Wuling's mask barely hides a sickly cough as his subordinate watches on with deep concern. The loyal attendant wonders aloud why his master refuses to reveal his true identity to the princess. Slowly peeling back the mask, Wuling admits that his hesitation stems from a place of deep uncertainty. He fears that if the truth comes out now, Ning Yi will see his entire facade as nothing more than a calculated deception. 2 weeks pass in a flash, and the peaceful gates of Peach Manor prepare to see their guest depart. The local girl pleads for her to stay, but a fully recovered Ning Yi knows it is finally time to return to the world. She accepts a collection of classic literature, noting that the mysterious Master Liu is nowhere to be found for her exit. With a bright smile, the princess promises to return and visit her new friends whenever the opportunity arises. The manor staff gathers to see her off, waving as she begins her journey back toward the capital. Taking one last look at her sanctuary, Ning Yi whispers a final goodbye to the place that saved her life. At a bustling roadside tavern, the common folk trade rumors about the tragic disappearance of their beloved princess. The vendor eyes his new customer suspiciously, sensing that this traveler isn't from the local countryside. Concealed beneath a bamboo hat, Ning Yi plays it cool, claiming she's just heading to the city to find her kin. She settles in and focuses her attention on a group of men discussing the recent downfall of Prince Yu. One man notes that despite the scandal, the prince remains the emperor's most favored son. The gossip turns dark as they recount the night Yu allegedly threw Ning Yi to the assassins to save his own skin. Slamming his hand down, the vendor curses the prince's cowardice and mourns the princess who died far too young. Hearing her own death announced so casually, Ning Yi nearly chokes on her tea in a hilarious spray of shock. She quickly apologizes for the mess, realizing that the world thinks she's a ghost and she needs to move fast. Her thoughts are interrupted by the thundering sound of galloping hooves and frantic shouting nearby. A panicked horse rears up directly in her path, its rider struggling to maintain control of the beast. Thanks to her recent training, Ning Yi effortlessly spins out of the way as the animal charges past. The rider loses his grip and tumbles violently into the dirt, looking weak and disheveled. An angry attendant rushes over to berate the peasant, but the words die in his throat the moment he sees her face. With her hat knocked aside, Ning Yi stands exposed, cursing her bad luck for losing her disguise. Prince Yu pushes himself up from the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazes at the woman he thought was lost. Pale and visibly ill, the prince coughs up blood while desperately asking if she is still holding a grudge. Ning Yi offers a cold, mocking smirk, making it clear that she hasn't forgotten his betrayal for a single second. The attendant tries to play the hero, claiming the prince has been searching the river for her for 2 weeks despite his failing health. She responds with a slow, sarcastic clap, refusing to let the lapdog's guilt trip sway her resolve. With a glare that could cut through steel, she warns them both to get out of her sight before her patience runs out. Prince Yu reels back as Ning Yi's cold rejection hits harder than any physical blow. Attempting to save face, he tries to smooth things over with a hollow promise of future explanations. Ning Yi doesn't even look back, leaving her discarded straw hat in the dust as she walks away. She brands him a hypocrite to his face, making it clear she's done with his lies. Soon, the imposing gates of Prince Ning's mansion loom ahead, signaling the end of her long journey. Standing before her childhood home, she pauses as a wave of complicated emotions washes over her. The courtyard erupts in cheers as the guards and staff realize their lost princess has finally returned. Xuan lunges forward in a frenzy of joy, lifting Ning Yi off the ground in a crushing hug. Her father quickly intervenes with a sharp kick to Xuan's leg, fearing he'll drop her. Grinning sheepishly, Xuan sets her down while admitting he simply got carried away by the excitement. His expression softens into one of deep concern as he asks where she has been all this time. Ning Yi catches her father's eye, realizing the full extent of the truth hasn't been shared with the rest of the family yet. Prince Ning steps in to end the interrogation, insisting that his daughter needs rest above all else. Once they are settled, Ning Yi mentions seeing Prince Yu putting on a pathetic show of remorse at the city gates. Her father scoffs with a knowing smirk, glad that they didn't fall for Yu's transparent acting. Xuan beams with pride, praising Ning Yi for having a mind as sharp as a blade. Ning Yi remains quiet about the darkest details of the betrayal, knowing her family would storm out for revenge if they knew everything. Later that night, Prince Ning stands alone in the moonlight, his mind clearly troubled by the day's revelations. Ning Yi approaches him with a cheerful smile, hoping to bid him a peaceful good night. He asks if the homecoming dinner met her expectations, wanting everything to be perfect for her return. She hesitates for a moment, her thoughts drifting back to the simple meals of her travels compared to the palace feast. The atmosphere shifts instantly as her father demands the unvarnished truth about her disappearance. Under the cold glow of the moon, she finally reveals the full, harrowing story of what happened. Prince Ning listens in a terrifyingly still silence, his face becoming a mask of pure, icy resolve. Noticing the shift in his eyes, Ning Yi realizes she may have ignited a fire she cannot put out. Without a word, he seizes his heavy spear from the stand, his intent becoming dangerously clear. He tests the weight of the weapon with a series of lethal, expert strikes that whistle through the air. Horror dawns on Ning Yi as she realizes her father is heading straight for Prince Yu to settle the score. The spearhead gleams under the moonlight, reflecting the prince's murderous fury. A terrified servant at the palace gates is met by the sight of a vengeful Prince Ning arriving in the dead of night. With a chilling, toothy grin, he announces his arrival for an impromptu duel. He draws his weapon back, ready to shatter any obstacle that stands in his way. Storming into the inner courtyard, he bellows for the cowardly Prince Yu to show his face. Prince Yu emerges with a false sense of etiquette, completely unaware of the physical reckoning that awaits him. The confrontation turns violent instantly as Prince Ning delivers a bone-shattering strike with the shaft of his spear. Yu is sent crashing backward, his breath stolen by the sheer power of a father's wrath. Prince Yu lashes out at his servants, demanding they leave him alone after his humiliating defeat. He clenches his teeth in a fit of rage, cursing the turn of events that ruined his plans. Meanwhile, Prince Ning returns home in high spirits, clearly satisfied with the retribution he delivered. Ning Yi carefully inspects her father's hands, worried he might have left behind incriminating evidence of the assault. Her father gently pats her head, assuring her that he kept the damage to mere cuts and bruises. Ning Yi finally breathes a sigh of relief, though she sternly warns him against such impulsive behavior in the future. Back at the palace, the air remains thick with tension as Yu continues to vent his frustrations. A strategist pushes open the door to Yu's private quarters, ready to address the chaos. Yu's temper flares again as he shatters a priceless vase against the floor in a shower of porcelain. The advisor looks on with a grim expression, deducing that the princess's disappearance was the catalyst for this mess. Yu looks away in silence, forced to acknowledge that the duel was actually a calculated act of revenge. Standing tall, the strategist asks the prince if he truly understands his most fatal flaw. With a heavy sigh, he informs the prince that his unchecked arrogance is his greatest liability. Battered and bruised, Yu asks if he is simply expected to endure the humiliation without a fight. The advisor strokes his chin, already planning to exploit an upcoming event at Ning's mansion to turn the tables. In another part of the palace, a rival lady seethes with envy over Ning Yi's miraculous and lucky return. Aunt Lan remains perfectly composed, sipping her tea as if the court drama is beneath her notice. The young woman argues that the emperor's guilt will only make it harder to dissolve the unwanted engagement. Her eyes narrow as she fixates on Ning Yi, seeing the princess as a direct threat to her path to power. Officials gather outside the throne room, reporting the scandalous brawl between the two princes to the sovereign. The emperor looks down at Prince Ning with a piercing gaze, waiting for an explanation for the night's violence. Ning bows low before the throne, taking full responsibility for the altercation without making excuses. The emperor delivers a surprisingly light sentence, docking a month's pay and demanding a written apology. The court ministers exchange shocked glances, stunned by the emperor's blatant favoritism. Prince Ning senses the hidden message, realizing his old friend is giving him a mere slap on the wrist for old time's sake. As they walk through the garden, the emperor admits that while Yu is his son, he understands Ning's protective anger. He leans in with a smirk, advising Ning to be more discreet with his beatdowns and to sack the man who reported him. The normally stoic Prince Ning is left completely flabbergasted by the emperor's playful encouragement. The emperor acknowledges that Ning showed restraint during the fight, proving his loyalty to the crown despite his fury. Seeing an opening, Ning tentatively suggests that the forced engagement between the children should be called off. The emperor immediately shuts down the topic, turning his back and claiming he is too tired to continue. Returning to the strategist, Prince Yu receives a formal bow as they prepare their next move. Yu listens intently, his anger cooling as he begins to analyze the emperor's complex political game. The advisor explains that the emperor's leniency toward Ning is actually a sign that he still has high expectations for Yu to prove himself. Yu remains skeptical, wondering how he can ever reconcile with a princess who likely despises him. The strategist suggests a deceptive ploy. Swallow his pride and feign a sincere apology to win Ning Yi back. A sinister smile creeps across Yu's face as he realizes that playing the part of the repentant suitor is his best path forward. Ning Yi continues her studies, completely uninterested in the sudden guest at her door. Her servant explains that Prince Yu's butler is performing a dramatic display of penance outside. Seeing through the charade, the princess gracefully stands to address the nuisance personally. Outside the gates, the butler repeatedly slams his head against the ground in a desperate show of submission. Ning Yi stares down at him with cold indifference, demanding to know the true purpose of this theater. The butler keeps his head low, claiming he's only there to apologize for his previous disrespect at the city gates. Unimpressed by the spectacle, the princess warns him that causing a scene at her home is an insult she won't tolerate. She immediately orders her guard to report the butler to the judicial office for harassment. Terrified of the legal consequences, the butler begs for mercy while trying to shield his master's reputation. Ning Yi turns her back on the groveling man, leaving him to deal with the judgmental eyes of the gathering crowd. Meanwhile, at a local market, vibrant rolls of silk line the shelves of a busy shop. Several women gather nearby, gossiping about how Prince Yu seems hopelessly devoted to Princess Yi. Listening from the shadows, the rival lady snaps, unable to handle the praise being heaped upon her enemy. The gossiping women immediately shrink back in fear as the noblewoman's temper flares. In a fit of silent rage, she discards the fine fabric she was inspecting. Gufei stands tall and cold, her mind already racing with a plan to eliminate her competition. She fakes a sudden bout of illness to excuse herself from the shop and the prying eyes of the public. Her companion watches her leave, still seething with hatred for the woman who has stolen the spotlight. Gufei's eyes narrow with lethal intent as she decides that Ning Yi's downfall must happen tonight. Under the cover of darkness, she waits in a secluded courtyard with lanterns held high. A sudden gust of wind snuffs out the light, signaling the arrival of a dangerous guest. A masked mercenary steps out of the shadows, ready to hear the lady's request. With a face twisted by envy, she demands that the man completely destroy Ning Yi's life. The masked man lets out a chuckle, recognizing the high status of the target he's been asked to break. When Gufei offers a small fortune, he reminds her that a princess with Ning Yi's accomplishments isn't a cheap target. He pulls out an abacus to calculate the risk, demanding a staggering 100,000 taels for the job. He leans in close, reminding her that becoming the future queen is worth any price. Desperate to see her rivals suffer, Gufei agrees to the price and gives him only 3 days to finish the task. The mercenary accepts the contract, his hands already reaching for the details of his next victim. Gufei departs into the night, her path illuminated by a flickering lantern as she anticipates her victory. Perched on the roof, the masked man scoffs at the bitterness of noblewoman while counting his potential profit. Later, a rhythmic knock echoes through the halls of a hidden estate. The mercenary enters his master's study to report on his successful missions. He excitedly tells his master about the massive payout he just secured to ruin a woman's reputation. His master looks up with a sharp smile, noting that their manner lives by the coin they earn. However, the realization of who the target is causes the masked man to pause for the first time. A mysterious mastermind gives his final orders, leaving the rest of the dark plot in his subordinate's hands. A cryptic message is delivered in secret, slipping onto the floor as the next phase of the plan begins. Ning Yi scans the letter with a knowing smile, realizing her secret benefactor is much more observant than she thought. Behind a golden mask, a shadowy figure reveals he's letting her in on the scheme to see how she defends her reputation. Ning Yi finds the situation amusing, deciding to use this dress-up game to finally put an end to her unwanted engagement. At the palace, the air is thick with tension as groups of officials gather to whisper about the latest scandal. Two men huddle together in the courtyard, their voices low as they debate the shocking news regarding Princess Yi. Prince Yu stalks toward the gossiping crowd, his presence sending a wave of panic through the lower officials. The terrified men immediately drop to their knees, desperate to apologize for speaking out of turn. One official trembles as he points out the scandalous claim that the princess was never rescued by a farmer at all. Yu's expression hardens into a mask of pure shock as the weight of the accusation hits him. He roars at the officials, refusing to believe such a vile and outrageous allegation against his betrothed. Yu desperately clings to the story of the farmer, but the seeds of doubt have already been planted in his mind. The official insists that no such farmer exists, citing the lack of any towns near the Sanguine River to back his claim. Unable to listen to another word of the slander, Yu screams for silence as the men cower before his rage. As a storm begins to brew over the palace, Yu's heart turns cold with the bitter thought of betrayal. Back in his chambers, Yu paces like a caged animal, determined to convince the emperor to cancel the wedding. His advisor urges him to stay calm, sensing that these sudden rumors are far too convenient to be true. The man points out the suspicious timing, questioning why these stories are only surfacing long after the princess's return. Despite the warning, Yu's pride is wounded, and the mere thought of the rumors being true makes his blood boil. Unaware of the chaos at the palace, Ning Yi enjoys a peaceful afternoon snack in her private pavilion. A new report lands on her table, signaling that the trap she's been waiting for has finally been set. She calmly reads through the updates, noting how quickly the capital is buzzing with the manufactured lies. With a confident smack on the table, Ning Yi declares that it's finally showtime for her counterattack. Clad in striking red, the princess arrives at the central judicial office to take matters into her own hands. She grips the mallets and beats the justice drum with enough force to echo through the entire district. Inside the office, the sudden thunderous noise causes a startled official to spill his tea all over himself. The official barks at his staff to find the person responsible for ruining his quiet afternoon. His annoyance instantly turns to frantic panic when he learns it is Princess Yi herself at the gates. He rushes out to greet her, but Ning Yi wastes no time, demanding an investigation into the attacks on her honor. The court is quickly convened, and the judge demands to know exactly where she first heard the hurtful rumors. Ning Yi's maid steps forward, testifying that the source was a servant belonging to the son of the chief secretary. The judge slams his gavel down, ordering that Zhao Qianlin be brought in immediately to face questioning. Zhao Qianlin arrives looking pale and defensive, stammering that he has no reason to discredit the princess. As the suspect tries to lie his way out, Ning Yi stands firm, ready to expose the truth behind the conspiracy. Zhao Qianlin erupts in a desperate panic, shouting that he has absolutely no connection to Miss Qin. The judge sits in stony silence, his unreadable expression putting the entire courtroom on edge. Ning Yi wears a triumphant smirk, knowing her opponent just walked right into her psychological trap. Realizing he just admitted to a connection he was supposed to hide, Zhao begins to sweat bullets under the pressure. Behind the scenes, the court officials fret over the brewing disaster between two of the capital's most powerful families. A pair of shoes clicks against the floor as the next player in this high-stakes game steps forward to intervene. Gufei lunges forward to grab Ning Yi's arm, putting on a sickeningly sweet display of false relief for the crowd. The onlookers fall for the act hook, line, and sinker, whispering about virtuous Gufei is compared to the princess. Gufei pivots toward Zhao, her eyes wide with a perfectly rehearsed look of confusion and betrayal. She demands to know why Zhao is dragging her name through the mud, desperately trying to distance herself from the scandal. Ning Yi isn't buying the performance for a second, coldly noting that Gufei sounds exactly like a cornered accomplice. The judge nods in grim agreement, acknowledging that the princess has successfully turned the tables. Zhao doubles down on his loyalty, pathetically offering to take the full fall just to save Gufei's reputation. Displeased with the chaos, the judge prepares to summon the guards to end the proceedings. Ning Yi holds up a hand to stop him, declaring that she has two final pieces of evidence that will end this debate forever. A servant steps forward with a tray, revealing the physical proof of the conspiracy to the court. The judge carefully examines the documents, his brow furrowing as the truth becomes undeniable. Gufei watches from the sidelines, the realization dawning on her that she might not walk away from this unscathed. Looking Gufei straight in the eye, the judge demands to know if she has an explanation for these items. Gufei maintains a facade of icy indifference, claiming she has never seen the evidence before in her life. Her composure cracks as the judge reveals the letter specifically details her instructions to smear the princess. The judge holds up the official banknotes, confirming they were issued directly by Gufei's own family. Gufei lunges at the bench in a frantic rage, screaming that the entire trial is nothing more than a fabricated setup. She shoots a murderous glare at Ning Yi, finally seeing the predator behind the princess's calm smile. Ning Yi turns to the crowd with open arms, mockingly mourning the loss of Gufei's supposed gentle soul. Zhao attempts one last hopeless defense, accusing Ning Yi of planting the evidence to frame his lady. The judge's patience finally snaps, looming over Zhao and questioning if he thinks the court is incompetent. He shoves the incriminating letter right under Zhao's nose, forcing him to confront the reality of the situation. Zhao's face turns pale with horror as he realizes the handwriting on the page is unmistakably real. Ning Yi watches the complete collapse of her enemies, utterly unimpressed by their amateurish attempts at deception. Ning Yi stands tall in the courtroom, declaring the authenticity of the letters, proving Gufei's betrayal is no longer in question. Suddenly, a royal messenger interrupts the proceedings, announcing that the Empress has summoned Miss Qin to the palace for an immediate audience. The presiding official lets out a massive sigh of relief, thankful that the pressure of this high-stakes trial is finally shifting elsewhere. Gufei is told to come along immediately, though her expression betrays a desperate hope that her royal connection will save her. Inside the Grand Palace, Gufei nervously approaches the Empress' throne, the weight of her public exposure pressing down on her. Desperate to avoid the full weight of the law, Gufei throws herself onto the floor and begs for mercy, claiming she acted alone and without permission. The Empress claps her hands slowly, her eyes burning with cold fury at the mess her niece has created for the family. Trembling with fear, Gufei pleads with her Aunt Lan not to turn her back on her during this crisis. The Empress remains unmoved by the tears, coldly ordering Gufei to be sequestered in a temple to copy religious scriptures as penance. From the outside of the silent palace walls, it is made clear that Gufei is officially grounded, protected from execution only by the Empress's grace. Back at her own estate, Ning Yi sharpens her sword skills, knowing that as long as her rival has protection, the battle isn't over. Her attendant is thrilled by her lady's prowess, cheering for the princess's unwavering resolve and brilliant tactics. The mood shifts when Ning Yi is reminded that her royal wedding is only 3 days away, leaving her with a very tight deadline. Ning Yi's eyes narrow with determination as she realizes the Empress's upcoming banquet is her final chance to deliver a killing blow. Arriving at the palace gardens the next day, Ning Yi finds Gufei already waiting for her with a look of pure spite. Gufei flashes a sinister, knowing smirk, clearly plotting a way to turn the tables during the festivities. Ning Yi greets her rival with a cheerful, confident smile, catching Gufei completely off guard with her lack of fear. Dismissive and arrogant, Gufei brushes off the interaction and prepares to head inside to see the Empress. As Ning Yi walks through the corridor, a servant girl carrying a tray begins rushing toward her with suspicious speed. With a sudden splash, the servant accidentally spills a cup of tea directly onto Ning Yi's elegant dress. The maid immediately drops to her knees, trembling as she begs the princess for forgiveness for her supposed clumsiness. Maintaining her composure, Ning Yi decides to let the mistake go, realizing she needs to find a change of clothes before the banquet officially begins. She instructs the nervous maid to lead the way to the side hall where the Empress keeps spare outfits. Ning Yi quietly tells her loyal attendant, Yu Wei, to head to the Empress first so their party doesn't appear rude by being late. The servant leads Ning Yi deep into palace grounds, the surroundings becoming unnervingly quiet the further they walk. Claiming she forgot the necessary clothes, the servant asks Ning Yi to wait alone in the courtyard, while she runs to fetch them. Sensing a trap, Ning Yi looks around the deserted area and asks if this is truly the right place for a royal chamber. Seeing the maid's nervous reaction, Ning Yi lets out a playful laugh and agrees to wait inside, masking her growing suspicion with a smile. A delicate hand reaches out, cautiously nudging the heavy wooden door open with a soft, ominous creak. Ning Yi slips inside the dimly lit room, sealing the door behind her with a definitive, echoing click. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she lets out a staged, blood-curdling scream for help to lure her unsuspecting targets into the trap. Peering through the shadows of the doorway, she confirms that her decoy has successfully fled the scene as planned. Her mysterious ally emerges from the darkness with a slow, rhythmic clap, praising her for an impeccable acting performance. He effortlessly neutralizes a hidden intruder, identifying the man as a notorious noble known for his reckless, pleasure-seeking behavior. Ning Yi realizes this man is the secret partner of her rival Gufei, providing her with the ultimate leverage to destroy her enemy's reputation. The two conspirators stand side by side in the shadows, finalizing the details of their lethal counter-trap. Far away at the palace banquet, a servant leans in to whisper a cryptic message to the Empress, signaling that the pieces are finally in place. The Empress surveys the grand hall with a piercing gaze, growing increasingly impatient at the princess's conspicuous absence. Suddenly, a frantic attendant bursts into the hall, gasping to the court that something terrible has happened to Princess Yi. The Empress's face hardens with cold, regal authority as she demands the servant stop stuttering and speak the truth immediately. The surrounding nobles whisper in hushed concern, urging the Empress to personally investigate the developing scandal for the sake of the princess's safety. Maintaining her icy composure, the Empress rises from her throne to lead the entire delegation toward the source of the commotion. Despite a guest noticing they are heading toward a secluded area of the palace, the guide insists they are on the only correct path. They arrive at the remote courtyard, where the Empress commands the palace guards to breach the entrance without delay. With a thunderous boom, the guards kick the doors wide open, exposing the shocking secrets hidden within the room. From the safety of the nearby trees, Ning Yi and her companion watch the chaos unfold with satisfied, knowing grins. She anticipates the coming explosion of fury, knowing the Empress is about to witness a show she will never forget. Gufei points a trembling finger into the room, ready to scream false accusations of infidelity against the princess. Sensing the perfect moment to strike, Ning Yi leaps down from her high perch to make her own grand, unexpected entrance. Her boots hit the stone floor with lethal precision as she steps into the light to confront her stunned enemies. She feigns total, heart-wrenching shock, looking at the scandalous scene before her with wide, disbelieving eyes. Playing the part of the betrayed victim to perfection, she stumbles backward as if the sight of the treachery is more than she can bear. With a final, dramatic sob, she flees the room in tears, ensuring every noble present witnesses the shame brought upon the house. The emperor slams his desk in a fit of pure rage, demanding that the scandalous duo be dragged before him immediately. A messenger cautiously interrupts the emperor's fury to announce that Empress Lan is waiting outside, desperate for an audience. In a display of extreme penitence, Empress Lan kneels in the courtyard with her hair down and dressed in plain robes to show her shame. The emperor stands over her as she tearfully takes full responsibility for the farce, claiming she failed to discipline Gufei properly. Looking up with pained eyes, she begs the emperor to strip her of her title to restore order to the royal court. She goes even further, imploring him to have Gufei executed for the disgrace brought upon their house. The emperor's anger softens as he helps her up, insisting that she is overreacting and that the fault lies elsewhere. Empress Lan leans into him, feigning weakness, subtly planting the seed that Gufei and Yu must have been drugged by a hidden enemy. She gasps in false realization, acting as though a terrifying truth has just dawned on her. The emperor listens intently as his wife suggests that the only person with a clear motive for such a trap is Princess Yi. He dismisses the suspicion with a chuckle, confident that Yi is far too upfront and honest to be a master manipulator. Considering the ruined engagement, the emperor decides he must find a way to handle the fallout for the crushed Princess Yi. He decides on the spot to marry Gufei to Yu instead, while planning a special reward to make things up to Yi. The scene shifts to Prince Ning's mansion, where a royal messenger arrives to deliver an urgent decree from the throne. The messenger announces that due to Princess Yi's high moral standards and healing skills, she is now betrothed to Prince Ning. Ning Yi smirks to herself, realizing this new arrangement is the perfect way to bend fate and survive the political game. Her father worries about the constant danger of the palace, but Yi reassures him with a smile and a promise to cook dinner. Her father panics instantly, lunging forward to stop her before she can cause a disaster in the kitchen. Ning Yi tosses ingredients into the pot with chaotic energy, treating cooking like she's brewing a dangerous alchemical potion. Her father watches in absolute horror from the doorway, realizing his daughter's culinary skills are a threat to his life. Meanwhile, a humiliated Prince Yu throws a violent tantrum, unable to accept that his engagement was cancelled. Mr. Hu remains perfectly composed, telling the prince he needs to master his anger before they can discuss their next move. Prince Yu finally sits down to vent his frustrations, asking for a professional opinion on the mess they are in. Mr. paces the room, explaining that Ling and Yi were clearly working in tandem to orchestrate his downfall. Yu's eyes narrow in realization, knowing he cannot afford to lose another step to his rival, Prince Ling. Mr. Hu reveals a cold smirk, announcing that he has brought a secret trump card to ensure their eventual victory. Desperate for any advantage, Prince Yu demands that this mysterious ally be brought in at once. A pair of boots steps firmly into the room as the secret conspirator prepares to reveal themselves. A hooded figure stands before the prince, greeting him with a chilling familiarity that marks the start of a dangerous new alliance. Night falls over the serene palace grounds as the lanterns flicker to life, casting a warm glow over the rooftops. Inside, Ning Yi can barely contain her restlessness, asking her attendant for the 5th time if Prince Ling has arrived yet. She admits to herself that the sudden shift from political allies to a betrothed couple has her heart racing with nervous excitement. The doors finally swing open as Prince Ling enters the room, offering a sincere apology for his late arrival. Yi tries to play it cool, inviting him to take a seat so they can finally have their long-awaited discussion. Ling cuts straight to the point, questioning if this meeting is meant to address the emperor's sudden engagement decree. Yi is stunned into silence when the prince reveals he is actually in favor of the union, asking if she feels the same. With a gentle smile, Ling explains that since they are already friends, they will make the perfect partners for the trials ahead. Relieved that they are on the same page, Yi raises her cup in a toast to their shared future and great minds. The peaceful moment is shattered instantly as a lethal projectile tears through the paper window with a piercing whistle. Ling reacts with lightning speed, pulling Yi into his arms to shield her from the incoming threat as the room descends into chaos. A heavy thud echoes through the room as a deadly dart embeds itself deep into the wooden furniture. Checking for injuries, Ling's primary concern remains Yi's safety, despite the danger still lurking nearby. Outside, guards scramble through the courtyard, leaping into the night to hunt down the hidden assassins. Yi breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing Ling's wound is just a scrape, insisting on bandaging it immediately. The intimate moment is interrupted when a companion barges in, looking confused by the scene unfolding before him. Startled by the sudden intrusion, the two quickly put some professional distance between themselves. Yi notices blood on the newcomer's hand, prompting him to explain he was grazed while fighting off the attackers. Without warning, the man's strength fails him as he collapses forward directly into Yi's arms. Dark, unnatural veins begin to crawl across his face, signaling a far more sinister threat than a simple physical wound. Yi realizes with horror that the weapon was coated in a living scorching poison that is currently feeding on its host like a parasite. Determined to save him, she prepares to use her medical expertise to extract the dangerous toxin before it's too late. The victim writhes in agony as the corruption spreads rapidly beneath his skin, threatening his very life. Gross, worm-like parasites begin to wriggle out of the open wound, drawn out by Yai's precise medical technique. She explains that in the world of medicine, the very creature that carries the poison can also provide the necessary antidote. Carefully, she prepares a medicinal concoction to stabilize his condition and neutralize the remaining toxins. Ling watches the procedure in grim silence, realizing just how close they both came to a gruesome fate. The man finally gasps for air, disoriented and wondering if he has already succumbed to his injuries. Overjoyed by his recovery, Yai quickly shifts her focus back to the task of properly treating Ling's injured hand. She meticulously wraps a clean bandage around Ling's palm, demonstrating her professional medical skill and focus. The prince remains perfectly still, acknowledging her technical authority as she finishes the treatment. The brief respite ends abruptly as a soldier bursts in with a dire report of a mysterious outbreak spreading among the troops. The investigation leads straight to the heart of authority at the Central Judicial Office. Heavy footsteps echo through the halls as the city's most brilliant minds arrive to handle the crisis. A panicked official reports that the captured assassin died instantly, and now every guard who touched the body has been mysteriously poisoned. Prince Ning quickly leads Princess Yai to the scene, urging her to use her medical expertise to save his dying men. In the courtyard, guards writhe in absolute agony, screaming that the pain is unbearable as the toxin takes hold. Identifying the symptoms as identical to a previous case, Yi calmly prepares her medical tools for an emergency procedure. With surgical precision, she drives a needle into the victim's forehead to halt the spread of the infection. The guard's body finally goes limp, losing consciousness as the immediate threat to his life is neutralized. While Yi stabilizes the survivors, Ling and the Chief Justice discuss the dark forces behind this bold assassination attempt. Yi explains that once the parasitic worms are extracted from their bodies, the patients will make a full recovery. When Ling asks how she managed to cure them so quickly, Yi reveals a chilling truth. This wasn't just poison, it was black magic. Ling is visibly shaken, unable to believe such forbidden Western arts have successfully infiltrated the capital. Holding up a small vial, Yai shows him the queen worm she found, explaining it's a living weapon designed for mass murder. The sheer depravity of the scheme sends a shiver down the prince's spine as he realizes the scale of the evil they are up against. The Chief Justice fumes with rage, demanding to know who would dare harbor such a vicious vendetta against Prince Ling. However, Yai suspects a different motive, suggesting that she might have been the primary target all along. When the official suggests the culprit might be Lady Gufei, Yi remains skeptical, carefully weighing her words. She argues that Gufei's highborn status and upbringing make it unlikely she would resort to such grotesque methods. Knowing her limits, Yi officially hands the technical side of the criminal investigation over to the judicial office. Outside, Ling and the general corner the Chief Justice, demanding he stop stalling and reveal the physical evidence. The official breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he cannot hide the truth from such sharp-minded investigators. A tense moment passes between the men as they prepare to examine the crucial lead found on the assassin. They surround the official, leaving him no choice but to reveal the secrets hidden within the killer's belongings. He slowly opens a silver box, revealing a distinctive, ornate ring that served as the assassin's calling card. Upon seeing the ring, the general's face pales, and he violently slaps the box out of the official's hands in a panic. The elder backs away in a state of pure shock, his eyes wide with a terrifying realization he wasn't prepared for. Ling and Yai watch in total confusion as the general abruptly shuts down the case, ordering everyone to stop digging immediately. Without another word, the general turns his back on them, hiding a secret far more dangerous than the poison itself. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber, Prince Yu rages at his hooded conspirator. Because Ling survived the initial strike, the masked figure lets out a low, menacing growl, promising that Ling's slow and painful demise has only just begun. Ning Yi navigates the bustling market streets, focused on finding the final ingredient for Prince Ling's healing ointment. The princess pauses as her attention is caught by a rowdy crowd gathered near a local inn. She pushes through the onlookers, her eyes narrowing as she spots a woman in clear distress. Two thugs roughly haul the crying girl away, claiming her own brother sold her to settle a debt. Yi stands her ground with royal authority, denouncing the men for trying to force a woman into a brothel in broad daylight. When the lead thug tells her to mind her own business, Yi demands he take a much closer look at her face. The man's bravado instantly vanishes as he recognizes the formidable Princess Yi standing before him. Desperate and trembling, the rescued woman collapses at Yi's feet, begging for the princess to save her life. Ye coldly informs the thugs that any legal dispute belongs with the brother, not this innocent victim. Seeing the tide turn, the surrounding citizens begin to jeer at the men for their shameful behavior. Realizing they've picked a fight they can't win, the thugs flee into the distance as fast as they can. Yai tells the girl she is free to go home, only to learn that a flood has left her with nothing to return to. The girl, Fu Ningluo, bows low to the ground, offering her eternal service as a way to repay the favor. Yi stares down at the girl, realizing she's inadvertently picked up a very persistent follower. Despite Yi's hesitation, Ningluo continues to plead, her forehead pressed against the pavement in a desperate show of loyalty. The princess finds herself in a difficult position, feeling the weight of the girl's public plea for sanctuary. Suddenly, Xuan arrives on the scene, checking to see if his sister is safe after the commotion. His words trail off as he catches sight of the woman on the ground, his expression shifting to one of pure shock. Fu Ningluo looks up with tear-filled eyes, revealing a face that seems to haunt Xuan's memories. Standing before them, she explains the tragic loss of her family and the betrayal that led her to this moment. Moved by her plight and her familiar face, Xuan immediately offers her a position within their household. Yi watches the interaction with a sharp, calculating gaze, noting that Xuan's guard has dropped because this stranger resembles his mother. Back at the residence, Yi prepares a secret package and a letter to be delivered directly to Prince Ning. Her subordinate looks on in visible confusion as she casually mentions that the box is filled with various poisons. She explains that the drowsy powders and toxins are for Ling's protection, confident he will appreciate the gift. Upon receiving the message, Ling learns that Yi suspects Fu Ningluo's appearance is far too convenient to be a coincidence. He accepts the heavy box of medications, ready to carry out the investigation his partner has requested. A small, knowing smile touches Ling's lips as he realizes how much the princess truly cares for his well-being. Yi's eyes widen as she reads the shocking truth within the letter. Fu Ningluo is actually her mother's long-lost sister. Regret washes over the princess as she realizes her initial suspicions were wrong, and she vows to make her new aunt feel right at home. The mansion erupts into a flurry of activity as servants scramble to prepare the finest accommodations for their prestigious guests. Ningluo watches the chaotic preparations with a satisfied smile, relishing her new life of luxury within the prince's walls. Xuan personally carries heavy floral arrangements into room, eager to please his guests despite Ningluo's insistence that he rest. She reminds the young prince that his high status means he shouldn't be performing such menial labor. The comment causes Xuan to freeze in his tracks, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he compares her words to his mother's memory. Yi enters the room with a warm welcome, assuring her aunt that she is finally safe and sound in their care. Without a second thought, Yi happily gulps down the osmanthus tea her aunt specially prepared for her. The princess beams at the woman, praising the rare and exquisite flavor of the brew. Eager to bond, Yi suggests they head into town to visit a professional tea sommelier later that day. Upon arriving at the capital's finest tea house, the staff quickly moves to open the private seating area for the royal party. The two women settle in, preparing to enjoy a quiet moment of technical appreciation for the tea arts. The peace is suddenly shattered when a disheveled man crashes onto the floor outside their window, desperately fleeing for his life. Trembling with terror, the man grovels on the ground, pleading for mercy from his unseen pursuers. Ningluo's blood runs cold as she recognizes the man through the open window, her face turning ashen with shock. The man, Li Shi, thumps his head against the ground, begging Ningluo to help him pay off his mounting gambling debts. Stunned into silence, Ningluo can barely find the words to respond to the sudden, public confrontation. Yi immediately leaps to her aunt's defense, standing tall and warning the man that his ties to their family are severed. Refusing to be intimidated, the princess declares that she won't lift a finger for a deadbeat and orders the window shut. Lei Shi sneers in desperation, hurling insults at Ningluo and accusing her of being a sinner for leaving her marriage. Furious, Yi points a finger at the man, shouting that the blame for his failures lies solely with him and his own brother. The man can only stare back in stunned silence as the princess ruthlessly tears down his excuses. Unexpectedly, Ningluo turns on Yi, lecturing her that a woman's duty is to remain obedient to the men in her life. Yi stares at her aunt in utter disbelief, shocked that the woman she just defended is now siding with her harasser. Ningluo maintains a stern expression, insisting that Yi's fiery spirit will only bring trouble to her future marriage. Suddenly, Prince Ling strides into the room, his presence immediately commanding the attention of everyone present. Ling stands firmly by Yi's side, coldly informing Ningluo that her ungrateful behavior requires an immediate apology. Cowed by the prince's authority, Ningluo lowers her head and offers a formal bow of apology to the princess. With the conflict resolved, Ling offers Yi a reassuring glance, proving himself to be a steadfast and reliable ally. Servants whisper in the hallways, gossiping about how Princess Yi finally put the arrogant Fu Ningluo in her place. A heavy silence falls as a pair of embroidered shoes comes to a sudden, sharp halt just around the corner. Ningluo's face contorts with a mixture of embarrassment and white-hot rage as she overhears the staff mocking her fallen status. She watches them depart from a distance, her eyes burning with resentment at being labeled a mere coattail rider of the Ning family. Trembling with fury, she turns to face the darkness, sensing a presence that shouldn't be there. A terrifying figure wearing a red demon mask suddenly lunges from the shadows, seizing her before she can scream. Inside a secluded room, the masked man mocks Ningluo's precarious position, calling her a penniless guest who has lost her leverage. Ningluo snaps back with desperate ambition, declaring that she won't stop until she is the head of the household and has forced Yi to bow before her. The mysterious figure promises her that if she follows his lead, she can transcend her current status and become a true princess. He unrolls a hidden portrait, revealing a woman who is the spitting image of the princess, intended to be Ningluo's new blueprint. To ensure the success of their technical takeover, he hands her a specialized chemical vial to be used on Prince Ning. The demon-masked man leans in close, issuing a final, chilling warning that any mistake will result in a fate far worse than poverty. Clutching the mission scroll to her chest, Ningluo steals her resolve and agrees to the dangerous pact. Elsewhere, Ning Yi sits in quiet contemplation, her mind focused on the technical data regarding the parasitic rot. Without warning, her heart begins to race and her vision flickers as if her very essence is being pulled apart. Panicking, she demands an explanation from her internal system, feeling her physical form begin to fail. A digital interface glitches into view, displaying a distorted expression that reflects the system's own internal errors. Yi narrows her eyes, noticing that the system sounds unusually frail and questioning why it's being so cooperative today. The digital screen wavers with static, admitting that its own energy levels are reaching a critical breaking point. Yi realizes that the system's survival is tied to her progress, and leaving her mission unfinished is draining them both. She accuses the entity of blackmail, realizing it's using its own instability to force her hand. Taking a steadying sip of tea, Yi proposes a strategic alliance to ensure they both make it out of this simulation alive. The system offers to recalibrate the narrative, suggesting a new primary objective: winning the heart of the story's main antagonist. The shock of the suggestion causes Yi to choke on her drink, her composure completely shattered by the absurd proposal. She looks at the image of Xuanling, realizing that while marriage is the fastest way home, the thought of leaving him behind creates an unexpected ache in her chest. Setting her cup down, she firmly rejects the romantic path, demanding a storyline that doesn't involve a forced wedding. The system pivots, offering a more arduous path to completion. She must successfully occupy the throne for 3 full years. Relief washes over the digital interface, and the system expresses a glitchy sense of satisfaction that a deal has finally been struck. Yi sits alone in the dim light, knowing this longer route gives her the precious time she needs to eventually say a proper goodbye to Ling. Under the cold glow of the full moon, a silent scheme begins to unfold within the palace walls. Ningluo carries a tray of snow fungus soup, masking her true intentions behind a polite facade. Prince Ning looks up with a glazed expression, his mind clouded by fatigue and alcohol. Seeing him vulnerable, Ningluo moves in closer to execute her plan of manipulation. She mentally grumbles about the complex instructions given to her by the masked conspirator. With a steady hand, she empties a mysterious vial into the bowl to ensure the prince's compliance. The sudden arrival of Ning Yi catches her aunt completely off guard, shattering the silence of the study. Ningluo freezes in place, terrified that the young medic will detect the chemical alterations in the soup. Yi firmly insists that her father shouldn't have the soup, unknowingly blocking the sabotage attempt. In a frantic rush to leave, Ningluo stumbles, causing the spiked liquid to slosh dangerously over the rim. Yi quickly stabilizes the tray, but the tainted soup splashes directly onto her own robes. Panic flickers in Ningluo's eyes as she realizes the potent mixture has made direct contact with her niece. Yi watches her aunt flee the room in a daze, sensing that something is deeply wrong with her behavior. Turning her attention back to her father, she tries to help him settle down for the night. The prince remains lost in his memories, confusing the present with dreams of the past. Yi sighs at the messy stain on her dress, unaware of the chemical reaction beginning to take hold of her system. Back in her private chambers, a sudden, overwhelming fever takes hold of Yi's entire body. Her vision begins to blur, leaving her feeling disoriented and physically weak. Panic sets in as she realizes she has accidentally absorbed the toxin through her skin. Relying on her medical training, she quickly consumes an emergency neutralizing pill. She collapses onto her bed, waiting for the antidote to fight off the debilitating symptoms. A mysterious figure approaches her door, their footsteps echoing through the quiet hallway. Through her heavy eyelids, Yi sees a shadow entering her room, though she can't quite focus on his identity. Her mind begins to wander, conjuring a vivid hallucination of a powerful, majestic warrior. Lost in her delirium, she lets out a dizzy giggle at the imaginary vision before her. In reality, Prince Ling stands over her, his sharp eyes analyzing her erratic physical state. Without thinking, Yi reaches out and firmly grabs onto his arm for stability. Ling is pulled forward by her sudden strength, surprised by her uncharacteristic behavior. In her confused state, Yi clings to him, seeking comfort from the intense and sudden fever. She leans in closer, her senses completely overwhelmed by the lingering effects of the drug. Ling immediately acts to keep her still, prioritizing her safety and medical recovery. The princess tries to struggle against his help, her logic completely clouded by the toxin. Eventually, the exhaustion wins out, and she drifts into a deep sleep while Ling remains by her side. Ning Yi awakens with a satisfied stretch, feeling surprisingly rejuvenated after the previous night's ordeal. Her relief is short-lived as she finds Prince Ling sitting right beside her, questioning if she truly remembers her frantic behavior from the night before. Panic sets in as Yi's eyes widen, the realization hitting her that she was completely under the influence of a potent toxin. A blurred memory flashes back of her aggressively gripping Ling's robes, the fabric tearing under her desperate strength during her delirium. Mortified by her loss of control, she squeezes her eyes shut and prays the ground will simply swallow her whole. Ling isn't about to let her off easy, asking if she really intends to act as if her chaotic outburst never happened. Drenched in a cold sweat, Yi tries to play it cool, feigning total ignorance about her uncharacteristic actions. Ling points out the damage to his attire with a knowing smirk, subtly demanding a replacement for the ruined garment. Eager to make amends, Yi quickly promises to buy him an entire wardrobe, if that's what it takes to move past this embarrassment. The atmosphere turns heavy as Ling explains that the substance used on her was a rare, high-grade aphrodisiac requiring a specialized neutralizer. He reveals that his investigation points to a lost concoction from the Northland, a region far beyond their usual borders. Yi carefully examines the report, her mind racing as she considers who could possibly have access to such a restricted toxin. Ling leans in close, pressing her for the exact moment the substance made contact with her skin during the incident. Seeing her distress, he softens his tone and offers a gentle reminder for her to prioritize her own safety moving forward. He places a reassuring hand on her head, a silent promise of protection against the unseen enemies circling them. Elsewhere, the sound of a sharp slap rings out as Fu Ningluo pays the price for her failed assassination attempt. The red mask looms over her in the shadows, berating her for wasting such a precious resource on a botched scheme. Trembling with fear, Ningluo begs for another chance, insisting that her position is still secure and her usefulness hasn't ended. The masked figure issues a final, chilling warning, making it clear that there will be no more room for error. Once alone, Ningluo's fear transforms into a burning rage, fueling her desire to climb to a position where no one can strike her again. Back at the palace, Yi finds a moment of peace in the garden until Ningluo suddenly appears to interrupt her solitude. Ningluo maintains a polite facade, placing a tray of osmanthus flowers on the table as a peace offering. She recoils in visible disgust at a bowl nearby, her mask of grace slipping for just a fraction of a second. Ye meets her gaze with cold defiance, making it clear she has no interest in following Ningluo's suggestions. When Ningluo extends an invitation to a poetry reading party, Yi's suspicion flares up immediately. Ningluo presents the red envelope with a practiced smile, mentioning that other influential figures will be in attendance. Yi stares at the invitation, weighing the risks of walking into what is clearly another elaborate trap. Deciding to keep her enemies close, she puts on a pleasant face and agrees to attend the social gathering. Ningluo's smile turns predatory as she realizes her target has taken the bait once again. As Ningluo departs, Yi watches her retreating figure, struck by a sudden and unsettling sense of déjà vu regarding her aunt's movements. The sound of soft footsteps echoes across the stone courtyard as the guests begin to arrive for the gathering. Ning Yi surveys the courtyard, stunned by the massive crowd that has assembled for the poetry party. Behind her calm exterior, Yi remains wary, knowing these socialites aren't here for friendship, but to scout her out. Aunt Ningluo suddenly appears with a welcoming smile, ushering Yi toward the heart of the estate. Ningluo places a reassuring hand on Yi's arm, promising to handle any discomfort the girl might face during the event. Yi catches a glimpse of her aunt's expression and feels a momentary chill, sensing a subtle change in the woman's demeanor. The atmosphere shifts as Princess Xuanger makes a grand entrance, offering a shallow apology for her late arrival. Ningluo immediately stirs the pot, questioning why the capital's most famous talent, Gufei, wasn't included on the guest list. Insulted by the suggestion, the princess snaps back, claiming the Nings are simply desperate for the limelight. Ningluo plays the role of the peacemaker, claiming she only wants to bridge the gap between Yi and the high-ranking guests. Princess Xuanger sneers at Yi, dismissing her as nothing more than an uneducated girl who wastes her time with herbs. Reversing her tone, Ningluo defends her niece's medical prowess, reminding everyone that Yi saved the city from a plague. Yi watches the verbal sparring match, realizing her aunt is expertly manipulating the princess's insecurities. The princess takes a sharp step forward, her frustration boiling over as she finds herself backed into a corner. Shock washes over Xuanger's face as she realizes she's being goaded into a confrontation she can't win. Ningluo leans in with a cold, triumphant gaze, whispering a final insult that shatters the prince's composure. Outraged and humiliated, the princess declares the Nings impossible before preparing to flee the scene. Yi and Ningluo stand side by side, watching in silence as their guest's temper tantrum reaches its peak. Fuming with rage, Princess Xuanger stomps away from the party, leaving a trail of visible frustration behind her. Ningluo quickly pivots back to her kind aunt persona, apologizing to Yi for the princess's stubborn behavior. She sighs with feigned regret, lamenting her supposed failures in being a proper guardian for the young doctor. Looking into her aunt's eyes, Yi feels a wave of relief, truly believing that Ningluo has her best interests at heart. Later, the mask slips in private as Ningluo snaps at her servants for their clumsy attempt at a shoulder massage. The sliding door creaks open, signaling the arrival of a mysterious visitor to the Autumn Grove. Ningluo barks a final threat at her staff, ordering them to get out before she loses her patience entirely. The red mask figure emerges from the shadows, reminding Ningluo that her performance must remain flawless to keep her cover. Now perfectly composed, Ningluo serves tea to the conspirator, reporting that Yi has been successfully deceived. Red Mask stares through the haunting eye holes of his disguise, warning her that Yi is far more dangerous than she looks. Ningluo offers a submissive smile, assuring her master that she is ready to fulfill any technical task he requires. The masked man extends a gloved hand, beckoning Ningluo to lean in for further secret instructions. Ningluo moves closer to the Red Mask, their alliance solidified as they plot the next move in their deadly game. Panic erupts in the Ministry of Rights as an official sprints through the courtyard, screaming for his superior's attention. The Minister of Rights demands composure, only to have his breath stolen by the news that a disaster has struck Princess Yi's wedding gown. The minister's face pales as the weight of the situation hits him like a physical blow. A trembling subordinate confesses the unthinkable. A dressmaker's blood has stained the sacred fabric, an omen of certain doom. Desperate to contain the scandal, the officials race toward the royal clothing department to see the damage for themselves. The once pristine red silk of the wedding dress is now marred by a dark, cursed blemish that threatens the lives of everyone involved. Back at the palace, a heavy fist slams against the table in a fit of righteous fury. Prince Xuan seethes with anger, disgusted that the royal dressmakers would allow such a vile omen to ruin his sister's reputation. Prince Ning agrees that the truth must be buried deep to protect Yi from the heartbreak of these rumors. Ningluo glides into the room with a tray of tea, subtly suggesting that Yi should just face the public and explain herself. Xuan immediately shuts her down, refusing to let his sister beg for understanding when she has done nothing wrong. Realizing she overstepped, Ningluo puts on a mask of regret, feigning concern for her misplaced words. Prince Ning quickly offers a gentle hand, reassuring Ningluo that her kind intentions are always appreciated despite Xuan's temper. Playing the part of the devoted relative, Ningluo reminds them that family must always stick together in times of crisis. Beneath her polite exterior, Ningluo's gaze turns cold as she realizes just how fiercely Yi's father and brother will guard her. Elsewhere, the mysterious Juohua interrupts a nobleman's private bath, resting a razor-sharp blade against his throat. From behind his mask, Juohua wears a chilling smile, acknowledging that his reputation has clearly preceded him. The blade presses closer as Juohua makes it clear that the man made a fatal mistake by crossing the wrong person. The trapped noble sneers, realizing the legendary Juohua is nothing more than a pawn for a woman's affection. Without a word of farewell, the masked assassin vanishes through the open window, leaving a trail of terror in his wake. Left alone and trembling, the noble strikes the water in a blind rage, cursing the name of the man who humiliated him. Prince Ning returns with a breakthrough, revealing the dressmaker was a jealous saboteur who intentionally stained the gown. Sean breathes a sigh of relief, knowing this revelation will finally silence the whispers of Yi being a cursed bride. But the victory is short-lived as Ning delivers the grim news that Prince Ling has been impeached for official misconduct. Xuan falls into deep thought, weighing the risks of involving himself in a political scandal of this magnitude. Ultimately, family loyalty wins out as the two men decide they must protect the man destined to become Yi's husband. Duke Qin's charity station draws a crowd with the promise of free food. The townspeople marvel at Miss Qin's unexpected generosity and big heart. She warmly reassures a skeptical elderly man that the meal is truly a gift. Grateful citizens praise her as an angel for her tireless service. The sun beats down as 60 minutes of continuous labor pass by. Despite her exhaustion, Miss Qin refuses to rest and pushes her assistants aside. She maintains a bright smile, urging the hungry crowd to remain patient. Suddenly, a sharp, internal pain flashes across her eyes. She collapses forward, clutching her midsection in visible agony. Her attendants panic, rushing to support her as they prepare to head home. An observant bystander shouts a dire warning about a life-threatening medical crisis. The group moves quickly to get the ailing young woman to safety. Whispers erupt among the crowd regarding the scandalous nature of her condition. The scene shifts to the imposing gates of Duke Qin's private residence. Inside, Mrs. Qin watches anxiously as the physician examines her unconscious daughter. The doctor delivers a bleak update, citing critical blood loss and a failing heart. Furious and desperate, Mrs. Qin threatens the medic to find a solution immediately. He stands his ground, admitting that her condition is beyond his medical reach. The physician suggests that only Princess Yi's unique skills could save her. Mrs. Qin hesitates, remembering the bitter rivalry between their two families. Driven by desperation, she vows to beg for mercy at Prince Ning's mansion. Meanwhile, Princess Yi successfully cultivates her very first goo insect in the garden. She examines the translucent red creature, naming it Hongyu with a satisfied smile. A frantic servant interrupts the peaceful moment with news of a sudden arrival. Yi remains composed, telling her attendant to calm down and speak clearly. The servant reveals that Mrs. Qin is outside, begging for a life-saving favor. Ning Yi listens in shock as Yue describes the gruesome scene of Miss Qin's miscarriage and the massive blood loss threatening her life. The princess narrows her eyes, weighing the heavy political consequences of stepping into this medical nightmare. Snapping into action, Ning Yi commands Yue to prep the wing room and boil water, ignoring her maid's protests about helping a rival. She silences the room with a cold reminder that as a physician, her duty to save lives transcends any personal grudge. Outside the mansion walls, the air grows heavy as the race against time officially begins. Mrs. Kin drops to the floor in a desperate plea, begging the woman she once despised to spare her daughter's life. Ning Yi immediately begins the delicate process of inserting gold needles to slow the bleeding, ordering the mother to move the patient at once. Stunned by the princess's willingness to help, Mrs. Kin swallows her pride and vows to follow every single command. Guarding the entrance to the wing room, Ning Yi makes it clear that no one is to enter while she performs her work. Looking down at the pale, dying girl, Ning Yi realizes that only a modern blood transfusion can save her from the brink. With no other options, she prepares to roll the dice on a procedure that shouldn't even exist in this timeline. She reaches out to her internal system, demanding the advanced medical tools required for the high-stakes operation. The system acts petty, throwing her previous words back in her face and hesitating to assist. Ning Yi offers a clever bribe, promising the system a favor in return, if it provides the equipment right now. The AI instantly flips its attitude, overjoyed at the prospect of having the princess in its debt. With a sharp, unwavering gaze, Ning Yi seals the deal, reminding the system that she always keeps her promises. Under the cover of night, the mansion falls silent as the impossible surgery unfolds behind closed doors. Finally, the doors creak open as Ning Yi emerges from the room, having successfully cheated death itself. Mrs. Kin rushes forward, her voice trembling as she asks for the fate of her child. Without looking up, Ning Yi begins drafting a blood-replenishing recipe, confirming that the patient is finally out of danger. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the once arrogant Mrs. Kin can only offer her sincerest thanks. Ning Yi remains perfectly composed, dismissing the thanks as part of her professional responsibility. Mrs. Kin offers a deep apology for their past conflicts, while Ning Yi advises her to use this second chance to reform her daughter. Yue watches from the shadows as the Kin family carriage departs, amazed by her mistress's grace under pressure. When the maid praises her as a shining role model, Ning Yi simply smiles, content that she chose the path of a true healer. The royal palace is gripped by scandal as rumors of Prince Yu's disgrace spread like wildfire throughout the nation. Inside the study, the emperor slams his desk in a total rage, buried under a mountain of impeachment letters against his son. Trembling under the weight of his father's wrath, Prince Yu can only offer a desperate, sweating plea for forgiveness. The emperor remains cold, warning that the Qin family's fury has left him with absolutely no patience for further mistakes. Prince Yu stands frozen, forced to endure the humiliating consequences of his public failure. To settle the chaos, the emperor commands an immediate wedding date, leaving the prince with no choice but to submit. Under the glow of red lanterns, the wedding preparations proceed with a strangely quiet and somber atmosphere. Ning Yi observes the scene, noticing that the ceremony lacks the usual royal grandeur she expected for such an occasion. Prince Ling explains that the emperor intentionally stripped the event of its prestige to keep the scandal low-key. Prince Yu emerges to greet them at the entrance, feigning a polite welcome despite the heavy tension in the air. Clad in his red wedding silks, the groom thanks Ling for making an appearance at the ceremony. Ling offers a sharp, knowing smile while extending his formal congratulations to the man who nearly lost it all. Yu's expression darkens for a split second as he accepts the greeting, clearly sensing the hidden edge in Ling's voice. Ling keeps his composure perfectly, telling Yu to enjoy his big day while he still can. As the elders call for them, Ling leads Ning Yi away to fulfill their social obligations elsewhere. Ling's face shifts to a mask of cold indifference the moment his back is turned to the groom. Behind them, Prince Yu glares with pure malice, silently swearing that he will have his revenge soon enough. The auspicious hour finally arrives, and the couple begins the formal ritual bound by the traditional red silk ribbons. Watching from the sidelines, Ning Yi reflects on how she has successfully avoided the tragic fate originally written for her character. Her father and brother stand together among the guests, witnessing the union that has shifted the balance of power. A servant suddenly interrupts Ning Yi's thoughts, calling out to her with an urgent tone. The girl presents a folded note, claiming it was sent specifically by Prince Ling. Recognizing the handwriting, Ning Yi decides to head to the eastern yard to see what the princess planned. She makes her way through the palace grounds, wondering why Ling would leave the main event so early. Finding Ling waiting in the shadows, she cautiously asks if he's had a bit too much to drink. Ling leans in with a steady gaze, assuring her that he is dead sober and focused on the task at hand. With a serious look, he reveals that he has something far more interesting than a wedding to show her tonight. A piercing scream shatters the silence of the wedding night, echoing through the dark rooftops of the estate. Yufi's face twists in pure shock as she stares at the scene before her, her bridal attire now a symbol of ultimate humiliation. Overwhelmed by the public insult, Gufei clutches her head as the weight of the scandal crushes her spirit. Her strength fails completely, and she collapses onto the floor in a heap of red silk and despair. Prince Yu panics, desperately reaching out as his reputation and his new marriage crumble simultaneously. Meanwhile, outside in the shadows, Prince Ling remains calm while Yi questions his precise involvement in the setup. Ling flashes a confident smirk, explaining that he simply ensured the truth came to light at the most opportune moment. Ye looks on with a heavy heart, realizing the dangerous and ruthless games being played within the imperial family. As the sun rises over the palace, the morning air is thick with the consequences of the previous night's disaster. An official messenger stands in the courtyard, loudly decreeing Prince Yu's 3-month confinement for his infidelity. Stripped of his dignity, Yu receives the royal message with a look of hollow disbelief and suppressed rage. The silence of his quarters is broken only by the sound of expensive porcelain shattering against the ground in a fit of fury. Goofy's eyes burn with a murderous intensity as she directs all her hatred toward the woman she blames for this ruin. Her mother attempts to inject logic into the situation, reminding her daughter of the life debt they actually owe to Yi. Logic is useless against Goofy's spite, as she remains convinced that Yi is the architect of her misery. Driven to the brink, she pleads for her mother's help to finally settle the score with a lethal strike. Her mother stands back in horror, unable to believe the dark and irrational path her daughter is demanding to take. Goofy issues a cold ultimatum, threatening to sever their family bond forever if her vengeance isn't supported. She storms away in a rage, determined to seek out a more ruthless ally to execute her plan. Her mother is left behind, staring in grief as she watches her daughter abandon all reason. The focus shifts to the grand entrance of Prince Ning's mansion, where a much more celebratory mood prevails. Laughter fills the halls as the men return with news of a major political victory for their faction. Yi greets them with a smile, eager to hear the specifics of the good news they've brought home. They triumphantly announce that the king has accepted their advice, granting Prince Ling the prestigious title of King of Combat. The elders discuss the prestige behind the King of Combat title. Yi realizes this honor effectively positions Ling as the next crown prince. Aunt Ningluo interrupts the political talk, bringing a tray of fresh breakfast. The elder stands to join them, eager for a peaceful meal. Discussion turns to Huguo Temple and its famous destiny tree. Ningluo convinces Yi to go and pray for her upcoming wedding. They arrive at the temple, greeted by a tree covered in red charms. Yi takes a moment to reflect on how quickly her life has changed. Her aunt suggests hanging a charm to bless Yi's union with Prince Ling. Yi smiles, admitting she doesn't usually believe in such things. She agrees to do it anyway to make the journey worthwhile. Suddenly, a masked assassin leaps forward with a lethal blade. Sensing the threat, Ningluo immediately moves to shield Yi. The sword strikes, piercing the aunt as she protects the princess. Yi catches her falling aunt, her shock turning to horror. Wounded, Ningluo begs Yi to flee and leave her behind. Yi refuses to abandon her, clutching her aunt tightly. A guard suddenly intervenes, clashing blades with the killer. Yi desperately urges her aunt to stay conscious. The scene shifts to Autumn Clove, where the recovery begins. Yi stays by the bedside, providing constant medical attention. Upon waking, Ningluo immediately asks if Yi is safe. Yi reassures her, overwhelmed with gratitude for her aunt's sacrifice. The elder arrives to express his deep thanks for her bravery. He reflects on the importance of family and his debt to her. Ningluo smiles, happy to simply be among her loved ones. Yi looks on with a bright smile, determined to stay together forever. The emperor officially bestows the prestigious title, King of Combat, upon Xuanling in the royal hall. Ling accepts the honor with a solemn vow to protect the empire and its citizens. Meanwhile, a bitter Prince Yu fumes in isolation while his rival gains ultimate power. Panic strikes as an official reports chaotic unrest spreading through the capital. The moon hangs high over the silent palace eaves as the investiture night unfolds. Inside the banquet hall, the court gathers for a lavish celebration in Ling's honor. Princess Yi searches the crowd, wondering why the guest of honor hasn't arrived yet. She smiles to herself, hoping Ling will appreciate the special gift she prepared. Goofy interrupts her thoughts, appearing with a chilling and calculated smile. Yi notices Goofy's sickly appearance but offers polite words of caution during their meeting. Goofy sneers at the concern, goading Yi to follow her away from the crowd. Despite the tension, Yi agrees to the walk, confident she can manage the interaction. Her loyal maid watches them depart, paralyzed by a sense of impending dread. Yi gives a reassuring look, insisting she is no pushover and will return shortly. The maid remains behind, her face clouded with worry as the pair disappears. The garden's lotus pond glows under the starlight, masking the brewing danger. Goofy leads Yi to the water's edge, far from any prying eyes or witnesses. Goofy's gaze turns predatory as she confirms they are finally isolated. Without warning, a sudden struggle breaks out as Goofy makes her move. A violent splash echoes through the courtyard as bodies hit the freezing water. The once still pond is thrown into chaos by the sudden impact. Ling arrives just in time, diving into Hala, gasping Yi to safety. He cradles the shivering princess, his eyes filled with intense concern for her well-being. Yi struggles to breathe, revealing that Goofy was the one who dragged her under. Ling glares at the water, coldly commanding his men to retrieve the treacherous Goofy. Drenched and shivering, Goofy hacks out water as she struggles to recover from her failed attempt to drown the princess. The emperor and empress arrive on the scene, demanding an immediate explanation for the chaotic sight before them. Seizing the moment to lie, Goofy points a trembling finger and accuses Princess Yi of being the one who dragged her into the pond. Standing firm despite the false accusation, Yi coldly denies the claim, refusing to let the traitor twist the truth. Yi goes on the offensive, bringing up the previous assassination attempt at Huguo Temple to expose Goofy's true nature. Goofy doesn't back down, venomously declaring that her hatred for Yi is shared by everyone in the capital. The emperor's face contorts with rage at the mention of an assassin, immediately ordering a full investigation of the temple grounds. The empress interjects with a sharp gaze, trying to dismiss the serious allegation as nothing more than a simple misunderstanding. Prince Ling steps forward with a calculated calm, revealing a hidden letter he obtained during his private investigation of the attack. He snaps the letter open, displaying the undeniable proof that will seal the culprit's fate. With the evidence laid bare, the Emperor turns his stern gaze back to Gufei, declaring the case against her to be absolute. Gufei's heart sinks as she realizes her web of lies has finally been torn apart by the prince's intervention. Seeing the tide turn, the Empress suddenly calls out for a servant named Lianping, ready to pivot her strategy. The Empress points an accusing finger at the kneeling servant, blaming her for forging handwriting to orchestrate the murder. Fearing for her life, the servant Lianping takes the fall, claiming her only motive was a personal grudge against the princess. The Emperor loses his patience and commands his guards to haul the servant away to a holding cell to await a formal trial. He then instructs Yi to go and change her attire, noting that appearing in public while soaked would be a major breach of etiquette. Yi gives a subtle nod of compliance, hiding her internal thoughts behind a mask of royal professionalism. Gufei seethes in the shadows, cursing the fact that her elaborate plan was thwarted yet again. As night settles over the palace, the lanterns flicker, signaling the end of a high-stakes confrontation. Walking through the gardens, Yi realizes the servant was merely a scapegoat used by the Emperor to protect Prince Yu's social standing. She sighs in frustration, weary of the constant target Gufei has placed on her back. Ling offers a confident smile, assuring her that Prince Yu will now keep Gufei under permanent house arrest to avoid further scandal. Sunlight breaks over the estate the following morning, bringing a sense of temporary peace to the capital. Reading over the latest reports, Yi finds comfort in the fact that Ling's decisive actions have finally neutralized her most persistent enemy. A panicked servant bursts into the room, her voice trembling as she calls out for Princess Ning Yi. She delivers a crushing blow, reporting that their border forces have been decimated and General Qin Sichin has fallen in a deadly ambush. Ning Yi's mind begins to race, realizing that her brother is now the primary candidate to fill the power vacuum left by the fallen general. A cold dread washes over her as she remembers the original plot. Xuan is destined to be killed on his return from this very battlefield. Refusing to let history repeat itself, she urgently demands to know where her brother is so she can stop him. The servant reveals the worst possible news. Xuan has already departed for the palace alongside Prince Ning. High above the city, the imperial palace stands as a silent witness to the growing political storm. Inside, the emperor sits in despair, haunted by the loss of 50,000 loyal soldiers and the crushing weight of his crown. His attendant attempts to offer comfort, urging the sovereign not to shoulder the entire burden of this military disaster alone. Fueled by a thirst for vengeance, the emperor vows to make the enemy pay in blood and searches for a commander to lead the charge. Prince Ling steps forward with calculated grace, presenting himself before the throne to offer his strategic insight. The emperor turns his gaze toward the prince, desperate for any solution to the crisis at hand. He acknowledges the prince's presence, waiting to hear the counsel of the king of combat. After listening to the proposal, the emperor strokes his chin, considering the merits of the high-stakes plan. He weighs Xuan's previous experience on the battlefield against his reputation for being dangerously impulsive. When Ling offers to lead the front himself, the emperor declines, insisting that Xuan's command over 3 battalions makes him the only choice. A sharp, knowing look crosses Prince Ling's face as he realizes the emperor has walked right into his trap. Satisfied with the military arrangement, the emperor believes he has secured the best path forward for the empire. The scene shifts to the exterior of Prince Ning's mansion, where the atmosphere remains tense. Inside, Xuan tries to reassure his sister, boasting that his previous border experience will ensure his safe return. Xuan's confidence wavers momentarily as he sees the genuine fear and desperation in Ning Yi's eyes. She challenges him directly, asking if he truly understands the lethality of the mission he is so eager to accept. Driven by a sense of duty, Xuan strikes a heroic pose, determined to fulfill his role as a protector of the people. The door swings open as Prince Ling enters, catching Xuan completely off guard and leaving him stammering in surprise. With a confident smirk, Ling remarks that Ning Yi is far too perceptive to be fooled by her brother's empty bravado. Ning Yi crosses her arms and pouts, feeling completely sidelined by the unfolding political maneuvers. Ling looms over her, explaining that arrogance was Qin's downfall and that her brother Xuan deserves this opportunity to finally prove his worth on the battlefield. He gazes at her with a piercing look, questioning if she finds his calculated ruthlessness to be cold-hearted. Reverting to a stubborn stance, Ning Yi admits she understands the harsh reality that the victor is the one who dictates the laws of the land. Ling offers a reassuring smile, promising her that Xuan will eventually return home draped in glory and victory. Time passes quickly as the sun sets over the grand rooftops of the imperial palace. A messenger rushes into the throne room to deliver the shocking news that General Ning has successfully won the border war. The emperor beams with pride, immediately decreeing that Xuan will be granted the prestigious title of General of the Border upon his return to the capital. On the morning of the wedding, Xuan looks at his sister with a heavy heart, struggling with the thought of her leaving the family home. Dressed in her stunning bridal red, Ning Yi reminds him of his status as a general and playfully demands that he keeps his tears in check. Xuan puts on a brave face and smiles, gesturing for her to proceed toward her new life with Prince Ning. The wedding procession makes its way through the city gates, surrounded by falling petals and vibrant red decorations. Inside the ceremonial hall, the couple completes the traditional bows to heaven and earth before the final transition to the bridal chamber. Outside, a massive banquet is held where guests celebrate the union with an abundance of food and wine. The festivities continue late into the night as the servants and guests move through the decorated corridors. Back in the private quarters, the heavy red veil is finally lifted to reveal the bride. Ning Yi slumps over on the bed, her energy completely spent after the long and grueling ceremony. The sound of footsteps echoes through the room as Ling approaches the exhausted bride. Her vision blurs from the ceremonial wine as she looks up and realizes her husband has finally joined her. Ling notices her dizzy state, surprised by how quickly the strong wine has affected her composure. With a wide, dazed grin, Ning Yi blurts out her honest feelings, admitting that she truly likes him. Ling gently catches her hands to steady her as she leans forward in her drunken haze. He pulls her into a close embrace, softly reciprocating her confession as the weight of the day fades away. As the final ritual of the evening concludes, the heavy ceremonial robes are set aside to mark the official start of their marriage. As the morning sun rises over the peaceful palace rooftops, the birds begin their early flight across the horizon. Ning Yi wakes up and stretches her arms wide, though she looks far from relaxed as the memories of the wedding night flood back. Her eyes widen in a sudden panic, desperately trying to recall every embarrassing detail of her drunken confession. Beside her, Ling looks perfectly composed as he adjusts his robes, maintaining his usual calm and handsome demeanor. The princess can't help but pout in frustration, feeling completely overwhelmed by her own impulsive actions. However, she quickly shakes it off with a smug grin, realizing that regardless of how it happened, Ling is now officially hers. The mood shifts instantly when she meets her maid Yue, who reports that Ling has already rushed off to suppress a riot on the outskirts of town. Ning Yi's expression hardens as she questions whether such a convenient distraction could truly be a coincidence. Yue's face turns grim as she delivers a second, much more devastating report regarding a medical emergency with the princess's father. Shaken to her core, Ning Yi immediately orders her things to be packed so they can return home at once. The sound of violent retching echoes through the courtyard as they arrive at the residence. Inside, the scene is dire. A strange parasite is being handled near the father, whose skin has turned a sickly, bruised purple. The poison has completely ravaged his system, leaving him unconscious and hovering at death's door. Ning Yi's medical expertise kicks in as she identifies the culprit, a lethal, venomous worm. Xuan points a finger in a rage, accusing a trembling Ningluo of being the one who poisoned their father. Desperate and cornered, Ningluo collapses to the floor, sobbing that she is innocent of the crime. Ning Yi steps forward with an icy glare, demanding to know exactly where the forbidden insect was obtained. Caught in the interrogation, Ningluo can only stutter in fear, her composure completely shattered. The father's condition continues to worsen, his face becoming a mask of gray and blue as the toxin spreads. Xuan watches in total despair, calling out to his father in a voice filled with grief. Realizing there is no time to lose, Ning Yi prepares a counter-poison insect for a high-stakes medical procedure. The specialized bug quickly burrows into the father's nostril to begin the neutralization process. While Aswan watches in horrified confusion, Ning Yi calmly explains the technical logic of using one toxin to hunt another. The treatment is a success, and the father finally exhales a breath of relief as his color begins to return. The medicinal insect emerges back into the open, its mission to stabilize the patient completed. Ning Yi informs a relieved Xuan that while the danger is gone, their father will need months of rest to fully recover. With the medical crisis handled, Ning Yi turns her focus back to the traitor, vowing that Ningluo will pay dearly for her actions. The imposing gates of the Court of Judicial Review loom over the city, where the Empire's darkest secrets are meant to be buried. Two guards roughly haul a disheveled Fu Ningluo through the cold stone halls to face her final judgment. Ning Yi stands tall before her, exposing the harsh truth that Ningluo was merely a disposable pawn in a much deadlier game. Terrified and broken, Ningluo collapses at the princess's feet, begging for a second chance at life. With a desperate, bruised look in her eyes, the prisoner asks if there is truly any way to escape this nightmare. Ning Yi's gaze remains firm but focused, knowing that this victim is her only lead to the real mastermind. Ningluo finally breaks, confessing that a mysterious man in a gray robe was the one who orchestrated the entire plot. Clinging to Ning Yi's hem, she pleads for protection from the merciless figure who manipulated her family. Ning Yi processes the new information, her mind racing to identify this shadow operative. She lays out the terms: an escape from the city tomorrow, provided Ningluo never sets foot in the capital again. Overwhelmed with relief, Ningluo offers a tearful thanks for the unexpected mercy. High above the palace grounds, the sun shines over the emperor's residence as he continues his recovery under strict supervision. The emperor grumbles at his daughter, jokingly complaining that her constant monitoring is like a hawk watching its prey. Ning Yi refuses to back down, sternly reminding him that she won't leave his side until he finishes every drop of his medicine. Realizing he can't win against her stubbornness, the ruler of the land begrudgingly prepares to drink the bitter tonic. Setting the ball aside, he questions why she chose to house a traitor like Ningluo in a hut on the outskirts instead of a dungeon. Ning Yi explains her tactical move, revealing that Ning Luo is the perfect bait to lure the gray-robed man out of hiding. The emperor sighs with pride, lamenting that if she were only born a man, she would surely be a legendary general or duke. Ning Yi remains silent about her true origins, focused only on completing her quest and returning to the real world. Suddenly, her father's tone shifts, demanding that she bring the mastermind directly to him instead of the high courts. Sensing a hidden motive, Ning Yi asks why he reacted so strangely when he first saw the goo parasite container. The emperor's face hardens as he shuts down the conversation, ordering her to follow his command without question. Though she accepts his silence for now, Ning Yi can tell her father is hiding a secret far darker than the poisoning itself. The tense moment is shattered when an attendant bursts into the room, gasping for breath. The messenger delivers a chilling report. A deadly disease has suddenly erupted in the district where the riots are taking place. Ning Yi's heart sinks as she realizes Prince Ning is now trapped in the middle of a new, invisible war zone.